started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big ol' booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedity, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimping when we in the city. Don't ask her about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tinted. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. See some thousands, now I'm after some millions. So all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all ready? Y'all locked?
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Y'all ready? Y'all locked, man? What we doing tonight, chat? What we doing, man?
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Yeah, that sound about right, chat. That sound about right. Oh man, double tap the screen, shut alive out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut alive out. What we doing tonight, chat? They saying Netanyahu no more. Rumor spread after more fake videos are posted to his account, and we're gonna get into the Iran update, chat. We got an action-packed episode. It does feel good to be back, man. It does feel good to be back. I missed y'all, man. No cap. No cap, chat. I missed y'all, man. What are we gonna get into, man? We're gonna get into a lot today, man. We're actually gonna get into a lot today, man. We got a guy, an Australian tech guy. He ended up creating a vaccine to cure his dog's cancer using Chat GPT, man. We're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into the Iran situation. We're gonna get into the 500 million people that downloaded Pokemon Go and help build out the 3D mapping. Basically, everybody that downloaded Pokemon Go and went out there and was trying to catch them all were AR mapping, man. They were augmented reality, man. You were mapping, helping these delivery systems, man. Shit is a psyop. It's crazy. Also, we're gonna get into Netanyahu. We seen the video the other day where his teeth was tripping. People were saying they seen 6 fingers. I didn't really see it, but he's there. Another video is out today. I think it's AI. Everybody else thinks it's AI. They're saying that the coffee shop posted that he was actually there. I do believe somebody was there at the coffee shop on Netanyahu's behalf. I just don't think it was him, bro. I don't think that that's Netanyahu, man. I think Netanyahu may no longer be with us, Chad. We're gonna get into that as well in a minute. Oh, Tucker Carlson is supposedly being investigated by the CIA. They're saying the DOJ may end up bringing a case against Tucker Carlson, man. So that's pretty big news. We're gonna see what's going on with that as well. We'll get into his clip. Let's see. What else? Some miscellaneous clips. Oh, they're saying Australia is tapping into the strategic oil reserves as well. Reports are coming out that they may have about 30 days left until all madness breaks out. A few more miscellaneous clips. Yeah, chat. Let's get into it, man. Y'all double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. I hope everybody's having a good night, man. Whether you just now getting into bed, getting ready to start your week. We still weekend warriors, baby. We locked in, man. We still weekend warriors. Can I get a like, chat? Can I get a double tap, man? Can we get into the show? You know, I'm feeling good, chat. I just got something to eat, man. We locked in. You said that coffee shop was blew up by Iran. I don't know, chat. They said that the coffee shop, Netanyahu was in that coffee shop last year, but it was a different location. So they're using the video from when he was there at the other location and pushing it off like it's today. And it's gonna be crazy, Chad, because you know, like I've been doing this content for a while, and people have reached out to me. Companies, corporations reached out to me and they're like, hey, we want to work with you, do your content. And it always says the same thing, Chad. We want to be able to use your name, image, and likeness for now until eternity, anywhere in the universe. You know, and I believe that's what's going on with Netanyahu right now. Facebook is supposedly rolling out an immortality thing to where they'll use all of your pictures and post and build a damn algorithm to make it keep posting like you would, but you're dead. Spotify just released a urn that will keep playing your playlist after you're dead. It's getting, I think that they're pushing off this fucking AI version of Netanyahu as it being him, chat. I'm just gonna be honest with you. We have evidence. What was it, 2006? The former Israeli prime minister, he was damn in a coma. He was in a coma and they still had him basically in that role for 3 months until they got somebody else in there, man. He was in a coma, man. In a coma. For like 3 months, he was still acting prime minister, bro. So we do have what do we say? Some precedent being set. But we're gonna get into the show. We'll get into that Netanyahu in a minute. We'll get into the guy who spent $3,000 and used ChatGPT to cure his dog of cancer. Another guy just sold his house in 5 days using ChatGPT. It's going down, chat. It's going on. The world is no longer the same, man. The world is no longer the same, man. Let's get into it though. This is in California, man. I feel sorry for whoever landlord this is, but these folks crazy, man. These folks crazy, man. This is one thing that I do not want to deal with as a landlord. Look at these people.
I'm not cooperating. Fuck you.
Got him on Section 18.
Nigga, Section 10 and 18, nigga. I'm on Section 8.
Hey! What the fuck, G? Yo, what?
So let's stop right here. We see pentagrams. They got it's like a dystopian future, like some damn, I don't know, what are they calling that shit now, chat? Antifa. It looks like a damn Antifa encampment, bro. It says watch us. Got the damn cross-eyed, they're busting up glass in there. He has a half mohawk fade, man. It looks like they've been slamming whatever for days. Probably smells like a Budweiser tall can, 2 burps, and some Cheetos in that bitch, chat. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Just look at it, bro. Somebody owns this, chat. Somebody is an owner to this property, and just look at what they're doing to. They even got a damn Britney Spears lookalike in this motherfucker busting shit up. Watch, chat.
Why? Just why, bro?
Me too. Can I help?
And why does she have a do-rag on, bro? Like, oh my God, like, why does she have a do-rag on, bro? Like, committing all of this, breaking all of this shit up, busting all of this shit up in a yellow do-rag is fucking crazy. A yellow do-rag, a bralette, and some damn Spanx, man. They're not even Spanx, chat. What are those? Are just little-ass shorts. Some little-ass shorts, a bralette, and a damn do-rag about to destroy these people's property is crazy.
Me too. Can I help?
Can I help?
Let me play.
Well, you gotta do you gotta try harder than that. Yeah. Right through the fucking wall. Yeah. Oh shit.
Like, what is the purpose of this, chat? Y'all tell me what's going on here, chat. What is the purpose of this, man? Honestly, they're on Section 8, so they not paying that damn much, man. They got 8 violations. They're still not moving out, so they're probably going to wake up in that bitch tomorrow, man, with a draft. It's going to be a draft. A cold wind is going to slide through there, man. What is going on? Lights flickering. What's up, Just Talking?
Y'all talked all that shit trying to stop us, and we right back in the fucking crib, bro.
Right back in the crib, bro.
And the clip pretty fucking clean right now, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, bro, I'm not gonna lie, chat. Like, this shit is crazy, bro. Like, look at them. 32 zombies. What does that say at the top? 32 zombies. 32 zombies. Bugatti zombie. Something Bugatti zombies. The hell does this say? Ego God. No, it says egg God. What is egg God, bro? What is egg God? What?
Why, bro?
Then they got 666 wrote on the wall. Unalive something. Bro, I think these people just get high and do shit.
Me too.
And then...
Can I help? Let me play. I want to play too.
Well, you gotta try harder than that.
Like, that's a nitrous oxide tank. So they're obviously in there huffing and shit.
Yeah. Right through the fucking wall.
You don't really need it.
Yeah. Oh shit.
I bet they do a lot of tattoos and shit over there, you know. They probably sell a little bit of this and that, you know what I'm saying? Probably do some tattooing over there. What else? Probably a piercing and shit, man. That's probably the one-stop shop, man. R.I.P. Abyss. Velvet Bugatti Zombies. What the fuck is Velvet Bugatti? Is that the gang, bruh? Is that the gang? Velvet Bugatti Zombies. Then this says light over here and Lil something. I'm just waiting to see the studio. Like, where's the studio? There has to be a microphone in here somewhere. They probably rapping, doing tattoos, and selling a little bit of this and that out of that motherfucker.
Big business.
Y'all talked all that shit trying to stop us, and we right back in the fucking crib, bro. And the clip pretty fucking clean right now, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, it definitely smells like Cheetos in there, man. All right, chat, let's get into the rest of the show, man. Let's get into the rest of the show, chat. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. Let's get into this Tucker Carlson right quick. Let's get into the Tucker Carlson, man. The cry for his damn life. Let's see. I'm gonna have to pull it up. Hold on. Chat, y'all hit the like button for me, man. We just not getting started, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. We're gonna get into that Netanyahu here in a second. Let me find this Tucker clip where he says the CIA is after him, man, or watching him or something. So somebody did a pretty breakdown, and the breakdown that they gave,
imagine being able to
it kind of made a little sense, man. I'm like, damn, is this what's actually going on over here? So I'm gonna pull up the clip and I'm gonna give y'all the breakdown and ask y'all what y'all think about it, man. Hold on, let me pull up this clip. Here goes the clip right here. Boom, that's the clip.
So the other day I found out that the CIA is...
All right, Chad. So I'm gonna read this right here. Let me get us to the ad-free version. All right.
So the other day I found out that the CIA is preparing some kind of criminal referral against me, a crime report, to the Department of Justice on the basis of a supposed crime.
All right, bet. So there we go. We gotta pull it up. This is what they're saying, though, man. Where is it at? Where's the Tucker shit at, bruh? All right. This is from Fishburger over there on Eaton Fishburger over there on X. He says this is what he believes is happening. Tucker Carlson has allegedly been conducting his own foreign policy with Iran on behalf of the United States. At some point, the CIA got wind of this and informed President Trump, who may have then used Tucker as an unwitting counterintelligence asset to feed faulty information to Iran. Following the launch of Epic Fury, Tucker's traitorous behavior may have finally caught up with him as the DOJ reportedly prepares a criminal complaint against him based on CIA intelligence. After the operation began, Iran sent IRGC agents to carry out attacks in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, but most of those plots were foiled. Iran then told Tucker that they were actually Mossad plots, a claim he pushed online that spread like wildfire. Saudi and Qatar had to publicly deny Tucker's news about the Mossad. So that is that's E. Fishburger's account of what he thinks is happening, Chad. So I want to know, what do y'all think? Do y'all think Tucker was trying to be like a Kushner, and trying to, mediate two countries, mediate between Trump and Iran? Do y'all think that was what was going on? I'm gonna play the clip though.
Kind of criminal referral against me, a crime report to the Department of Justice on the basis of a supposed crime I committed. What's that crime? Well, talking to people in Iran before the war. They read my texts. So the crime under consideration apparently would be the Foreign Agent Act or something like that, acting as an agent of a foreign power. And I don't expect this to go anywhere.
Acting as an agent of foreign power. So that's the same thing. Isn't that what they're saying Kushner and Witkoff does? Like, not acting as an agent of foreign power, but being a mediator. Like during wartime, trying to bring together peace negotiations. Are they alleging that Tucker Carlson went out on his own trying to make some peace negotiations? And that's why well, not saying he actually did it, but is this what they're pushing forward? Is this why the CIA is investigating him? Is this why they are talking about bringing charges against him or whatever he said, a complaint? Is this why they're going to bring a complaint against him to the DOJ? Is it because they're trying to allege he was acting on behalf of a foreign adversary or a foreign agent? I don't know what the hell they said. Basically trying to do some negotiations without permission.
Me a crime report to the Department of Justice on the basis of a supposed crime I committed. What's that crime? Well, talking to people in Iran before the war.
So they're saying that he's not denying that he was talking to people in Iran before the war. So we have to see how far this is going to go, because Tucker's saying that they're saying that he was talking to people in Iran before the war. Is he going to deny that? I don't think he's going to deny that he was talking there. So how are we going to get the contents of what those conversations entailed? I don't know. Do they have wiretaps? Do they have what do they call it? Spies, intelligence. How do they know what Tucker and these conversations entailed enough to bring charges against him? Or is it just that he was talking to the wrong group of people?
They read my texts.
They read
so
his text.
The crime under consideration apparently would be the Foreign Agent Act or something like that, acting as an agent of a foreign power. And I don't expect this to go anywhere. I'm not too worried about an actual criminal case against me for a bunch of reasons. One, I'm not an agent of a foreign power. Unlike a lot of people commenting on U.S. politics and global affairs, I have only one loyalty, and that's the United States, and have never acted against it. Its interests are the only interests I care about because I'm from here and I have a lot of kids. So that's not a concern. I've also never taken money from anybody. Don't need it, don't want it. And that's provable.
So they always try to say Tucker takes money from Qatar. You said he just said that they read the text messages. So yeah, his phone was probably tapped. After we play this clip, I'm going to show y'all this new counter surveillance technology that is going for like $20 right now. The shit used to cost tens of thousands to get, thousands to get, now for $20, you can figure out if somebody's tapping your phone lines, which is crazy to me.
And moreover, it's my job to talk to everybody all the time and try and figure out what's happening around the world. That's literally what I do for a living. And I'm not going to stop doing that. Nor should I don't think.
What's up, Carlos?
I can talk to anybody. I have no secrets to divulge. So legally, I think the case is ludicrous, and I doubt it will even become a case.
Hit the like button, chat.
For a couple of reasons, though, and they're pretty obvious. One is that countries tend to become more authoritarian in wartime. It's just the nature of war. People are dying. The stakes are high. People's emotions have risen to a very high point, to a crescendo. And so there's much less tolerance for...
I think it's crazy that they're coming out saying that Tucker has a CIA investigation in the middle of Netanyahu not being actually seen in about 7 days. They dropped the footage of Charlie Kirk's assassination from behind. And it's crazy, man. Like, there's no way there was a 30-06, bro. Like, it's just too much going on right now, chat. It has to be a psyop, man.
Any kind of dissent in the homeland. The irony, of course, is the United States fights wars on behalf of freedom, but there's always less of it here in our country during war. So that's a widely recognized phenomenon, and it's likely to happen now, too. Another point to make that is worth knowing is that the USIC, the intelligence agency, spy on Americans. Now, you probably knew that, and it's been revealed a lot, including by Julian Assange and Ed Snowden.
So I actually do think BB is either seriously injured or not with us. If y'all see the video of him in the coffee shop, when he puts his hand in his pocket, he doesn't put his hand in his pocket. His pocket puts his hand inside of it. It's like the pocket moves. It's like his hand, you know how you put your hand inside of a pocket? His hand is right here and the pocket covers up his hand like it's a damn electronic pocket. Thank you, Lori, for the super chat. Best damn show on YouTube. Chat, double tap the screen for me.
Both of whom are threatened, widely recognized phenomenon, and it's likely to happen now too. Another point to make that is worth knowing is that the USIC, the intelligence agency, spy on Americans. Now, you probably knew that, and it's been revealed a lot, including by Julian Assange and Ed Snowden, both of whom are threatened with death for revealing it, but everyone knows. But it's probably a little more widespread than most people understand, and it's outrageous. There's no justification for your government, which you own, you're a shareholder in it, you pay for it, to be violating your privacy like this. But it happens all the time. And in fact, one of the reasons that CIA or people...
Well, I'm not gonna lie, Chad. I'm not gonna lie, Chad. If you know how people get hacked on Facebook, right? You remember how people used to always get hacked on Facebook? It used to be ISIS used to always hack people on Facebook and shit and take over their accounts and just start posting all kind of propaganda, man. I would expect that ever since those times, like, if you're talking to somebody like in Iran that might have some ties to some shit going on, you're probably being tracked. You're probably being watched. Your texts are probably being hijacked, man. I'm just gonna be all the way honest with you. I would expect it. Like, when I see those motherfuckers on Facebook and they be with ISIS talking about this, and that, man, I'll block their ass, chat. I don't have no time for that, man. I'll block their ass, man. No convo with me, Muhammad, man. Straight up, man. No comment right now, bro. Like, straight up, man.
Within CIA, just to be clear, it's a huge, sprawling, disconnected agency. What it does in a specific case doesn't represent what everybody in the building thinks, but there are some people who are mad at me for my views about Israel, and they have some latitude. And one of the reasons they pass on criminal complaints, in effect, to law enforcement is to justify warrants for spying on Americans. So that is an absolutely real thing. But the main reason they do it is to leak the existence of the investigation, such as it is, to the media, and then humiliate and terrify the subjects of this op. And that's, of course, happened to me repeatedly, many times.
Yeah, you said, come on, Tucker knew he was being tracked by the intel agencies. Of course. It's a difference between being tracked knowingly and actual criminal complaints being waged against you. So it's went from him being tracked. Of course, he probably knew, like, hey, fuck, bro, I went and interviewed Putin in Russia. I'm being tracked probably. But to actually have a criminal complaint waged against you by the DOJ, that's probably something he didn't think was on the table.
And then
hit the like button,
humiliate
chat,
and terrify the subjects of this op. And that's, of course, happened to me repeatedly, many times, including in famously 2021 when I was still at Fox News and trying to set up an interview with Vladimir Putin. And the NSA, I heard from someone there, had grabbed my text messages with an American citizen and had leaked them to news outlets. Those texts were basically my attempts to set up an interview with the foreign head of state, and they leaked them to...
Oh, this is bad, Tucker. I'm not gonna lie, Tucker. This is bad, dude. I understand Tucker is a journalist, chat. I understand this is his job. But for him to be reaching out through text, however he's doing it, trying to set up an interview with the head of state from Iran prior to the war, and now we know that he's claiming that the DOJ is trying to weaponize that against him, they might get the job done, chat. this might be fucking bad for Tucker, bro. Depending on how they paint this shit, bro. Depending on what was said in those texts and how they paint this chat, Tucker might be in fucking trouble, whether he should be or not, bro. He might be in trouble, bro. It's, oh, shit.
Had grabbed my text when I was still at Fox News and trying to set up an interview with Vladimir Putin. And the NSA, I heard from someone there, had grabbed my text messages with an American citizen and had leaked them to news outlets. Those texts were basically my attempts to set up an interview with the foreign head of state. And they leaked them to the New York Times in order to stop the interview, which they successfully did, by the way. And they admitted that they were spying. I mean, this is not a fantasy. It actually happened.
Tucker can't run just talking. If Tucker goes anywhere, he'll probably have to pull an Edward Snowden, go to Russia. But I don't think Tucker can run. He just said he got all them kids, man. I think Tucker might. Tucker fuck around and go to jail, bro. Like if it's an option on the table where Tucker's either gonna run to Russia or go to jail, man, Tucker fuck around, go to jail, Chad. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Tucker might go, excuse my language, Tucker might go to jail. I just see Tucker sitting down before I see him running, trying to make a political statement. Like, I think Tucker will probably be a political prisoner before he runs, man. What's up, Lala? Thank you for the membership, renewing the membership. Thank you, Lala.
They did it again 2 years later. My second attempt to get a Putin interview, I managed to get it anyway, and they've done it since. And so when you get a call from a reporter who knows the contents of your texts, it's pretty clear something's going on. None of this, in my judgment, as of right now, is a huge threat to me, so I'm not making this video to complain about it or whine or ask you to send me money because I'm under attack. I'm saying it because it's true, and you should know what your own government is doing, and you should know what the stakes are. And you should know that a lot of what happens in this country that affects outcomes happens behind the scenes. Some of it is legal, some of it is not, including what I'm describing now.
Oh, he bought a place in Qatar not too long ago?
But it has an effect. And the intel agencies, again, not everyone in the intel agencies, because there are decent, hardworking Americans who work in the intel agencies are Americans, just like there are decent, hardworking Americans who work at the DMV. But there are also people with agendas and grudges and no sense of restraint who are happy to misuse the power they have granted them by our elaborate secrecy laws to hurt fellow Americans for ideological reasons. That is entirely real. That's the story of Russiagate. And it's likely that things like that will begin to happen at greater scale now. So you should just know that going forward. Thanks.
All right, Chad, hit the like button. We finna get into this other clip that Fishburger posted. I don't know what relevance it has, but he posted another clip alongside Tucker Carlson saying he's being they might try to bring a criminal complaint against him. Let's see what this one is.
Now, that wasn't a risk from the Israeli standpoint. That was the point. Now, that wasn't a risk from the Israeli standpoint. That was the point. That was the point. They wanted to diminish the Gulf, and in 2 days they have. And I think anyone who likes decency and order and cleanliness is hoping that the Gulf will recover. The Gulf is not a threat to us. We have military bases in these countries. These are some of our closest allies. All of them are closer allies than Israel, by far. They're our friends. But they've been really hurt. And in a place like Dubai, which is basically part of a country, it's an emirate within the United Arab Emirates, but it's also a luxury brand, basically. People go to Dubai because it's beautiful and rich and clean, and above all, because it's safe and orderly. It's got the busiest airport in the world. You start seeing video on Instagram of smoke in the Dubai airport, and you're like, I think I'm going to Cabo this year. Oh, sorry, drug cartels. Whatever. Maybe you go to Sedona this year. It really...
All right, so we hear what Tucker's talking about. But let me get into y'all, show y'all what this new counter surveillance tech that they're dropping, man.
And
here it goes.
Whether they're being used to monitor civil society or protected free expression. So we decided to produce a free open source tool called Ray Hunter. It runs on a variety of mobile hotspots like this one here, which you can buy online for about $20. Ray Hunter works by monitoring the connection between your device and the cell towers around you. If it notices those cell towers doing things they shouldn't, it alerts you and makes a log of the traffic for researchers to review. But here's the tricky part. How do you tell a fake tower from a real one? We had some ideas about how to detect MC catchers, but with no way to validate our theories. We ended up reaching out to Cape to collaborate on this research.
We are a mobile carrier that provides cell phone service just like any other carrier, but with extra privacy and security. The Cape team configured a commercial IMSI catcher in our lab so that EFF's Ray Hunter could learn what fake looks like. What makes it look different from a real cell phone tower? We also got a few dozen of our employees to carry Ray Hunters around in their pockets in order to collect traces so that we could bring those back to the lab and analyze.
With Cape's help, we were able to test and improve our methods for detecting IMSI catchers. And now we want lots more people using Ray Hunter to figure out the extent to which IMSI catchers are being used to surveil people.
The most life-changing technological innovation of our time is the smartphone. Therefore, one of the most important civil liberties that we have to protect is that of digital privacy.
All right, chat. So, with that right there, that's the counter surveillance right there. Hold on, let me see. Let me read it out. It's basically $20, man. It used to cost thousands, now it's $20. It's open source device that detects when anybody is spying on your phone. It's called a Ray Hunter. And what it does is it checks out for those fake towers, man, the clone towers. All right, so let's get into Netanyahu, man. Let's get into this Netanyahu shit, chat. All right, man. Y'all go to the poll and answer the poll. Do y'all think Netanyahu is still with us, man? Is Netanyahu alive? Yes or no, man? Press 1 in the chat if you think Netanyahu is alive. Press 2 if you do not think Netanyahu is alive. So this is the story of the day. This is the story of the day. As y'all can see, the guy on the left is an actual picture of Netanyahu. The guy on the right is what they're trying to pass off on us today as being Netanyahu. Do y'all think those are the same people, chat? Do y'all think those are the same people? I don't have AirPods, America First. All right, so let's get into it, man. The actual video that Netanyahu posted, they said what, you know, basically like taunting, like, oh, y'all thought I was dead, but I'm not. Here I am. And look, man. Look, man. This is the video he posted saying that he was in his coffee shop, man. But this video is clearly AI. Now, whether somebody showed up on site as Netanyahu or not, that's to be determined. But this video that they put out to us for sure is AI, and I'm gonna show you guys why. So look at the coffee, chat. Do y'all see the coffee right there, man? How the hell is that coffee? He's holding the cup, he's squeezing the cup. The coffee is overflowing. Why doesn't a drip of that coffee spill out? Look how he picks the damn cup up, chat. Look, I'm gonna slow this bad boy down, man. Look at how Netanyahu picks this cup. Y'all mean to tell me that this is really this is real? Watch. Look at the cup, man. Now look, y'all see how the hell is that shit not spilling over, man? He's squeezing the cup, man, full of coffee, no lid on it, and not a drop spills. He picked it up, man, in one smooth motion. Look, shows you the cup, man. Shows you his hand. Like, oh, I got 5 fingers. Oh, I got 5. Not a drop still haven't spilled out that hot ass coffee. Cheers. He takes a sip of it. Doing all that damn talking. Look, after he takes a sip, why is the coffee cup still full as hell? It's still overflowing. None of the coffee left. Now, if you're like, Plug, the coffee doesn't mean nothing, man. That's not no real coffee. That's real coffee. Fuck the coffee. Let's look at his pocket. Watch him put his hand in his pocket right here, chat. Now watch his hand go in his pocket. How the fuck did his pocket just move, chat? Look, his hand didn't go in his pocket. His pocket covered up his hand. Now, I know the Israelis got a lot of technology over there, but I have never seen a robotic jacket. A jacket that puts your hands inside of the pocket for you is crazy, Chad. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Watch his hand go in his pocket, Chad, and watch his hand doesn't go into the pocket. His hand stops and the pocket covers his hand. Watch the pocket move, Chad. Boom. You see the pocket move? The pocket covered his hand before it went in. Press 1 if y'all seen the pocket cover his hand, man. Press 1 if y'all seen the pocket cover his hand, man. His hand didn't go in that pocket, man. The pocket covered his hand. And look, that hot ass coffee still ain't spilled. He done picked the coffee up off of the table, sloshed it around, not a drop spilled. He showed his hand like this, showed his hand like that, took a sip of the coffee. The damn froth at the top is still the same. It's tipped over. Not a drop of that hot ass coffee has still spilled. And then his fucking pocket covers his hand, bro. This is not Netanyahu, bro. They're trying to pass this shit off as Netanyahu, man, and this is not him, bro. This is not Netanyahu, bro. Watch his hand. Look at the pocket. Come on, Chad. Come on, Chad. I'm gonna play the video regular speed, man, so y'all can see if y'all can catch it. I'm gonna play the video regular speed, man.
מה שאלת אותי? ראש הממשלה אומרים ברשת שאתה בכלל מת? אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי. איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי. אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות? אתה יכול להראות לנו? פה. פה. ראית? יפה מאוד. לחיים. ראש הממשלה מסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים? לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה, נותנת כוח לי, לממשלה, לצה"ל, למוסד. אנחנו עושים דברים אני לא יכול לשתף ברגע זה, אבל עושים דברים מכים באיראן חזק מאוד, גם ביום הזה, גם בלבנון, ממשיכים. אתם אומרים לי להמשיך? אני אומר לכולכם, גם אתם תמשיכו. תמשיכו להישמע להוראות פיקוד העורף, כל הזמן, להישמע להוראות פיקוד העורף, וגם לראשי הערים, להיות תמיד ליד מרחב מוגן. ואנחנו נקל ככל שהדבר ניתן. ותודה לך על הקפה, הוא מצוין. אני לא יודע לגבי הקלוריות, זה נראה לי מסוכן מאוד.
Crazy, man. Crazy. You said, why can't they review AI before they post it? They did review it. They thought this was damn good, chat. I'm going to tell you. They thought this was damn good. But they didn't account for it. They thought this was damn good. They thought this was a really good deep fake, man. But those two little inconsistencies gave it up. The coffee and the damn pocket gave it up. So now we have even more questions. On top of us having the precedent already, chat, we already have the precedent. The last prime minister in 2006, something happened. He ended up being in a coma for 8 years. They let him, he was still prime minister for 3 months after he was in the coma. He was in a coma, really couldn't do too much. Couldn't do nothing in the bed. But until the power was transferred, it was a 3-month window where he was still the sitting prime minister. Come on now. Come on now. This shit is crazy, man. That damn pocket, bro. That damn pocket is wild, bro. I'm not gonna lie, chat. That damn pocket is crazy. I'm talking about this pocket. Watch BB put his hand in his pocket, Morty, and you tell me what's wrong with it. Boom. What's wrong with that right there, Morty? You tell me what's wrong with this hand going in this pocket. Now watch, next week we're going to find the new jackets that just snap your hands in the pocket.
Oh, we got new technology, man. You don't even got to put your hand all the way in your pocket. It'll come to you. It'll come to you, chat. You don't even got to put your hand all the way in your pocket. It'll come to you, man. What kind of Inspector Gadget shit is this, man? What the hell is going on, chat? What the hell is going on? What kind of Inspector Gadget shit is this? The pocket looks elastic and more real. Ain't no way that motherfucker look like it just glitched over him, man. And then he got this hot ass coffee filled to the fucking brim, and he's over here pointing his finger down like this, and not a drop spills. Look at how hard he pointing his damn finger, man. You look, watch, and not a drop spills. Coffee hot as hell. Now, other things that people have noticed, inconsistencies. I wanted to bring y'all those two glaring inconsistencies. But here goes another one that they found. Right here. If you zoom in on the POS system right there, it has a date of 2024. So they're also saying it's somebody in the coffee shop that has a mask on. Who the hell has a mask on? Where's the guy with the mask at? I don't see nobody with a mask. Was it in the photos that the pub published? Oh, there you go, right there. So they saying, why the hell is this guy behind the counter? Who is this black guy behind the counter? Hold on, Chad. Boom, right there. Who the hell is this black guy behind the counter with a mask and glasses on? He's back there with the damn workers. What the hell is he doing? Like, he's not back there working. What is he doing? Chat. Watch this. Look at the black guy in the back. What the hell does he have on? A black COVID mask and some black shades on behind the damn counter, like he's slinging coffee. Now, I've seen a lot of baristas in my life, chat, but I haven't seen any baristas with the damn aviator, black shades, Johnny Cage glasses on, and a damn mask. Some people are speculating that that's maybe security if it was actually a person. Maybe security that's trying to avoid AI, facial recognition. I don't know, but I know that that's out of place. Why the hell is he behind the counter with some black shades and a damn mask on? All right, chat. Now I showed y'all that. Now let me get to the date. Now, if you look at the date on the payment system, it's right here. Boom. The date on it, man. 15/03/2024, man. Or 15/02. February 2nd, 2024, man. Damn. February 2nd, 2024 is what the POS system says, chat. So are we still believing that this is what the hell is going on?
So the other day I found out that this...
Are we still going to believe that this is what's going on, man? Shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. Is this what's still going on, chat? Let's get into some of the news, man. Let's get into some of the news, chat. Oh, Thomas Massey also Thomas Massey also got a 10-point swing after Trump came through in Kentucky and campaigned against him. Thomas Massey actually gained 10 points, man. I told y'all that Trump endorsement's not hitting the same, man. I told y'all that some months ago. A Trump endorsement just doesn't hit the same, chat. Where the hell is what I was finna watch at? Oh, here it is right here. I forgot. It's in the Discord. It's in the Discord. Oh, yeah, I was gonna move on. I kind of went to that Netanyahu shit a little early. But this guy right here, chat, this shit is crazy. This guy right here, he used Chat GPT to cure his dog of cancer, man. They're saying that doctors' medicine is taking a turn. Listen, chat.
Us now. G'day to you, gents. Hello to the beautiful
Hi,
Rose here, looking fit and healthy. Paul, incredible story this. You know, vets told you that Rose had just months to live, but you refused to give up and you turned to a chatbot instead.
Rose is my best mate, and she's been with me through really tough times, through a breakup, through hard business deals, walks in the forest. And when she was handed this sentence, I felt I had to do my part for her as well. Yeah.
So what did you do? Walk us through it.
Well, we took her tumour, we sequenced the DNA, we converted it from like tissue to data, and then we used that to sort of search for the problem in her DNA, and then develop a cure based off that.
And ChatGPT found that?
ChatGPT assisted throughout the entire process.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Have you got a tech background?
Yes. Yep.
That's just amazing. Pal, the RNA Institute is the one that created the vaccine for Rose based on Paul's AI code. Were you sceptical at first when you heard about this?
Surely.
I was a bit, probably mainly just I thought this might take too long. And I guess one of the things we learned from this process too.
Oh, y'all see me, can't see who's talking. Damn, hold on, my bad, chat. My bad. There they go.
The technology, even though we've been working with similar mRNA for years, I just didn't think we could do this quickly, and it would be in time to really help Rosie. So it's just been an amazing project for us to be involved in.
So how quickly did you manage to turn it into a vaccine and be able to give it to Rose?
Yeah, so once we had the sequence that Paul designed, yeah, it was less than 2 months from that point till we handed it over to Paul, who took it to the vet to help her.
And Paul, how quickly did Rose start responding?
Right, so it took about a month.
Wow.
At the start of December, she was her mobility was way down. She was starting to shut down and be a bit sad. And towards the end of January, she was jumping over a fence to chase a rabbit.
Oh my goodness. You must be over the moon. This is life-changing.
Yeah, yeah, sure. I think it's added considerable lifespan and health span to Rose, yeah.
Pal, if this works for a dog, like if we now get excited about what else it could do, is there any chance this could reshape the future for treating, cancer in humans?
Absolutely, and there are companies, including Moderna, who are working on personalized cancer vaccines. But
man, we not trusting them folks no more, man. Quit telling us that these Moderna and all of them folks, man. Them folks burnt their bridge with us. All right, but listen, chat. Long story short, this man was by himself. He spent $3,000, had his dog's tumor tissue scraped, and instead of them looking at the tissue from a just biological standpoint, he had it sequenced into to where the AI could, I guess, do its thing and figure out what's actually going on and what's the best way to attack it and to treat it. And once he did that, he sent those results to a lab. The lab constructed a vaccine based off of that data that the AI encoded for him. And they cooked up the vaccine. They were ready to administer the vaccine, but the government said, hey, you can't just do that type of shit. So they had to wait 2 months to get approval. So they had the vaccine rather quickly, but they had to wait 2 months for the approval. After they got the approval, he started injecting the dog with it. And after a month, the dog seen tremendous improvement where the tumor was halved. The tumor was halved.
I think what this taught me is 2 things. We can actually do this here. We don't have to necessarily rely on foreign companies to help us doing this. That means we can democratize this technology in Australia. And we can also use it for other diseases, possibly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Neurological diseases, for instance.
Paul, I know Ali's got a really important question she wants.
That's crazy, chat. And this is coming off of the back of, hold on. Let me get to my damn. I just want to put that shit right there. Okay. All right, this is coming off the back of a guy in Florida, man. It's a guy in Florida. He sold his house. I'm gonna read y'all everything that went down over the last 24 hours too. Well, I guess 48. This is so we just seen the guy with the DNA sequence for Saved His Dog. A guy in Florida just asked ChatGPT to sell his house. He wanted him to sell it, not help him sell it, but actually sell it. He wanted ChatGPT to sell the house for him. He wanted to price it, market it, show it, get the contracts, everything. He got it all done in 5 days. They're saying the average real estate agent takes a 6% commission on a $400,000 house that would have been $24,000. And he got to keep all of that. They're saying real estate agents spent 20 years, spent the last 20 years telling us the process was too complicated. But AI changed all of that, man. AI changed all of that, man. Let's get into everything that happened, man. He had them write up the contract, put it on the market for him, market it for him, and everything. He got the house sold in 5 days, chat. I don't know if y'all realize what the hell is going on, man. 5 days he got that house sold, man. You said LOL, a political channel? Hold my nuts. But this is what's going on over the last few days. Hold on, let me get to it. That's just crazy. That little clip that they had with it was funny too. That's the Netanyahu shit. All right, this is what's happened, man. This news cycle over the last couple of days has been crazy, especially when it comes to just everything. All right, they're saying that they're saying Meta made 165 billion last year and it's firing 15,000 people. I guess record profits isn't profitable enough. The guy in Florida sold his house in 5 days using ChatGPT. No real estate agent, no commission, no experience. Just that $20 subscription. A man in Australia cured his dying dog with AI. Oh, the guy who created Uber, he's building robots now. He also said that plumbers, he's predicting that plumbers will be played like LeBron in the future. Plumbers in a fully automated world, AI and robotics, plumbers will be paid like LeBron is what he's predicting. Also, Tinder just did an update. They want to access your camera roll. They want your drunk photos. They want all your notes, your deleted selfies, saying that it's gonna be a vibe check so they can get a vibe of you so they can match you with better people. That's what TikTok is doing. Anthropic, the one that has the thing going on with the Pentagon, Trump's really upset with them right now. They just removed their limits on how long their AI can think, and then they just doubled everybody's usage on there for free. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, chat. The world is moving fast. And I don't know, chat. I don't know. I don't think we understand how fast this world is moving. Let's get into it. Oh, this is a guy also. He made a video I was watching earlier about the final battle. Do y'all want to watch that or do y'all know it? No, we'll get into that. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about Cuba either. I forgot we didn't talk about Cuba either. So yeah, we'll get into this video that this guy made. Basically about the end of the world. Remember when I came out a few weeks ago and I said that these people are trying to bring on end times. This is a holy war. This is Armageddon. These people are trying to speed up the timeline. We're dealing with accelerationists, and these people are playing God. It all sounded like bullshit. Everybody looked at me like I was fucking crazy. Now we see that they're calling this shit Armageddon. They're calling it the war to end all wars. They're saying this is where Jesus comes back. They're saying this is where they're getting ready to build the third temple and all of that. Listen, chat, when I said it, motherfuckers thought I was crazy. But let's watch this dude video where he does a breakdown. I haven't watched the whole video. I think I watched like 30 seconds of it.
has many people wondering, do they own Trump? The answer to this question is yes. Trump is literally owned by them and bears the mark of his master on his ear to prove it.
Said, take a look at what happened.
Now, a lot of y'all don't believe Trump actually got shot. I do believe Trump got shot. So that's where a lot of my subscribers, a lot of you guys, and I disagree. Y'all don't believe that Trump was shot. I do believe that Trump was shot. Hold on, Jared. Where the hell is my polygon shit at? There we go.
Now, you might think I'm crazy or anti-Semitic for saying this, but given everything that is happening in the world, I think there are less crazier ideas. And if you give me just a few minutes of your time, I think this will make sense to you. Now, before I continue, you need to know that it doesn't matter if you believe in religion.
Man, listen, I'm going to tell y'all like this, chat. We can go back and forth all day. Grazed in the ear, to me, is shot in the fucking head, bro. I'm just going to tell you, if I got grazed in the leg, I got shot in the leg. If I got grazed in the arm, I got shot in the arm. I got grazed in the ear. I got shot in the fucking head, brother. It is what it is, man. We can call it grazed, whatever, man. Motherfucker got shot in the head, bro.
Or eschatology, because other people do, and they have power, and they are using this power to act on their beliefs, regardless of whether or not you share them. Everyone knows that the Jews believe in the coming of their Messiah, but what many people don't know is that the Jews believe the Messiah is alive in every generation as his soul transmigrates upon.
So I did hear, what's that guy that was talking about the red heifers being sacrificed? I think he went on the Tim Pool show. I think he went on Tim Pool and was talking about the red heifers being sacrificed. He spoke about this as well. I think Ben Shapiro spoke about it as well too.
Upon death from one body to another. Therefore, the Jews aren't waiting for the Messiah to come because the Messiah is.
They're waiting for the perfect environment. They're waiting for the world to be ready to accept the Messiah, is the way that the guy explained it on that one show.
Is already here. They are waiting for the Messiah to reveal himself, and he can only do that in a messianic age. So in order for the Messiah to come, the world must be in a messianic age. So think of the Messiah as a flower and the messianic age as a pot. The two go hand in hand. Now, a long-standing debate in Judaism is whether or not
So now they're saying it has to be a messianic age. So we hear this Armageddon, Trump's anointed, this is supposed to be the return of Jesus. We hear the other side saying that they're getting ready to build the third temple. Everybody's saying, where's the red heifer that was sacrificed? When the guy literally came out last year and said, hey, we told y'all it was just a trial run, but we actually sacrificed the red heifer with an actual priest that was supposed to be doing it. He sat in the house for 20 years, never touched the ground. Like, we tricked y'all. It actually happened. So yeah, this is where we're at with it.
Jews should passively wait for the Messiah and the Messianic age or actively attempt to trigger it. Should Jews be patient and righteous and focus on obeying God's laws as they wait for redemption and salvation from exile? Or should they act upon the world and trigger the Messianic age, acting as tools for God's will and thereby redeeming themselves? Well, there have been all sorts of movements in Jewish history from those actively attempting to trigger the Messianic age. The most infamous cases are Sabbatai Zevi and Jacob Frank, both of whom were inspired by Lurianic Kabbalah, claimed to be the Messiah themselves, and encouraged their followers to act in ways that triggered the Messianic age. Remember this because it will be important later on. Now, you might remember that Trump launched this war with Iran on behalf of Israel on the eve of Purim, the Jewish holiday commemorating the Jewish.
So now he's saying this is the eve of Purim, the Jewish holiday. I don't know what it commemorates, but I'm going to say all of that probably is relevant and prevalent, but what happened immediately after that? The blood moon. The blood moon was immediately after this war officially started. The blood moon came within days, like 2 or 3 days. So when you go into Acts 2:7 and you just hear about the new blue weapon that they used that made the whole sky go blue, we see all of these missiles going off everywhere, oil refineries blowing up, it's smoke covering the sun, right? The sun will be blocked out, Acts 2:7. What else did it say? The blood moon, the moon will turn the blood, man. They did it around that time on damn purpose, man. I'm telling y'all.
Jewish victory.
The blood moon played a big role in the timing of this war starting. Believe that.
In Persia. At the time, Persia was led by King Xerxes. Xerxes ruled over a massive empire that stretched from India to Ethiopia. He had many advisors. One of them was a Jewish man named Mordecai, but his top advisor was a Persian named Haman. Haman and Mordecai had a rivalry. After a series of insults, Haman attempted to convince King Xerxes to not only kill Mordecai, but to eliminate the Jewish presence in Persia. But after his wife, Queen Esther, revealed herself to be Jewish and a series of other events, King Xerxes decided instead to execute Haman. While Jews didn't conquer Persia in battle, they survived exile and execution. The king had a Jewish wife, and Mordecai remained his advisor.
We, the Jewish people, are commanded to destroy the enemies of our people in all times, in all places, as happened, as described in detail in Megillat Esther, in the book of Esther, where we find that 75,811 of our enemies were destroyed, including...
See, that's the thing, Pat. You said we've had blood moons before. Of course we've had blood moons before, but it's the timing of the war. You got to put everything, when they're trying to fulfill prophecy, it can't just be one thing to happen. It has to be everything in a whole. So when we're talking about Acts 2:7, you go to the we'll just pull it up. We'll pull up Acts 2:7 right here. Acts 2:7. Hold on, is that Acts 2:7 or is it 2:17? No, it's Acts 2:7. Here you go. Acts 2:7. Boom. Why does it keep filling it for me? I might have my wrong verse, chat. I ain't gonna lie. All right, yeah, here you go. It's Acts 2:17. I'm tripping. It's Acts 2:17. Let me play this video while I pull it up.
Including women and children. Why did this take place? Why were so many people killed? Why were women and children killed? But the answer is very simple, straightforward. Perhaps it is not politically correct in the eyes of some, but it is the true, authentic, and absolutely essential message of Purim, and it is the central truth of it is rather commemorating and remembering a past event in order that we know how to behave today in the present and in the future.
Yeah, this is what it was. It's Acts 2:17. I think I was talking to Top Cat about Acts 2:7 the other day. But anyways, it says, and it shall come to pass in the last days, saith God, I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and daughters shall prophesy. Your young men shall see visions, your old men shall dream dreams. And on my servants and on my handmaids I will pour out in those days of my spirit, and they shall prophesy. I will show wonders in the heaven above and signs on the earth beneath, blood, fire, and vapor of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before that great and notable day of the Lord come. And it shall come to pass that whoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be saved. So this is what they're trying to do. That's why the blood moon is important into that timeline of starting this shit, man.
Amalek still exists. We read every year, before Purim, we read Parashat Zachor, where we are commanded by Hashem to remember that which Amalek did to us and to destroy them.
So the Jews celebrate this day as a sort of victory over Persian civilization. For this reason, many found the connection between Trump's Iran war and Purim to be much more than a mere coincidence. In fact, a CNN article made this connection as well, confirming its significance. But the connection to the Iran war is actually much deeper and darker than just Purim. You see, King Xerxes was the grandson of the greatest Persian leader to ever live, Cyrus the Great. Cyrus is best known for conquering Babylonia and birthing a new...
Look, here they come, chat. Press 1, man, press 1, double tap the screen, shut a live out. It takes 2 seconds to find out it's a rumor. Find out what's a rumor. I know what you're talking about, man. We already broke it down. The Netanyahu video, man, that video is AI. Why do they keep giving us AI videos of Netanyahu? That little shit the coffee shop posted, man, that dude in the coffee shop pictures doesn't even look like Netanyahu. They need to take that damn sleeve off, that mask, whatever fucking skin suit they got on out there with Netanyahu's head. Do y'all not remember they just did this shit with Jim Carrey at the awards? Everybody was like, oh, Jim Carrey looks different. Then the guy comes out a few days later and says, what? It wasn't Jim Carrey, it was fucking me. I just wanted to do a social experiment. Now we got Netanyahu in the coffee shop looking a little fucking different, and they're posting AI videos that doesn't even look like the same guy in the pictures that the coffee shop posted, man. Like, give me a break, dude.
Persian civilization known as the Achaemenid Empire that would stretch from the Balkans to India to Ethiopia. But Cyrus means just as much to the Jews as he does to the Persian people. During the time of Cyrus, the Jews were exiled in...
Don't be confused, Christian. Somebody's just coming in here talking about them. It takes 2 seconds to find out it's fake. Netanyahu's alive. Where the fuck did you see him? Because the 2 videos that I've seen, one of them, they talking about he had 6 fingers. I didn't see the 6 fingers, but what I did see is that he had some teeth over here, and then when he didn't, the teeth was gone. Looks like AI to me. Where the hell did his bottom row of teeth go in the middle of his sentence talking? Then we see a coffee shop video where he has a damn full thing of steaming hot coffee, hot as hell, and he's just flailing it around, doing all kind of movements, pointing and shit, you know what I'm saying? Switching hands with it, takes a sip of it, but it's still full to the brim. It's a bottomless cup, man. This bad boy doesn't ever end. And then he just has a remote control pocket. He gets ready to put his hand in his pocket, and it just remote control pocket. Dude, what? What? Man, where is Netanyahu, bro? Where is Netanyahu, man?
Babylonia. The Jews ended up in Babylonia because they were a client state of the Babylonian Empire. After a series of rebellions, however, the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar conquered Jerusalem and destroyed Solomon's temple, otherwise known as the First Temple. And in accordance with Babylonian custom, Nebuchadnezzar deported the Jews to Babylon in order to prevent another uprising. In Babylon, the Jews, like other exiled peoples, were allowed to practice their faith, but were not allowed to return to their lands. But the Jews had hope that they would one day be liberated. God revealed to the prophet Isaiah the...
Yeah, H-Buster, he's not in the security meetings. What did they say? Oh, everything's supposed to keep going on as fine, whatever. You know, he's not at the security meetings, but he's at a coffee shop. This is what you guys want me to believe? That Netanyahu skipped the security meeting, but went to the coffee shop. Wartime prime minister skipped the security meeting to go to the coffee shop, but popped out at the coffee shop the next day. Fully walking around sipping hot ass coffee. He missed the security meeting. I can tell. Fuck it. Get him on Meet the Press. They get Officer Tatum. Let's see Officer Tatum interview him again, man. Who else interview? Patrick Bet-David, man. Let's see you go on Patrick Bet-David, man. We don't want to see any more of these damn videos posted to your ex account, man, with fishy shit going on, teeth falling out, pockets remotely moving, and bottomless coffee cups, man. We need a live interview, man. I promise you, chat, if Trump hadn't been seen in 6-7 days and they kept putting out that AI slop shit, motherfuckers would be like, man, where is Trump, man?
The coming of Cyrus, some 80 years before he was born, specifying his name and how God would use him. The prophet disclosed in chapter 45 what the Lord would do for Cyrus, his anointed Messiah. He would make him a subduer of nations, give him riches, and bestow upon him a title of honor, even though Cyrus would not acknowledge him. In addition, God would use him to conquer Babylon, where the Jews were being held.
You said, is he dead? I don't know, but I don't know if he's alive, and that's the problem. We can't verify that BB's alive. Every attempt that they've made to convince us that BB's is alive has failed terribly. They didn't even get the shit right, bro. They didn't even make they did more to make us believe BB is dead than actually alive. Honestly, chat. Honestly. 2 AI videos to prove this man is alive. And they're AI videos and they're slop. And you can tell that they're AI videos. A coffee shop posts pictures like, oh, hey, he was actually here. And the guy in the damn photos doesn't even look like the BB we've been seeing, man. It looks like the nose is different, man. BB got like a little button nose, damn near like mine, man. Like with the little curve and shit, man. Whoever was at that coffee shop, shit is pointy as hell, man. Straight, man. The BB nose didn't lose that little curve overnight, bruh. Telling you, man, he got a little button nose like I do, damn near, man. Shit didn't get that curve, that damn point overnight.
In captivity. The Lord's chosen ally will carry out his purpose against Babylon. His arm will be against the Babylonians. I, even I, have spoken. Yes, I have called him. I will bring him, and he will succeed in his mission. Cyrus conquered the mighty Neo-Babylonian Empire in 539 BC. God further revealed to Isaiah that Cyrus would release the Jewish captives.
Yeah, that's what they be saying, Brandon. They be saying I got a cute little button nose, man. BB shit is shaped like mine, man. Call it what you want. This shit is not pointy, man. You know what the hell I'm talking about.
And rebuild Jerusalem and the temple. I will raise up Cyrus in my righteousness. I will make all his ways straight. He will rebuild my city and set my exiles free. I am the Lord, who says of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and will accomplish all that I please. He will say of Jerusalem, let it be rebuilt, and of the temple, let its foundations be laid. Well, that's exactly what Cyrus would end up doing. He subdued nations, including Babylon, obtained riches, earned the title Cyrus the Great, and crucially allowed the Jews to return to their land in Jerusalem and build the second temple, all without acknowledging or converting to Judaism himself. Therefore, Cyrus was a non-Jewish Messiah in Jewish history. So the Iran War isn't just about Jews surviving a plot to destroy them in Persia. It's about a great non-Jewish king defeating their enemies and allowing the Jews to return to Jerusalem and rebuild the temple. As believers in prophecy, mysticism, and the significance of numerology and dates on the calendar, the Jews today believe they are repeating history through their servant, Donald Trump. You see, in the Epstein files, there was a confidential human source that told investigators that Trump was owned and controlled by the Jewish movement, Chabad Lubavitch. Chabad is the spiritual evolution of Lurianic Kabbalah, the Jewish mysticism that inspired Sabbatai Zevi and Jacob Frank to declare themselves messiahs and take action to trigger the Messianic age. The most influential Jewish figure of the last century, Rabbi Schneerson, was the leader of the Chabad movement who infamously told Benjamin Netanyahu that he wasn't doing enough to bring about the Messiah. In fact, a core tenet of Chabad is the preparation of the world for the Messianic age. And in Judaism, there's actually a concept of two Messianic figures, not just one. The two figures are usually called Messiah ben Joseph and Messiah ben David. Messiah ben Joseph is considered to be the forerunner. He is described as a preparatory or suffering Messiah. He comes first before the final redemption. He leads Israel in wars against Israel's enemies. His role is essentially to prepare the way for the final Messianic era. Messiah ben David is the main Messiah expected in Jewish theology. He descends from King David, restores the Davidic monarchy, rebuilds or establishes the temple in Jerusalem, and rules during the Messianic age. This is the Messiah most Jews refer to when they simply say the Messiah. Chabad has long believed that Donald Trump is the forerunner to the Messiah ben David. So Chabad has long invested in Donald Trump. Their followers have overwhelmingly voted for him. Their billionaire followers funded his political rise with hundreds of millions of dollars. And their devout follower, Jared Kushner, who Dershowitz claimed was also a Mossad agent in the Epstein files, according to the same confidential human source, married into Trump's family and is considered to be the one actually running the White House. And several figures around Donald Trump, like billionaire Howard Lutnick.
Man, how y'all following this video, man? I see some people saying that's a lie, that's cap, man. Press 1 if you believe this video, press 2 if you don't, man. I don't know. I'm just trying to ride with him, man. See what the hell is going on. If y'all know better than this guy, call in, man. We'll get in the Discord. We'll go in the Discord in a minute.
is also considered to be a devout Chabad follower. So Chabad has worked to mold Trump over the years into the servant that he is now. But before Trump could carry out his task as the forerunner, Chabad needed him to publicly declare his servitude for them and their cause. This is because of old Judaic laws defining the relationship between a Hebrew master and his servant. Pursuant to a Judaic ritual mentioned in the Old Testament in Exodus 21:6, quote, "Then his master must take him before the judges. He shall take him to the door or the doorstep and pierce his ear with an awl. Then he will be his servant for life." In this event, the awl was used in a public legal ceremony to formalize the lifelong bond. The master brought the servant before the judges to ensure the decision was voluntary and not coerced. By piercing the servant's ear through the doorstep of the master's house with an awl in a mark of permanence, the servant became a bond servant or slave permanently. The pierced ear symbolized a commitment to always listen and obey the master's voice, and the doorpost signified that they were now a permanent part of that specific home. So for Trump to continue his loyal service to the Chabad movement, which helped bring him to power, he would have to publicly declare his slavery to his Jewish masters by taking a piercing publicly to his ear. Now, it would be a little too obvious and frankly weird as hell for you to witness a rabbi publicly poking a hole in Trump's ear. So how could this public display of loyalty be achieved for all the world to see without raising any unusual suspicion? Well, on July 13th, 2024, while speaking at a public rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, Trump was supposedly shot in the ear by a would-be assassin. A photographer captured this moment of Trump rising defiantly before all the world with a bloodied ear. This assassination attempt, however, was actually Trump's global initiation as Chabad's loyal bondservant, the Messiah ben Joseph, otherwise known as the Forerunner. Trump, like Cyrus the Great before him, would be the non-Jewish Messiah, obtaining riches, subduing nations, and pursuing titles of greatness, who will conquer the enemies of the Jews so that they can destroy Al-Aqsa Mosque and rebuild the temple. And if you remember, in Trump's first term, he broke with tradition and moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing
he did move the church. See, this is what I don't get though. Why does all of these videos, chat, but nobody talks about when Trump got the silver crown of the Torah? I think it was like 2023. He was out of office. They had like all of those rabbis come to Mar-a-Lago and they presented him with the silver crown of the Torah. I covered it over here. Nobody else has said anything about it. I'm talking about I haven't heard any YouTuber, I haven't heard any of these videos. Why is nobody mentioning the silver crown of the Torah, bro? Like, that was a big deal, dude. Like, nobody cared.
It as the capital of Israel. He assassinated Qasem Soleimani during his first term, and he was the one who greenlit the Pentagon's active planning phase for this war we are currently watching years before it officially kicked off. Now, if you think I'm crazy, maybe you'll believe the Chabad rabbi Iser Weisberg.
The current non-Jewish Messiah was chosen to be of service to the Jewish people and the Jewish Messiah. President Trump's...
See, boom, this is when it was. Look, Trump, silver crown of the Torah, boom, because it's only 3 crowns of the Torah. It's the you got the silver crown of the Torah, you got it's 3 of them. All right, here it goes. July 12, 2023, former President Donald Trump received a silver Torah crown, during the gathering of approximately 150 Orthodox Jewish leaders at his Bedminster golf course in New Jersey. It wasn't Mar-a-Lago. The award was presented by Rabbi David Kratz, the executive director of the Israel Heritage Foundation, as a token of appreciation for Trump's extraordinary and heroic efforts to help the state of Israel and the Jewish people. They're saying that he got that because he moved the embassy to Jerusalem. It says the silver crown is inscribed with the words, "Give thanks to Hassan, for he is good, for his kindness endures forever. Presented to President Donald J. Trump for his extraordinary and heroic efforts to help the state of Israel and the Jewish people. He and his family should be blessed eternally." This inscription reflects the gratitude of the Jewish community for Trump's policies and actions that they believe has positively impacted Israel, including moving the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem and recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. All right, so look, boom, that's the silver crown of the Torah. Let's see, what are all 3 crowns of the Torah? 3 crowns of Torah. The 3 crowns of the Torah represent the crown of the Torah, the crown of priesthood, and the crown of kingship, with the crown of a good name being the highest of all. Crown of the Torah symbolizes the pursuit of knowledge and wisdom found in the Torah. It is unique because it is available to anyone who desires to study and embrace its teaching. The Talmud, this is going back to the Talmud, states that the crown of the Torah is set aside and waiting and ready for each Jew, indicating that it is accessible to all who seek it. Crown of priesthood. This crown was conferred upon Aaron and his descendants, establishing a hereditary priesthood. The priesthood is associated with spiritual leadership and the performance of sacred rituals in the temple. You have the crown of kingship. This crown was granted to King David and his lineage, symbolizing authority and governance. It represents the leadership role within the Jewish community and the responsibility of kings to uphold justice and righteousness. So Trump was presented that July 12, 2023.
This right ear was grazed in a symbolic gesture of Exodus 21:6, where the Torah states that a servant who wants to remain with his master needs to have his right ear pierced. Trump was designated as God's servant and anointed one, just like Cyrus the Great almost 2,400 years ago. We have clarified in several videos that the absolute deadline for the redemption is by the end of the Jewish year 5787, which corresponds to October 2nd, 2027. Thus, the redemption will surely occur during Donald Trump's tenure. And I have good reason to believe Donald Trump was chosen to be the one to redeem the sins of Esav through offering his assistance in rebuilding the Holy Temple on the Temple Mount and establishing the Jewish kingdom over all of mankind in Jerusalem. Perhaps it is no accident that the numeric value of Donald Trump in Hebrew is the same as Messiah, son of David, Mashiach ben David, 424. However, Donald Trump is mistaken if he thinks he was chosen to make America great again. But America will never become a great country on its own, because Esav's days are numbered. All our elite institutions and centers of power and influence are rotten through and through. The majority of Americans under 30 who are college educated and who are the future leaders of America support the vicious monsters of Hamas rather than the holy and courageous soldiers of the IDF. No human being, even Donald Trump, can reverse this. No, the greatness of America does not lie in its own success. America will be great when the Messiah comes, and the leader of this country, on behalf of all the good people in this country, will humbly present himself to the Jewish Messiah and ask him to accept the United States of America into a new alliance of countries who accept the leadership of the Messiah. A new United Nations will replace the current cesspool that goes by that fraudulent name. A real United Nations, united to serve God, led by the Messiah and based in Jerusalem. And my feeling is that the United States under President Trump will be the first nation to join.
It doesn't matter if you believe this. What matters is that he believes this, and so do many other Jews in the Chabad movement, which is pro-Israel, Zionist, it's genocidal, and according to this confidential human source in the Epstein files, it controls the White House. So this war you are witnessing in Iran is not merely the production of AIPAC lobbying or Netanyahu or Epstein blackmail. This is not something Trump has been coerced into doing. It is something that he willingly signed up for because, as we all know, Trump is interested in pursuing greatness and legacy. This relationship with his Jewish masters has given him the ability to achieve this. By willingly becoming their servant, they have anointed him as the Messiah forerunner, giving rise to the final world order where the Messiah ben David will rule the world from Jerusalem. Without the Chabad Jews, Trump would not be president. He would not have made it thus far. If he succeeds in Iran on behalf of Israel, he will be remembered as the second greatest figure in Jewish history, the forerunner who made the Messianic age possible. And this doesn't just please the Jews, it also pleases the Christian Zionists who are interested in an apocalyptic final battle that will bring about Jesus Christ. So when we tell you that this is more than just another bombing of the Middle East, we mean it. The Iran war is literally a battle of biblical proportions. It has geopolitical, religious, and eschatological implications. That's why Muslim scholars all over the region are saying this is a major battle between Islam and its enemies. This is a war meant to trigger the Messianic age and establish Pax Judaica, the new Jewish empire. But what do you think? Let me know down below. I pay special attention to comments coming from my channel members who pay every month to support my work, which of course I am deeply grateful for. So click the pinned comment down below if you want to become a member and support my work. However, I do also try to read as many comments as I can from other people in the early hours after a video's release. So don't be shy and let me know what you think down below. If you're new to my channel, check out my playlist to see my updates on the Iran war and all kinds of other news and explainer videos, and subscribe.
All right, that's enough of that, man. We finna get into some other topics. Hold on, chat. Man, I didn't mean to go to that live. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Wow, chat. My bad. Shit is crazy. Am I back, chat? All right, I am. All right, man. All right, chat. Here we go. Hold on. All right, hold on. Dang, chat. I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get there. Y'all double tap the screen for me. Shut a live out. I'm trying to pull up that one video. All right, bet. Let's see his breakdown on the Netanyahu being dead video. Let's see his breakdown, chat.
Is Netanyahu dead? That is the question that the internet is asking after there have been multiple videos with very irregular, strange inconsistencies. Some videos purport to have 6 fingers. Netanyahu missed a meeting. And then they posted a video that actually gave more questions than answers when it was supposed to be a proof of life video. Let's just try to go through all of it, shall we? Now, it all started after the prime minister posted a social media video where he has 6 fingers, as you can just see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right there. And when he was speaking, his teeth appear and disappear.
Oh, you saying there's no sound?
So there are teeth, more teeth, less teeth.
Hold on. What you mean there's no sound? Chat, can y'all hear me? Y'all can't hear the video? You can hear the video. Big Niche can hear it. I don't know what the hell you talking about. H Buster, you need to skip the live, my boy.
Got it? More teeth, less teeth.
Chat, hit the like button.
Okay, now, again, like these things, like maybe like not like isolated. It would be totally, we'd be like, Keith, you're being a conspiracy theorist, whatever. And I would say to you, yes, you're right. In fact, this stuff has been rumbling for a while, and I didn't think anything of it because the internet loves to think someone's dead. That's their favorite pastime. And I wasn't about to take part in it. But when I saw the video that I'm going to show you.
I'm not going to lie, but when a wartime president who hasn't been seen in 7 days, his administration or account releases video proof, and the video proof just happens to be proved to be AI. It's a little crazy. Also, his nephew or cousin, whoever it was, he's been tweeting out like 40 times a day ever since that alleged day that Netanyahu may have been unalived or injured. His account just stopped messaging. It just stopped messaging, it stopped tweeting, it stopped doing anything. I don't know, Chad. I don't know, Chad. Netanyahu might not be with us, or he may be critically injured. We have precedents before 2006. The Israeli prime minister went into a coma, and shit, he kept office for 3 months until they found somebody else. Effectively, he wasn't running anything because he was in the bed, but he still held the title.
Show you in just a bit. I really had to wonder what the is going on. Now, there was also a briefing where Netanyahu was...
He can't be in hiding to stay safe. If he's in hiding to stay safe, he would more than likely have to be injured, because they're putting video up of him allegedly at a coffee shop. If you're in hiding, why the hell are you at a coffee shop? Let's be honest.
Meant to show up, but as it says here, he was missing from the latest security briefing. Now, folks said that this was very unusual, and it is pretty unusual for him to not be there, especially when there are all these rumblings going on that there's something wrong with Netanyahu. But he has missed these before. So again, I was like, I don't know. But then this came out where Netanyahu released a video. This is supposed to be a proof of life video that shows everything is A-okay. Now let's watch this and then see if you can spot the inconsistencies, and then I will take you through them.
Yes, it has been too long. We should have had a live interview by now. If he's trying to, sway the media or whatever, we should have had a live interview. He should have been on somebody's media doing a live interview. We don't need these pre-recorded fake ass AI videos. We need to sit down. When it was all of that other shit going on, you sat down with Patrick Bet-David. When you sat down with Tatum, you did all, you sat down with the other guy. Like, come on now, Netanyahu. To Meet the Press, I'm pretty sure Meet the Press would have sat down with you on this good Sunday.
ראש הממשלה אומרים ברשת שאתה בכלל מת? אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי. איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי. אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות? אתה יכול להראות לנו? פה.
All right, I can't understand the language, so we're gonna mute it while he's talking. Chad, I need to blow my nose. Yeah, man, that's crazy. Look at the coffee, Chad. Look at how the coffee's just sitting there. It's just sitting there while he's slinging his damn hands around. It's crazy, Chad.
להוראות פיקוד העורף וגם לראשי הערים להיות תמיד ליד מרחב מוגן. אנחנו נקל ככל שהדבר ניתן. ותודה לך על הקפה.
Throwing it up like, look, whole ass coffee cup. He just holding it
I know,
up.
it's very convincing, and actually
You
seeing
throwing
this,
that
I haven't
whole
seen
ass
this
hot
in
coffee
full
cup.
resolution, and it's actually even more striking when you watch it in full res. Now, I don't know what he's saying here, but I'm assuming he's like, look, see, I got 5 fingers or whatever. I don't know if that's what he's meaning, but I think that's what using context clues, I think that's what he's trying to say here. I don't speak.
Yeah, I seen the pocket. I've broken this video down. I was just gonna get somebody else's breakdown while y'all are here rocking with me. Chat, I need everybody to hit the like button. Double tap the screen for me, or go to the top and hit the like button. It helps push us out. If you believe Netanyahu is alive, put yes in the chat. If you believe Netanyahu is dead, put no in the chat. Yes or no. If you believe he's alive, put yes. If you believe he's dead, put no.
Hebrew. Now, what people are looking at, this is the most compelling one. I'm just going to show it to you first. Look at his pocket. Now, you'll see it in this high-res version, but let's just slow it down. Where the pocket doesn't, his hand goes in, and then the pocket closes towards his hand. You're going to see.
They talking about this could be elastic. Ain't no
See that?
elastic moving like that. That's a magic school
That
bus pocket.
is not normal.
Inspector
An
Gadget
automatic
pocket.
closing pocket. I don't know what the explanation could be for that. Now, as you're going to see here, if you didn't see in the original video, it happens in high res. Now, I truly don't know what would cause that. To me is the most compelling evidence that this is AI. It could be perhaps that he pushed something. It could be that there was something in his pocket, and when he pushed in, it forced it out. It could be something like that. But that is a very unusual. Yeah, that's weird. It's weird. Nothing else to say about that. Okay. Now, people are also noticing too that when he changes to the side here.
Now, I told y'all, look at that nose. I told y'all, BB nose, a little bit, you know what I'm saying, a little bit curved like that, you know, like there. Now, right here, he got a damn, see, my nose not really hooked like he is, but right there, he got the beak nose, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, Chad, it is what it is, man. The first picture, the AI version, man, it's the beak nose, bruh. It's the beak nose, man. The real BB don't got the beak nose like that, man.
He looks very different. Let's go look at this a little bit. Yeah. Like that is like not the same person. Sorry,
Now, they're saying, oh, it's proof he was actually alive. The coffee shop posted him there. Now, a lot of people are saying that there was old footage. Some people are saying that I believe a BB clone showed up at that coffee shop today. I believe they had somebody in a mask or a sleeve, just like we seen the guy act like he was Jim Carrey or whatever. Everybody's like, oh, Jim Carrey's sick or it's a clone. And then the guy came out and was like, no, it was actually me in a Jim Carrey suit. I think that's the same thing that happened. I think somebody showed up at that coffee shop as Netanyahu, but they knew the internet wouldn't believe that shit. So they put the AI video up. And that's where we get the two different looking Netanyahus, man. Shit's crazy.
I'll show that to you. So it's, there you go. Now, it could be that it's a low resolution video. I mean, after these things are processed a few times, that it kind of loses some of its information. But again, definitely creates some questions. Now, also, people are noticing that the coffee cup is filled to the brim and it never spills over. Here's a bit of that.
All that damn coffee, hot as hell. Look at that hot ass coffee just sloshing around. Look, it's all over the top. It's way out, Chad. That shit this high off the damn rim and not a drop of that hot ass coffee spill. BB, he moving the damn cup like it's not even hot. Like it's just some iced coffee, man. Shit hot as hell.
Again, like all these things added up, maybe. I mean, all these things, like each one on its own, maybe I would be like, okay, you're being crazy. But the lines in his hands are different. I think the most striking thing isn't about like comparing.
Hey, don't block nobody, chat. You said, hold on, what did you say? Don't block nobody. Okay, well, you're ignorant, sir, to the black guy. Tony Peak, hold my nuts. Pick them rainbow flip-flops up and get the fuck out. If you think I'm ignorant, don't listen to me, man. I'm not asking you to listen to me. I'm not asking you to donate. I'm not asking you to do shit, but get the fuck out now. Honestly.
The lines on the right, which is Netanyahu, but look at this. Like there's this line right here. This just doesn't exist in a photo of him. And the date on the cash register says 13/03/2024. There you go. 13/03/2024. Now, they would have to imagine that this would be like combed through. So I truly don't know what they were thinking, but they've also started posting other proofs of life. And here's one, and that was from 7 years ago. And they also posted this picture from the coffee shop, allegedly. But if you look at this, you're going to see that folks are wearing masks. And I don't think people really wear masks anymore. So these photos could very well be from during COVID. I don't know, man. Listen, you know me. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but this is definitely, look at this. The ear totally changed.
Who ear is that, man? Look, chat, that even looks like a damn sleeve, like somebody just pulled over a damn skull mask of silicone, man. Who ear is that, man? What the fuck are you hearing out of that ear? It's closed, chat, like it's not even oh my gosh, bro.
So,
are y'all gonna say long live BB, man? That's all I gotta ask, man. Are y'all gonna say long live BB, man?
And this is just all of us right now.
But I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real.
So
she meant that shit.
So I don't know. I wanted to show it to you because I think it's interesting, and I just don't trust that government. I don't trust our government, and it could very well be that he's like very injured. Maybe he's not dead, but he's extremely injured, and they're just trying to, I don't know. They're just trying to get him better. I don't know. I don't know why there's all these inconsistencies. I don't know. I missed that meeting. I don't know why there seems to be that extra finger, missing teeth, completely different lines on his hands. It could just be the internet doing the internet thing, but we are in the middle of a war, and people tend to stretch the truth or lie when you're in the middle of a conflict. So you let me know in the comments, what do you think? And I'll see you soon. Bye.
Yeah, man, that shit is crazy, chat. That shit is crazy. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. I'm looking for here we go. This is Tucker Carlson responding to Ted Cruz. You know, Ted Cruz kind of came at Tucker really hard. No Diddy, no Epstein. So let's hear Tucker's response to Ted Cruz.
Presidential hopeful Ted Cruz said this.
Out jeopardizing core American interests. And the answer is they're not.
Oh, we seen this.
And I'll tell you, I've made the decision that I'm going to take him on head directly.
Well, Tucker Carlson rejoins me now on Uncensored. Tucker, how are you?
Seen this, chat.
It's such a serious topic, and then you play the Ted Cruz clip, and I laugh. He already took me on head-to-head last summer. I'm not running for president, so I don't know why he would be running for president against me. But thank you. And Pierce, as I have said publicly a number of times, you have been, even though we disagree on a lot of core issues, you have been a champion for free speech for years, especially as free speech, the allowable window of free speech shrinks, and you've been one of the world's great champions of it. So I'm not surprised that you're getting attacked for that. But
all right, man, Chad, we already seen that. Where is the? All right, here it goes. I'm trying to find a clip where Candace Owens, let's see. Candace Owens released the Charlie Kirk back footage. All right, let's get into this Charlie Kirk, man. All right, this is the footage from behind Charlie Kirk, man. This dropped on the 12th. I can't believe it's not getting more attention. I thought it would be getting a lot more attention than it is. But we finna get into it, chat.
for the necklace. How did they know he had a necklace or something? I can confirm, you'll see later, that it's whipping fast and it looks white when it whips fast, but that is in fact his
I
necklace.
can't
That
hear
is his
shit.
necklace. And I find that for some reason to be very strange that the necklace goes up first. You can see this obviously, and by the way, there's no gore in this, so you don't really need to
Hold on, Chad. Let me find another one.
kind of broke the internet. The bullet didn't go through, and not only did not go through, it didn't even cause any sort of a mess. His perfectly white t-shirt was white until the moment that he hit the ground. Skylar, we can get to that portion, I guess, where they can more clearly see the, well, first we can show them the magnet that's still on him. I guess we'll get to that. Yeah, there you go. We can pause there. So they can see that that is his necklace, and it's, I don't know how to describe that. I don't know if you would say it's still on him. There was a lot of story. Everybody had a personal story about Charlie's necklace, which struck me as very odd, okay? It struck me as odd because, you know, Erica, Frank tells the story about how he came out to get his backpack from the car as the feds were searching it at the hospital, and he saw Charlie's necklace on his backpack, which was in the car. And the feds said, "We were looking for that necklace." Really? Why were the feds looking for the necklace? How did they know he had a necklace? That's very strange. Erica, of course, has told several stories about the necklace and how precious the necklace was to him, and how grateful she was that she got the necklace back. I think maybe even Brian Harpole had a story about that. I got to go back and look through it. But everyone's got a story about the necklace. It seems like a strange focus of this day, and so I want to just point that out, that it is the necklace that is hanging. You can see that. And maybe you can see it clearer when it's on my phone. So like I said, I'm happy to send around, but you can at some points even see and observe the chain. Again, this is after Charlie is hit, so you are seeing 0 blood heading backward. That feels wrong to me. That instantly felt wrong to me for what they are telling us took place here, which is a 30-06. It's not even enough to pretend that this was like an event where it already is, I would say, insane to try to say this was some miracle event and, you know, Charlie's neck stopped this. It gets even crazier when you say, but it didn't even cause any blood. Everything you saw was blood that came because an artery got hit and that went forward. So I just want to say that. I will never buy the narrative that a 30-06 is what killed Charlie Kirk. I'm just not accepting that narrative whatsoever. We can continue and we can sort of
Crazy.
some more portions here. I just keep going through here. Okay, you can see Charlie was not down. He was always also upward, which I know a lot of people know stuff about. We can kind of look close at that. Is that a recorder? The magnet clasp right there. Some people were wondering. Some people thought that the magnet clasp. I know there was a lot of stuff about the magnet clasp. That's it. It's still on him. I know those things are very powerful. And I think John Bray explained to me that the magnet clasp would have stayed on, but what was behind it would have fallen off, because he has a theory. And I think I would say it's a well-adopted theory that, the Rode microphone is what was shattered in the backseat of the car. And so I wanted to show that as well so you guys could see that. We can keep scrubbing through here. Only, as you can see on his hand, because blood went forward, is only place that you see any blood drops here. Flipping again, for sure. You can see Dan actually pushes him, by the way. Dan takes him to the ground, which he should do, but I think it's important to note that. You can see what's on the table there, which I think is good too, from what's behind the table, in case there's any clues here. Some people thought that that guy had grabbed something on the table, and I had confirmed to you that he did not, because I saw that. And when he slides across, do you want to go back to that slide so they can see that, Sky? Yeah, there's nothing on the table that he grabs. There's a book. It looks like maybe Charlie had a notebook, it looks like. I don't know if there's a way to like slow that down a bit. Yep, there you go. You can see when his hands first come on the table.
So I seen Baron Coleman had a video. They're saying that Charlie had a Rode microphone right here. And during the autopsy, Baron Coleman is saying that he's seen the autopsy, and Charlie Kirk had like a burn mark right here. The microphone is right here, but right under his nipple, he had a burn mark. So it's like something burnt, and I don't know, like something maybe exploded this way, and then like the charge or whatever left that burn down under his nipple, like it went up that way. So I'm saying that it's not a 30-06 for sure, but it probably was an explosive device of some sorts. Because there's Baron Coleman says he's seen the autopsy, and Charlie Kirk has a burn mark under his nipple. Press 1 if you've heard that about the burn mark under Charlie Kirk's nipple. Baron Coleman's really the only person I've seen say it.
He does not grab anything, so that is a conspiracy theory that we can shut down. Okay, and keep going. Any other points here people might want to know? Oh, you can see kind of what's around him more broadly.
Why is it so low?
There we go. Yeah, I think.
All right, that's a recording of a video. All right, Chad, we finna get on. We'll get into that in a minute. Let's get into this clip right here. The Charlie Kirk situation will continue to play out.
These same types of scenarios happening overseas.
So I did a lot of research after I went public. I started researching the subject. I also worked with a man called Robert Hastings, who wrote a book.
UFOs and Nukes,
UFOs and Nukes, excellent book.
He interviewed like 160 something nuclear officers.
Yeah, a lot. And after I went public with, podcasts and like, one of the ones you might want to see.
Nah, that's not the clip I was looking for. Oh, y'all want to actually see the footage of it? Man, hold on. Let's go. This dude Purge Viral got the actual video. Y'all said that video was low. Hold on. They canned this video. Hold on. This dude right here got the video, man. Clip. The actual clip of it. Because I don't know where it was at in the episode.
Now we're going to get into this video. This is assumed initially that some people thought that that guy had grabbed something on the table, and I had confirmed to you that he did not because I saw that. And when he slides across, you want to go back to that slide so they can see that, Sky? Yeah, there's nothing on the table that he grabs. There's a book. It looks like maybe Charlie had a notebook. It looks like, I don't know if there's a way to like slow that down a bit. Yep, there you go. You can see when his hands first come on the table, he does not grab anything. So that is a conspiracy theory that we can shut down. Okay. And you can keep going. Think of any other points here people might want to know. There we go. You can see kind of what's around him more broadly. Speakers. There we go. Yeah, I think.
I also just don't understand. Why did they try to hide like this piece of evidence for?
Alright, sure.
After the intel agencies, it's Thomas Massey, who's just terrific from Kentucky. Congressman Massey, welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks for having me on, Charlie.
I've had private conversations with Charlie. He loved Thomas Massey. So you can imagine Thomas Massey was a bit confused when Turning Point Action, which is run by Tyler Boyer and which kicks money back to Erica's mother via Superfeed, tweeted out that Thomas Massey.
All right, chat. If y'all want to join the Discord, man, and get in on this conversation, I'm in the Discord voice chat right now. Mods, drop the Discord if anybody wants to get in here and debate or talk about whether Netanyahu is alive or not, or anything that's going on in these current events. I am in the Discord voice chat right now. Y'all join up. I'm looking for this video right here though. Hold on. It's a video that I was looking for a while. Oh yeah, nah, I'm not gonna watch that deepfakes video. But that's what Netanyahu has right there. It's definitely a deep fake.
Operation Epic Fury.
Let's see. While we wait on people to join up in the Discord, we'll get a little Iran war update. We'll get a little update on the war while we wait on people to join the Discord.
Operation Epic Fury enters its third week as U.S. and Israeli forces continue attacking Iran. U.S. Central Command released a new video today showing strikes against Iranian military targets. While President Trump tells NBC News that he wants to make a deal with Iran to end the war, but he doesn't like the terms he sees yet. The president also called for an international coalition to send warships to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz, a move that UN Ambassador Mike Waltz spoke in support of earlier today.
It's absolutely correct for President Trump to call on the world to come help make sure their energy supplies are secure. He's had enough with the Iranian regime holding the world hostage in so many ways, either with its missiles, with the straits, with, God forbid, with a nuclear weapon. And he's calling upon the world to take care of this problem once and for all.
Down in West Palm.
Hey, whoever that is, who is there? I don't know who that is with the smoke. Your mic echoing. I can hear the playback on your mic. Mute up right quick. And then we'll get in the convo. Your mic echoing. I can hear the playback on your mic. Mute up right quick. And then we'll get in the convo. All right, man.
Beach, we have Dana Marie McNichol. She's live. What do you got, Dana Marie?
Hey, Joey. Well, we're seeing some conflicting messages here. As you mentioned, the president has said Iran is ready to talk, but just this morning, Iran's foreign minister has disputed those claims. Take a listen.
No, we never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for negotiation. We are ready to defend ourselves as long as it takes, and this is what we have done so far.
As Iran continues to use the Strait of Hormuz as a pressure point against the U.S., President Trump is calling for countries to respond and send warships to help secure the strait and keep it open. He specifically called out China, Britain, France, Japan, South Korea, and the U.K., where the Prime Minister's office there says he and President Trump spoke this evening about the ongoing situation in the Middle East. No confirmation on if they are sending ships. Now, we did reach out to the White House for more. In the meantime, Democrats are calling this war a war of choice, with no coherent strategy or end, pointing to the rising gas prices. The administration continues to push the message that the impacts are temporary and prices will drop once it's over. One Texas Republican congressman says the long-term impact from the conflict will be beneficial.
I think when the military objective is done, you're going to see the price of gas.
Okay, so I have it right here, chat. This is what's going on. France officially rejected. They will not send warships. China has not responded, calling it a sovereign right to not respond. The United Kingdom said its discussion options with allies. They have not committed any warships. Japan is silent, even though 70% of Japan's oil comes through the Strait of Hormuz. South Korea has not confirmed. It says sea oil caught between Washington and its own oil dependency. Germany has not conveyed support. Norway has rejected sending warships. Qatar has already stopped gas production, declared forced something, I don't know. Their energy minister said this will bring down the economies of the world. The UAE said the Gulf states tried to stop this war because they knew the implications. And we have Iran, which is still attacking ships, landmines, and blocking the straits. So basically Trump asked between 7 and 10 countries, and nobody is sending warships. Nobody is sending warships.
Go way down. I think, again, controlling Kong Island, controlling Venezuela and the oil energy exports there. Long term, we're going to have more control over energy in this world than we did before the invasion of Iran.
And Joey, looking at
So now he's saying we're going to have more control over the energy of the world than we did before. This is, again, America trying to remain the hegemon. And that's what I was telling people when they asked me, what does a win look like in this war for America? That's what I was saying, remaining the hegemon, being able to control the Strait of Hormuz or control a lot of the energy and where it's flowing to the world. That's a win for America if we're going to be able to judge it. If we're going to have something that we can actually judge what is a win for America, I would tout that as a win, say that would be a win.
Ahead to the president's schedule, he will leave Florida, head back to D.C. tonight, where this week he plans to host Japan's prime minister.
Also stopping the nuclear bombs, which is why we're supposed to be there anyway, stopping the nukes.
Now, these are one of the countries that the president claims benefits from the Strait of Hormuz. So, of course, we'll have to see what comes out of those meetings.
That's right. Dana Marie McNichol, thank you so much. All right, now let's check in with Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin. He's live in Tel Aviv, Israel. Mike, what you got?
And Joey, the rocket and missile fire into Israel is constant all day and all night. The missiles come in from Iran and from the south of.
Chad, do y'all know who Wide Neck was? Do y'all remember the viral dude, the black dude, Wide Neck with the real big neck? He reminds me of like the white version of Wide Neck, bro. That's crazy.
Of Lebanon. The routine of people, or the drill of people getting alerts on their phones, then heading into the bomb shelters has become almost routine. The most effective weapon, the more common weapon that Iran is firing now are the cluster bombs that release dozens of little bomblets. Those bomblets get through the Israeli air defenses, and we've got this video now of one of the bomblets making contact in central Tel Aviv. And if you look close at that video, you can see one individual who didn't make it into the bomb shelters. I'm glad to report that he is only lightly wounded. Now, Iran is challenged because their missile launchers are targeted by airstrikes. A former U.S. envoy to Iran agrees with the president's earlier statement that Iran is now having a hard time resupplying stockpiles of weapons to fire at Israel.
Their ability, to shoot missiles and drones is declining. The president's right about that. Unfortunately, it's declining from a very high number.
Chat, we almost done with this video. Then I'm gonna get y'all thoughts and opinions in here in the Discord. We got like 10 minutes left of this video, then we'll have this convo. So if anybody has any questions that y'all want to bring to the panel, go and put them in your notes, get your talking points together. Everybody else can join up to the Discord. Mods, be sure to drop the Discord. It should be on the community tab wall. We're gonna have an open panel, a debate, a discussion. If you want to be part of this discussion, you're more than welcome. Just join the Discord. It's already about 4 or 5 of us in the voice chat. We're gonna wait on a few more people to join up.
Israeli intelligence has now provided additional detail about the Hezbollah connection to the synagogue attack just outside Detroit. Ibrahim Mohammed Ghazali was killed a few days ago by an Israeli airstrike. Israel says he was a commander of a unit that fired missiles into Israel, and he managed weapons for that unit. His brother, Ayman Mohammed Ghazali, is the man police say rammed his car into Temple, Israel, in West Bloomfield Township, just outside of Detroit. He had been caught on security video prior to the attack, purchasing $2,000 worth of fireworks. The fireworks were found inside his burned car. The only person injured in that attack was Ghazali. He shot himself in the head. Joey?
What? Mike Tobin in Tel Aviv, Israel. Stay safe, brother. Thank you for the update.
You got it.
The conflict with Iran is causing oil prices to spike, with the price per barrel.
Oh, yeah, chat. Gas just hit $3.50 where I'm at. I'm not going to lie, chat. I drove past one gas station. It was like $3.30 something. Went to another gas station. It was like $3.50. I ended up having to go all the way across town to get gas for $3.19. So, and I believe the only reason that gas was $3.19 is because the owner wasn't there. Whoever could update it, man, they just had somebody working in there. But all the other gas stations had already updated. They were like anywhere between $3.39 and $3.60. So yeah, it's here, man. It's here. It's crazy. That's cheap as fuck, man. That shit high as hell. I was just paying 225 not that long ago. I was just paying like 250 2 weeks ago. And now we at we're up a whole $1.10, man, and like 14. That shit's not cheap as fuck, man.
Inching towards $100. Crude oil futures markets open again at 6 p.m. Eastern tonight. We'll monitor the developments. Meanwhile, today, Energy Secretary Chris Wright sounded optimistic that the conflict in Iran won't drag on for months.
I think that this conflict will certainly come to the end in the next few weeks. Could be sooner than that, but the conflict will come to the end in the next few weeks, and we'll see a rebound in supplies and a pushing down of prices after that.
Yeah, Secretary Wright also highlighted the importance of America's energy independence during this tumultuous time, while cautioning that there will be some temporary pain at the pump.
Many contingency plans were taken. Of course, the broader Trump agenda of having America become the dominant producer of oil and natural gas in the world and continuing to grow our capacity. So not only to mute the impacts of these interruptions right now, but to lead to a future where America is energy strong, energy dominant. Americans have.
All right, man. How y'all feeling about this panel? We got Jared in here, Himothy, and Too Strong. How y'all feeling about this, man?
Man, gas is out of pocket, man. What up, plug? This
That's
just talking, man.
Oh, what's up? Just talking shit. I didn't know that was you. Yeah, how you feeling, man? What's gas like that over there where you at?
Man, that junk like 369, and I was outside the city, so I know it's probably about like 389, probably pushing 4 in the city.
Crazy, man. Chat, drop how much gas is where you are now and how much it was 2 weeks ago. Drop how much gas is now and how much it was 2 weeks ago.
Now, I noticed too.
92 cents a liter where I'm at now.
You said what?
It said 92 cents a liter.
92 cents a liter, man. That's
They
crazy.
do it in, yeah, they don't do it in gallons here.
So what? It's like what? How many liters is in a gallon?
I think it's 3.
Yeah, so y'all about what? Almost $3 a gallon?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that's wild, man. If you don't mind me asking, where you at?
Puerto Rico.
Okay. So still affected by the politics over this way too. It's part of it. So yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's wild, man. Because I was gonna ask, is this a combination of both the war and then the president getting abducted from Venezuela? Or you think it's just the abduction of Venezuela and we just feeling the after effects of it, being that it's been about a few weeks now since that happened?
No, I think the capture of Maduro was a precursor to the war in Iran. It was kind of like us securing what we need, because where did the first barrels of oil end up going? They went to Israel. They went right back to the Middle East, and Venezuela wasn't doing business with Israel. So we have an oil-rich country. Trump just commissioned a $300 billion oil refinery to be built down there in the Gulf of America. So I believe that the Maduro play was just a precursor into what's going on. Because now with the Strait of Hormuz being closed, a lot of the energy, a lot of the oil, a lot of the trade is being shut down. And now that we control Venezuela's oil, and we can also, if we can lock down the Strait of Hormuz or have, some sort of control there, then yeah, it's all working at that
Well,
point.
that's what they're trying to get Greenland. That's why they're trying to get Greenland. If they get Greenland, then we could have like an Iron Dome program for Israel.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're going to do that regardless of if we get Greenland or not. Greenland has already made concessions and said that we can put whatever we want there. Trump was just saying that we need to own it if we're going to put something there, which either way it goes, the situation is the Golden Dome still gets completed. Whether we actually own Greenland or Greenland keeps their sovereignty and we just control the bases there that we need, like we kind of already do.
Mm. So how can this have an effect? Because like, all right, we know this war going on, but what about like the what's that? Russia and who they going with?
Ukraine.
Ukraine, yeah, Ukraine and Russia. That's still going on too, right?
Correct. You still have Russia, Ukraine. You have Israel saying that they're on a 7-front war. You have India, Pakistan. You have a lot of different conflicts going on right now. China's probably gonna get getting China just they had stopped doing as many air patrols and things like that over Taiwan, but just today they ramped it back up. So yeah, you got a lot of things going on right now. You've had a lot of civilian unrest. We know in Iran over the last month there's been a lot of protests, a lot of uprisings. We've seen Gen Z in Nepal overthrow their government. So yeah, it's a lot going on right now in regards to the world.
So
If
that
that's
was
what you
what
was
the
getting at.
lockdowns were for too. You know, to get people hyped up, or give them like cabin fever. That's why they put everybody on lockdown. That's what the COVID was about. It was like you were saying during your session. They're breaking it down in stages. They're doing it in stages because they can't just roll it all out at once.
Correct, but the timeline is accelerated, so it
But
is
you
a,
don't have,
it is a
yeah.
rollout, right? Certain things have to happen, and certain things need to be secured in order to move on to the next step. So with our energy, I believe Venezuela was, just a part of us securing our energy for the long term. We have what we have going on, but also Venezuela. So things do have to happen, but the timeline is accelerated. The reason the timeline is accelerated is because Trump only has so much longer in office. If everything goes the way it's supposed to go, he does his term and he gets out. So they're trying to make sure that everything is done within this time frame.
So do you think this was always the play from the start when he originally got elected, and then the pause with Biden administrator kind of put a damper on plans? Because
So
8 years.
you have to go back to the first administration when Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem. Then when he was out of office, hold on, Jared. When he was out of office, what happened? He got the silver crown of the Torah, which 150 rabbis went to the golf course and gave him that. So this happened while he was out of office in preparation for him to come back into office.
So what I was meaning to ask though is do you think that if Biden didn't have their administration, this would have happened a lot sooner?
Probably,
or do you think we had to wait for the red moon?
So if you go back to the red moon comes around a lot. It's just all about them. It's more of openly showing that they're trying to fulfill prophecy, speeding up the timeline.
Gotcha.
So when you go back to it's a declassified CIA document from a rabbi back in 1952. He was trying to start they were planning on starting World War III within 5 years' time of 1952. So this is actually, 60, 70 years late. World War III was supposed to be going on before 1957 in order to, accelerate the timeline to bring back, to rebuild the third temple and get, their Messiah back. So if we're actually being, from modern times, then yeah, we're about 50 to 70 years later than what they wanted to go on.
Okay. Gotcha. So they always been trying to do this. It's just it's the perfect storm right now.
Right. And
Pretty
the only
much.
reason I'm not saying the actual like 70 years is because we know that when the Twin Towers dropped, that could have started World War III. They were trying to start it then as well, allegedly.
Yeah, because they was clear about not calling it that too back then. If people was like old enough to remember.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is what's going on. In my lens, in my scope, that's what I think is going on. We have acceleration that's running the country, running the world. And that's why I think that nuclear weapons are not off of the table. Everybody's saying that, it's about the oil and they want to control and all of this shit. No. In my honest opinion, it's about the land. It's about the land. They don't care about the people there. They don't care if 90 million people have to die to get that third temple rebuilt. This is prophecy. This is something that's been going on. What did the man say? When we watched it, matter of fact, I'm finna pull it up because we haven't watched it in a while. He said that they have the ashes now. They have the ashes that they can sprinkle around. Nobody can ever get all of the ashes. These are the same ashes or whatever that's 2,000 years old. These people have been talking about this for 2,000 years. Do you think they give a fuck? Did we not see? Let's just go through history. We can go to the Crusades. We can go to any point in history where a lot of people have been killed. We can go to the Holocaust. We can go this is nothing new. People will be wiped the fuck out, man, for goals to be accomplished. Throughout humanity, we've seen this play out time and time again with this group of people, with that group of people, with that group of people. In order for initiatives to be pushed forward, people will die en masse. Especially if it comes with land, if it comes with border. I say this all the time. Every single border has been created, other than the natural borders, rivers, oceans, and shit like that. Every single border has been created through bloodshed and text, whether that's religious text and ideology, whatever you want to call it. Bloodshed and text. A treaty is text. Bloodshed and text. That's the only way borders have been created throughout time.
That.
Go ahead. What did you say? I couldn't hear you, Jerry. You cut out.
Oh, it was my bad. I was checking my mic.
Okay. But yeah, bloodshed and text. So yeah, I do think that this could go nuclear. I don't think that they give a fuck about killing everything. Excuse my language. I don't think they give a damn about unaliving all of those people.
Everybody's already in their bunkers, pretty much. You think people are sleeping in their bunkers?
I mean, I don't know what they're doing or how they're sleeping or if they have access to it. What I'm saying is, if they have to turn into a parking lot to go back and rebuild their third temple, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the chat.
Real. Oh, sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Right. I'm saying I don't care if they have to turn it to a parking lot. This is my opinion. I don't think they care if they have to turn it to a sandbox. 90 million people gone. Count Iraq. How many people are in Iraq? Another however many million people. If they have to get all of that shit out the way to rebuild this third temple, to bring back their Messiah.
Throughout time, they like you said, they kill people and there's wars, and then we build things on top of things that are already built, and we destroy the stuff, and then that's why buildings in other countries, you see that there's like windows are like halfway up to street level or whatever, because there were buildings underneath those buildings, and there were buildings underneath those buildings.
You talking about the ashes that were scattered? Yeah, the ashes that were scattered was something else. I don't think they were just the red heifer ashes. It was something else that was scattered. I'm finna pull up the interview though. But yeah, what I was saying before Jared cut me off was they'll rebuild on top of that. And I don't think that it's because with us, we're thinking about economics because we're in a consumerism state. Like, oh, they don't want to give up that money, or that'll hurt the economy. They'll lose so much. These individuals in these groups don't give a fuck about that. They don't care if it's desolate, empty land for 100 years. If it takes 100 years to get back right and they can come and build that third temple there, they will, man. It's a deeper purpose, it's deeper than money for them. It's deeper than economy for them. This is I'm not just talking directly to you, Jared. I'm reading the chat while I'm talking. This is deeper than all of that. It's deeper than all of that. Go ahead though, Jared. You got the floor.
No, I was just agreeing with you. That's all.
Okay. All right. So boom.
Yo, I got a quick question about that.
Right here.
No, go ahead.
Now, we know with and I'm not trying to go off topic. I'm asking if all this is tied together. So we know that Russia is teaming up with what is China or allying with China, right? How would how would the outcome of the Ukraine and Russia war with China and Russia uniting have an effect on what's going on with this? Because is it any ties to
nobody in the world? America's the only country in the world that's ever went nuclear, that's used nuclear weapons, right? So everybody's waiting to see who's going to use it again. If Israel or America uses nuclear weapons, that's going to give the Russia-Ukraine war a new fire. That's gonna give Putin, a reason. Like, well, fuck, shit, y'all are using nukes. Let's use some nukes so I can get what I want accomplished. Same thing. China may not use nukes, but they'll go take Taiwan, which they probably got a 2-year timeline on that anyway. So that's how it all plays out. What we do in the Middle East is going to set the tone for what's going on globally with these wars, because it's all about escalation. And right now it's escalated to the point of everybody's waiting to see the nuke drop. Once the nuke drop, it's fair game for everybody.
And when will the United States officially get involved?
The United States is.
We already went nuclear. We went nuclear when we hit Iran. We already hit nuclear. That's not even. That's off the table. Who goes first? We already went.
Wait, we ain't dropped no nukes in Iran. I thought the last nuke we dropped was in what, Hemisphere or something like that.
Right. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I don't know about
No,
any
it
nukes
was Iran.
When
How do you
was
think
this?
it was bunker busters? Those B-2 bombers, those bunker busters. It was a nuclear bomb that they threw down there in Iran. Look it up, I think.
Nah, hell no.
I mean,
There wasn't no nuclear bomb. Nah, everybody's still waiting on the world to use nukes.
I could be wrong.
Yeah. I think you are mistaken right there.
Nah, because when you drop a nuke, that has like generational effects. Like folks are still feeling that over there in China when they dropped that jump back in what that was in the 50s.
In Japan.
Yeah.
They saying you dead wrong. It was not nuclear. Yeah, everybody's waiting on the world to go nuclear. So once it goes, that's what it is. Just talking. It's at a point to where escalation is the next thing. It's like, who's gonna escalate it to nuclear, and that's gonna give everybody a reason. That's where the world will never be the same. Because everything since the Cold War has been mutually assured destruction. Like, hey, some nukes go off, we're gonna let nukes go off, we're gonna let nukes go off. Now we have Macron of France saying that they're rebuilding their nuclear arsenal, and not only are they rebuilding it, they're not gonna disclose how many that they have to anybody.
Here we go. And that goes against the
But that's what I mean. We already went nuclear because we hit Iran's nuclear facility.
Yes, but that's not going nuclear. That's hitting Iran's nuclear facility is not using a nuclear bomb.
Our missile, it's not an actual our missile, but I mean technically.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, we can hell no. That's just like me punching somebody's gun. That don't mean a gun was used. You know what I'm saying? They hit it, but yeah, nuclear bombs haven't been used. Then America just tested theirs. Kim Jong-un just tested his, all within the same week and a half.
It's something I'm thinking of, some kind of like
They've been
tribunal
doing
agreement where they gotta list how much like Ukrainium or whatever plutonium they got and everything, and like how many weapons they have. That's like,
Warheads.
what's it called?
How many uranium and how many nuclear warheads? The stockpiles, yes, but they're saying that Russia was supposed to cap theirs. They kept making them. North Korea, Kim Jong Un, of course, he's not gonna tell nobody what the fuck he got. So it's kind of China's really quiet about their shit too. They only tell you what they want to know. So who's actually been abiding by that shit other than the NATO allies?
True, true. But what country you said that's just openly defined saying like, yeah, we ain't gonna let y'all know what we got going on? Like,
France.
I don't think I even remember any countries that's tied to the NATO that's just outright in the open defying against the policies.
France is saying that with the nuclear, but I mean they kind of have to, because shit, if, like I say, if we use nukes in the Middle East, that's gonna give Russia a reason. Now Russia is right over there. They're a lot closer to those European nations than they are America when it comes to that regard. So they're saying that Putin wants to take over all of that area anyway. So Macron is trying to be a strong leader and was like, well, shit, if we can't depend on America, then shit, somebody has to do it. So we're going to do it. And not only are we going to do it, we're not going to tell y'all what we got over here. You're just going to have to see it in action.
Get it in blood.
All right, let's watch this clip about the red heifer, because I seen a few of y'all asking about it. Everybody said that this guy was full of shit and he was just capping.
This was a big.
I just want to be all the way honest with you. Hindsight is 2020. I don't think this guy was lying, and I definitely don't think he was lying now. Now that I see they're calling for Armageddon, rebuilding the third temple, they're saying Trump's anointed to lead us into this. They start a war a few days before the blood moon, man. I believe that what this guy is saying actually happened. I believe they sacrificed the red heifer. I believe they acted like it wasn't the official ceremony, and they finessed the world and actually did it.
Big thing over at InfoWars and on the dissident right media for the longest time, the Jew hate media. Yeah, do you have my tweet that I actually put on my... So I basically, what happened, if you want to go to the first slide first before we play the video, about a month ago on July 1st, there was an announcement that they were going to do a practice run of the red heifer. And prior to this, the media outrage that the Jews were going to go do this red heifer, you had these lunatics like Stu Peters and others who were saying, this is going to usher in the Antichrist, blah, blah, blah. And it was like a real big media balagan. It was really a bad twist. So they said that and also the government wasn't going to let them. So what they did was they said, we're just going to do a practice one with one of the 5 disqualified cows. The government said, okay, whatever. They ended up going out.
So it had to be a perfect red heifer. This is Tim Cass. This is Tim Pool's show. This is not Alex Jones. But they said it had to be a perfect red heifer. In order for it to be a perfect red heifer, I think it could only have like 10 hairs on it that wasn't red. Less than 10 hairs on it or something crazy like that wasn't red to be considered perfect. If it had more than 10 hairs that wasn't red, it's disqualified. And so they were supposed to bring the disqualified cows over there, I guess, but they actually brought the real shit.
Doing a real cow, one of the cow's name was Tikva. They made the offering, and it was a real offering. They did it all by the laws, and I have with me some of the ashes right here, red heifer ashes. It's pretty incredible. The red heifer, the last time that the red heifer was done was over 2,000 years ago. The first time it was done by Moses. The second time it was done by Ezra from the book in the Bible. And that shows you how long the ashes can last for. So a pure red heifer doesn't come about all the time. And in this generation, we had 21 of them that were born.
Pure.
Pure. They picked 7 to bring.
And they came from Texas, man. They came from Texas, man. The red heifers they use came from Texas, chat. It's crazy.
To Israel. And out of the 7, Israel only allowed them to have 5 brought in. And they've been sitting around just doing nothing because the media outrage has been so astronomical about it. But the red heifer people, they fooled everybody, and they successfully performed the ritual about a month ago. Now, in the ritual, you're supposed to have hyssop. I have also hyssop that is from the actual ritual, and also the red heifer ashes. And these get put into a clay jar and then sprinkled on people in a healing ritual. And it removes the impurity of death and allows for people to heal. So since this started, they have been sprinkling on people. There was a man with Alzheimer's who just started remembering everything, sight to the blind. There's some real miracles that have happened in the last month.
What that sound like, y'all? Yeah. You know what it sound like.
Since this thing has gone down. But the ashes, just like I have a little bag, there was 10.5 gallons of ashes.
What's that movie, Eyes Wide Shut?
Man, I'm saying that these folks is talking about they performing miracles, man. They out here saying they sprinkling these ashes on people and making the blind see, making the sick well, making the disabled walk, man. What does that sound like?
False prophet, yeah. Revelation.
This is only a dime bag full, and these ashes have been disseminated. They're here to stay. They will never be found. So many people have them, and this little bag can power about 10,000 doses.
Power about that makes it sound like really potent cocaine.
It packs a punch. Yeah.
This is the stuff right here.
Test
man.
it for fent.
This is the.
So what I'm saying, he got it in a little baggie like it's that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it, Chad. He's talking about us making. I got that shit that'll make the blind see. I got that shit that'll make the cripple walk. I got that shit that'll make the sick feel good again, man. And you can get it right now for $4,000 a. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. This shit's crazy, man. He even got it in the little Coke bag, bro. He's even got it in a little, booger sugar bag.
It look like some fentanyl.
But we could go smoke this after the show. But no, I'm just kidding. Come back from the dead after you do something like that. But I have a video from the ritual, and if you want to play it, I don't know if you're. It has copyrighted music. Can you slide it so people could see the slide? So these are the slides of the actual ceremony being taken place, and that's Tikva.
Hold on, Chad. That shit crazy. That's the cow right there, Chad. That's the cow right there. Let me zoom this shit in where I can see it. All right, that's the cow right there.
And everything was done specifically.
Listen to what he say that the person who performed the ritual had to do. He said the person who performed the ritual could not touch the ground. So he stayed in an elevated house for 20-something years, or I think it was over 20 years. He never put his feet to the ground. He never left the house until he performed his ritual. It was a few of them. I think it was either 2 or 3 people that were born specifically to perform this ritual. Like their whole sole purpose to being born was to perform this ritual. So they never got to touch the ground, never got to go outside, none of that shit.
According to halacha, which is Jewish law, it was a perfect cow. And meaning that it doesn't have a single hair that is not red. And also, it could never have been burdened with work. So you can't even lean a shovel up against the cow. They have to be treated in a very specific way for their whole life. And then the person who does the ritual can never have been in contact with death. So So basically, they're not allowed to go to. They have to be of a specific bloodline. And what they do was they raise these children in like these elevated homes above the ground, and they never leave the home until they're ready to do the rituals. And that's like how they never come into contact with death. So the priest who did this literally lived in his home for over 20 years before he...
Never left?
Nope. Because he was born to do this ritual.
Wow.
And now that it's been done, the Messiah can come.
Okay, so this is you're talking about the return of
now they're saying the Messiah can come. So listen, now we just seen the previous video where they say it's supposed to be two Messiahs, one that's not Jewish, one that is Jewish, and after that we seen what Trump started talking about. He's a Jew, and they got, you know, it's just a little crazy, man.
Turn up the Mac. Here we go.
Hey, quick question.
So this is like the Jewish
it's like 1 minute
Messiah is going to come back. Would that be similar? Would that be like the return of Christ, or would it be a different
Here's
guy?
the thing. I think the most fundamental difference between Judaism and Christianity is that Judaism actually believes in reincarnation. And so the Messiah is here in every generation. And there's a process by which we are awakened enough to accept the Messiah. So if the Messiah doesn't come, he dies. He's reconstituted, born into the matrix again, and has to find his way back to another thing. We can't build the temple until this happened. And now that this happened, the Messiah can come build the third temple in Jerusalem.
Now, this is what I want to ask you, guys. Everybody that's doubting and saying that this is bullshit and that's not what's going on, why the hell are they so comfortable saying that they can rebuild the third temple now? If the red heifer has not been sacrificed and that was not a real ritual, why are they so comfortable saying that they can rebuild the third temple now? Riddle me that, chat. They say the red heifer has to be sacrificed in an official ceremony before they can rebuild the third temple. Why the fuck they talking about rebuilding the third temple now?
And this ties into with the piercing to the ear, right?
Yes, that's what because the video before, this is my first time hearing it. I wish somebody in here who knew a little bit more would be able to speak on it. I wish Top Cat was here. But yes, they're saying that they believe their Messiah is already here. There's two Messiahs. There's a pre-Messiah that basically paves the way for the actual Messiah. The pre-Messiah is not of Jewish descent. He's quote unquote, I guess, the anointed one. You know, that's where Trump gets the crown Torah, the silver Torah of the silver crown of the Torah. That's what I'm saying. That what did they do? They gave him the highest regard he could get, being a non-Jew in 2023. Now we see him on stage. You got the guy saying, oh, Trump's the first Jewish president. He said, I am. But when he was campaigning, and I told everybody when he was talking to the Christians, and he said, Christians, I need your vote. I'm not a Christian. Everybody said I was tripping. Oh, he didn't say that. Yes, the fuck he did. I heard it. I played the clip.
Yeah, this is right in front of our face, man. This is going on for real. Like, I'm not too versed in that background or whatnot, but based off like hearing what y'all saying and then like piecing this together and then hearing people from that community, because they ain't just let anybody on Tim couch. You know, whatever your thought is and your feelings and your opinion about Tim, he ain't just gonna let anybody just come on his couch and just sit down and talk. You feel me? So I'm just saying, man, I don't know. I'm quick to throw on that tinfoil do-rag from time to time. You feel
Somebody
me?
said that's not true. Eisenhower was Jewish. I think Truman was too. I just looked it up. No Jewish presidents. There have been no Jewish presidents of the United States. While several presidents had connections to Judaism, none of them has officially identified as Jewish. And I'm going to tell you, Trump, I'll pull up the clip. Trump said he's Jewish. I'm finna pull that clip up too, where the Miriam lady, and I believe it was Lindsey Graham, Miriam lady said she'll give Trump another $250 million to run again. Trump said $250 million is not the same as it used to be. And then the other guy was like, you're the first Jewish president. And Trump was like, I am. Let me find that damn clip. Y'all think I'm just talking. My bad, just talking. You always say that when you come in here. Shit crazy.
Plug, I told you from the beginning, he was appointed. He was put in place for a reason, Plug. I'm glad you following the rabbit hole. Now you finally seeing what your OG was saying to you.
Yo, Unc, what it do?
Here you go, right here.
What up, Jeff? I'm just kicking it, man. How you living, baby?
Another day, bro.
It can be scary to.
Boom. Hold on. I'm finna pull it up for y'all, chat. Now, I'm gonna play the clip where he said he's the first Jewish president. Then I'm gonna go play the clip where he said he's not a Christian. Shit, he told us. I don't know why motherfucker act like it's something new. He said
Thank you. We have a man. I have to take a little time. Because every Saturday night, used to be Sunday, then he did so well that they put him on Saturday too, Saturday night. Do you know who I'm talking about? Because there's only one has Saturday and Sunday. And Saturday is considered Death Valley, but it's not death because of ratings. Nobody gets good ratings. Although actually my daughter-in-law is doing well, and you always did well. The great one, Mark Levin.
Okay, Mark Levin said it, not Lindsey Graham. I'm tripping.
And much more importantly, his much more brilliant wife. Where are you? There you are. Would you come on up here, both of you? Get up here. Get up here.
Hey, Plug, all I want to know, do you got the popcorn
Saturday,
ready,
every
man?
Sunday, I'm forced to watch television to listen to this guy talk about how freaking great I am. Because he does like Trump. There's no question about it.
2 years
Come on
now.
up here, Mark.
Get
Get
your
up here.
popcorn ready.
Come on up. What a beautiful couple. Did you get lucky? If you weren't a genius, you wouldn't have a wife like this. Mark, say a couple of words. Come in.
Here you go. Listen to what he's finna say, man.
And these people do like Israel.
Hold on. And he loves Israel too.
It's true.
2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. 6 years ago, I was up here, and I said, "This is our first Jewish president."
It's true.
Now he's the first Jewish president to serve two not consecutive presidencies. We thank you for everything.
That's right. Bad things happened on the second one.
Y'all hear it. He said that's true. I called him the first Jewish president. That's true. Now he's the first Jewish president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. It's true. I am. Bad things happen. Why are they saying that? And they're specifically saying he served 2 non-consecutive terms because they're trying to get him to run for the 3rd term. And the lady that comes and speaks after him says the shit. What did she say? Hold on. Is this her? No,
Take care of that guy. Take care of that guy.
Hey, Plug, you know what's funny?
The Miriam lady, hold on, OG. The Miriam lady came up after that and said, I got $250 million if you run again. He said $250 million is not the same as it used to be. That's why they keep stressing that 2 non-consecutive terms. Go ahead, OG.
I was just gonna say, Plug, you know what's funny? Me and OG said it. I say, when he get in this time, he's trying to be there for life.
Christians get out and vote.
Remember when I said that, Plug? That was almost damn 2 years ago. I told you. I said, when he get in here this time, he's trying to be here for life.
All right, hell yeah. Here go the clip. This is where he told us he wasn't a Christian, huh?
Christians get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote.
That man said, I'm not Christian. Everybody said, no, he said, I'm a Christian. No, he said, I'm not Christian. Listen.
Christians, I'm not Christian. I love.
Yeah, he said it plain as day.
Christians, I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian. I love.
He shook his head. No, he said, I love you, Christians. He started off saying, addressing them as Christians like he's outside of that group. And then he shook his head. He said, I'm not Christian. Listen how he addresses the group, man.
And I remember this. I remember
Christians,
this speech
get
too.
out
I
vote.
don't remember the
Just
part
this time.
vividly about the whole like I'm not a Christian. I remember when he said, "You vote for me one more time, you ain't got to do it again." Because the Democrats was running and pressing on that point, but everybody overlooked the whole "I'm not a Christian" point.
I didn't. That was the first thing I saw. Listen,
You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years. You know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again.
man, Trump let us know what the fuck was going on, man, way back then. Go ahead, though, Chad. How y'all feeling, man? What do y'all think about it, Chad? Press 1 if you think Trump is a Christian, man.
You won't have to.
Press 2 if you think Trump is not a Christian.
Man, I remember that speech, man. Like I said, I remember that jump, but
And you won't have to vote again.
Yeah, I
don't like
remember
that
that
at
part
all.
vividly because the Democrats went hard on that. Like, look what he trying
This
to
was
do,
a
y'all.
year ago. They said, what was
Wasn't
the
they
date?
tying Project 2025 to this or something like that?
Yeah, this was July 27, 2024. Former President Donald Trump spoke at the conservative Turning Point Actions. This was at a Turning Point event, Believers Summit in West Palm Beach, Florida. This was posted July 27, 2024. After he got the Silver Crown of the Torah on July 12th, 2023. He got the Silver Crown of the Torah, July 12, 2023. Here we are in 2024, a year later. My man's talking about he's not a Christian anymore. July 27th, exactly a year and a year and 2 weeks later, he's talking about he's not Christian. Telling y'all. Can y'all hear me, Discord? Y'all still here?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you, bro.
Right.
That's wild, man. For
You
real, you
said
can't.
what?
It's undisputable now. You feel me? I ain't gonna lie though. Like, again, growing up in school, we was taught you can only serve
Trump was
a
shot
maximum of
July
8 years.
13th. He was shot July 13th, 2024 is when he was shot.
Yeah, man. I ain't gonna hold you though. We was taught you can only do 8 years, right? Was we taught only 8 years consecutively? So could somebody go in and do 4 years like Trump, somebody else come in, he come in and run, boom, somebody else come in, and then he come back in? Like, is this some kind of loophole that I'm missing?
That's
Because
what
think
they're
about
trying
it.
to do. So
Hey,
that's what they're trying to
hey,
do. Say
Jess.
that because he hasn't had consecutive terms, that he should be allowed to run again because it's not consecutive. Go ahead, OG.
I was just gonna say, plug. Hey, Jess, you're right. It's supposed to be that way before he started stacking the Supreme Court. See, people ain't really been paying attention to how this man been moving. It's supposed to be that way before he started stacking the Supreme Court. Just he was setting it up in 2016. He was setting it up in his first term. I don't know why ain't nobody paying attention.
They did, but they was talking about he was doing it to like, they tied it to the police brutality back in the book, racist laws or whatnot and stuff. They wasn't doing it for like tying it to this right here.
But just
Like,
now we know the real true Hollywood story.
But see, they talked about it, but they made it seem like he was going to do it in some like corporate takeover, hostile takeover type jump. You feel me? Like I'm about to go in here and implement martial law. I'm about to go in here and shut this junk down. You feel me? And hey, ain't nothing y'all can do. You feel me?
Hey,
I'm the
but
CEO. I'm the
but
chief executive officer of this business. You
but
feel
just
me?
like you just said, they made it seem. I always say you gotta really recognize that word when we talk about it. And you done said it a couple of times before on these lives.
No, it
There's
doesn't.
history, and just there's what?
His story.
Say it one more
Somebody TV
time.
loud in the back too. Somebody got a TV up loud.
Somebody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know the 22nd Amendment says that you can only run for 2 consecutive terms, but there are some clauses in there.
It says
Apparently, there
consecutive.
could possibly be a loophole. There
Yeah,
could be
they
a
said.
loophole.
Yeah, they've been running it a few times. They trying. It's a few ways that they trying to go about the loophole. But y'all said, did Trump have an ear patch on? No, he didn't. I'm looking at it. I believe he spoke on July 27th. He was shot July 13th. But no, I don't think he had an ear patch on at that event.
Hey plug, you said it best. And you done said it 1,000 times on your lives. 1,000 times on your lives. You said it, plug. Tell me what I'm talking about, plug.
What you talking about? Damn. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out how the fuck. I don't know how to work this Windows browser chat. Hold on. All right, I can hear you now. What you say, OG?
I say, plug, you done said it 1,000 times on your live yourself. Tell me what I'm talking about.
Shit, I don't know. OG, I ain't gonna lie to you. It ain't no telling.
You've always said it's the psyops. You got to pay attention to what's really going on.
Oh yeah,
The
for sure.
psyops the psyops will come before everything. And you said it 1,000 times. Even when you had been combating me on your stance, and I respected your stance. But now here we are, we in the same boat together, baby. We got the same paddle. What we gonna do?
Shit, we gonna recognize what's going on and prepare. I got out of the chat. Where the hell is the chat at? I can't even read the chat no more.
You talking about YT?
Yeah, on YouTube. I can't even. Hold on, I'm getting back to it. There you go. All right, chat. Press 1 if I'm back, man.
I see the chat. Somebody talking about FDR served 4 terms.
Bet you goofy fools didn't know that. Yes, we did know that, man. But at the same time, that was before the amendment was put in place. Obviously.
Yeah, I'm talking about where they got it written down 8 years. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it consecutive? Like 2 terms consecutive? Because let's talk about it now. These are these people that they create contracts to create loopholes for a reason. And this came after. Am I understanding my history correct? That these amendments came after the founding fathers, correct?
No, you right on point. You right on point,
You're
Jess.
right.
It's
They use
supposed to be
words and they're slick.
2
They're
terms consecutive.
yep,
But what we
exactly.
have been watching since 2016, he been stacking the Supreme Court justice. They've been setting up for this shit. It was a plan all along. You supposed to only be able to run for 2 terms. You supposed to only be able to do 8 years consecutively back to back. But now we're faced with a crisis of nationalizing the election. And Plug will tell you, I told him this shit back then. I seen it coming. I seen it coming, Just. I seen it coming.
Now hold on. Let me just rap with y'all real quick. You feel me? Being somebody that's like new to the party, because I was one of the ones that was out here on that standing on 8 years. You feel me? Like totally. You feel me? But now that I'm seeing this, and like I said, they've been talking about this for like they've been talking about this about 6 years now, 6, 7 years of him trying to like be in office forever type, like turn into a dictator type joint. You feel me? So with all that being like in place. Now, me being the type of person that I look at stuff from a different lens and stuff, right? And I'm sitting here peeping game like this. They already been lying to us in our face. And now they just getting blatant with it with these Epstein files and stuff. And they're getting just like playing in our face right now. It doesn't seem that far-fetched. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. It don't seem that far-fetched. Like, and now I've been the one that was sitting here saying, well, how did this affect me as a black man in America? You feel me? And if they've been doing it under the rules, and now they about to say, forget the rules, I see what y'all
So
talking
right, it
about,
doesn't say
man.
consecutive, but they're trying to.
If
But
you
we
ever
gotta
want to go
remember.
down a rabbit hole, read what do you call it? The book about Barron Trump, and I think there's two of them. And he has a what do you call it? A teacher or a professor that's named Don, and apparently he's like a time traveler. It's called Barron's Trump's Adventure or something like that.
All right, well, this is what it says right here, y'all. It says, no person shall be elected to the office of president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of president more than once. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of president when this article was proposed by the Congress, and shall not prevent any person who may be holding office of president or acting as president during the term within which this article becomes operative from holding the office of president or acting as president during the remainder of such term. So no, it doesn't say consecutive.
Oh
But that's what
no, that just
Jared.
means
Hold on,
he's
Jared.
not grandfathered in.
Hold on. You kind of cut me off. When you cut me off, you make me lose my train of thought. That's why I don't like getting cut off. What I'm saying is though, the Trump Bible. That's why when he dropped the Trump Bible, he had some amendments removed. You remember he had the Constitution and the Trump Bible, and some shit was missing, Chad. So that's why they're saying that they're trying to basically repeal the two term limit on presidency. They're trying to change that. Trying to change the Constitution. But go ahead, Jared. You can push back now. What was you saying?
Brother, I got the same problem you do.
What, getting cut off?
I can't remember. Yeah,
Yeah, I do that, man. I get cut off. I lose my train of thought. You
Quick
say,
question though,
go
off
ahead.
that. All right, so you said one term would constitute as like 2 years, correct?
No,
If they
4 years. One
inherit the
term is
office like through
4 years.
assassination or death or something like that, right?
Correct. Anything over 2 years counts as a term.
All right, so
Anything 2
bam.
years or more. And that.
So I'm thinking of loopholes here. You feel me? Dude come in and it's like a year and some change. You feel me? Then go and run second. Run, and that will be considered his second. Like when he runs that second time, if he wins, that will be considered his like
No,
first
but
term.
you gotta go into the amendment. That's why it says if you hold
If you
office.
inherited.
No, if you inherited the office and you was in it for more than 2 years, you can only be elected once. So if you're in it for less than 2 years, then you could potentially be elected. I guess you could have a 9-year presidency, 9.5-year presidency that way. Because you weren't elected. Like, let's say something would have happened to Biden, or they said he was unable to hold office at that time, and he had a year and a half left in his term. Kamala finished out his year and a half, then she could be elected twice because she didn't serve more than 2 years. So that, in a sense, would be a 9.5-year presidency.
But I pissed the red team off, but that happened.
Or if something was to happen to Trump and Vance took over with a year and a half, less than 2 years left, he could potentially be elected twice after that.
Now,
I was thinking also that if we're in a war, then we won't have to. Is there an amendment that we have to vote if we're in a war, or that they stop the vote? How does that work?
Depends.
Like a government shutdown?
No, not. Once they hit martial law and say we're at war.
That's the thing. It's the
Can,
martial law part.
are we allowed to vote, or what's the deal there?
We were technically, all the elections happened when we was at war, Iraq, all of that shit, so it's more about the martial law. If martial law is put into place, then yeah, they can suspend elections. They can. Now, most of the time, martial law would be probably war on foreign soil.
That's how Zelensky stayed in presidency.
Right.
What? Now, I'm not trying to get technical here.
Also had war on his land. Now, if it's war abroad, it'll be probably looked at a little bit differently. But if it's like, in our backyard here on our soil, or Mexico or Canada, then yeah, it might be a little
Plug,
different.
I'm gonna tell you when it went out the window, and get ready, because I told you to play. I've been telling you to play for almost 2 weeks.
I think I'm going to the same place you going.
I'm gonna tell you where it went out the window, Plug. When them 2 little young motherfuckers threw makeshift bombs at Mom Donnie's steps, and that motherfucker drove that car into the synagogue. Plug, it's all the way out the window, baby. We in the flesh. It's here.
I was
Go on
going
and tap in. Go on and tap in on it. Yes, I want you to add your 2 cents to it too. But what I'm saying is, when we thought that a war couldn't hold us up, it's already been declared that we have sleeper cells in the United States. Them 2 moments right there have already appointed what he wants to go on. But go ahead, Jess. Go on and chop it in a little bit.
That's what I'm gonna say. It says, martial law. A declaration of martial law does not give an executive leader the legal power to cancel or postpone a federal election. The timing for federal elections is established by federal law, which designates Tuesday after the first Monday in November as election day. While federal law does allow for modifying voting periods in the event of an extreme disaster, these changes must be based on state laws that were already in place before the elections. The limits of military power are further defined in the Supreme Court case Ex parte Milligan. Court decided that military authority cannot take over the role of civilian courts as long as those courts are open and able to operate. This principle affirms that military rule cannot legally exist in an area where civilian justice system is fully functioning and exercising its proper jurisdiction. So
now
that's what
martial law. So they saying a martial law can't stop a federal election, but can a government shutdown suspend the election or postpone the election?
I don't know. Let's see. Hold on. No, I doubt it.
Because the area I was going at is like, all right, we kind of had like a soft medical martial law again. And again, I'm not trying to get all political or anything, and I know how I get down on here and stuff, so I'm not going to go too deep on there. But we kind of had a taste of that when you had to like be outside with some papers to show that you were important enough to be outside to go against the ordinance. Am I doing a good job of saying that right, Plug? Because again, I respect your platform.
Right. I'm looking it up right now.
Wait, what'd you just say?
All right, so when people was outside, we couldn't go outside. You feel me?
Oh yeah. That was.
We kind of had like a soft type of thing with that.
That's what he was talking about in the stream. That they did it like you just said. He said that in the stream.
So now that we as a society has already been social, like mentally accepting to a soft form of that, and we've already been acceptable to the government shutdowns and understanding that they'll shut this thing down and people won't get checks, people won't get this, that, and the third and
Yup.
stuff. So if we
They
got
get
all that shit
cabin
going down,
fever. They get crazy, and you ain't lying, brother.
so if we got that going on, we all like as a society can accept that.
So
What
they
makes
saying
it
Congress.
like
They saying Congress has the power to do it. From my research, Congress holds the power to regulate the time in a federal election, while states mandate the administration of elections. So there's a few different ways to hold it. I think that's why they're attacking the voter booths and shit like that, including voter registration, polling places, and ballot counting. Any change to the election schedule will require a legislative act passed by Congress and signed into law. State officials can declare martial law and emergencies, but this does not grant the power to suspend federal elections.
but just postpone it, but not
Right,
okay, got you, got you.
it'll be a lot easier if they get rid of the mail-in ballots. Now, that's one reason probably that it's a little bit harder to postpone or suspend federal elections is because they have other ways around it, like
Or change the
mail-in
amendment,
ballots.
eradicate it. They could
Okay.
also change it, I think.
Now
the problem is the Democrats won't vote for it, I don't think.
Now we already seen changes like in the most recent midterms where they already been bending the rules on it. Let's keep it real now. With the Voters Act, like they revised that like what a couple times already. They done shuffle out like redistrict areas or whatnot and stuff. They done start hitting people with penalties. They start changing up like the requirements and policies, saying, "Oh, you used to be able to do that, now you can't do this and stuff." Like I'm seeing the play in play. My bad, I'm over here just really on some like revelation because I'm like really putting some
That's the
stuff
thing
together and
too.
everything,
It's
and it's
like
like
we could say that Trump, you know what I'm saying, or that they can't suspend elections, and we could say that they have to do it. But what stopped them thus far? What stopped Trump from doing anything over the last year? I believe this: if Trump feels like he wants to suspend elections, he'll wake up in the morning and write an executive order about it, and worry about that shit on the back end.
now you getting where I'm
It
getting
might
at.
have to go to the Supreme Court. It might have to do all of that. But by that time, shit, it's is it gonna happen before January, whatever the inauguration date is, or is Trump still gonna be sitting as president? I believe some shit like that can go on.
Now this my thing on it too. Now
Thank
you
you,
feel me?
Blackish.
All right, boom. You said what?
I was telling Blackish, thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, bet. Shout out to her. Now I was saying like,
Him, but
all right. So what if they put something into like a bill or like some kind of like something that's coming to vote into Congress, right? Some kind of law or some kind of change and stuff amendment, right? And then they go into a government shutdown because they can't come into agreement on that bill. And we've seen that happen, correct?
It
Now
depends.
they
I would
turn
say, yeah.
around. Now they turn around, and what's they not coming to agreement is something that's going to amend the the thing that's going to give them the right to go ahead and do consecutive like takeover type jump. You feel me?
Bro,
Is
they
it to the
couldn't
point
even
where either y'all
agree to
gonna
have a meeting
you said
about
what?
not changing anything. They couldn't agree to have a meeting, that briefing or whatever it was. It wasn't. There was nothing changed in the briefing, but they just
This is
didn't
what.
even have the meeting.
Yeah, so
You
even a
remember what I'm talking
government
about?
shutdown, it says basically it will require a constitutional amendment or a new law from Congress, as the president does not have the power to unilaterally change election schedules. So no government, even a government shutdown wouldn't do it. They're saying this shit is still gonna be on schedule.
I ain't saying stop it. Okay, so no matter what is gonna happen on the first Tuesday of November at this point. All right, I got you.
Correct. Unless there's an amendment. Now that's why you seen that when Trump dropped his Trump Bible, all the amendments weren't in there.
And the amendments come from Congress, or they come from the Supreme Court. Or I mean, from the from the Supreme Court.
It says or a new law from Congress, so it has to be a constitutional amendment or a new law from Congress.
Okay.
This shit is crazy.
And if you got all your people in place to do that,
and well, to do that, yeah, they got to pass a bill.
Okay.
And to pass a bill, they got to go to the Senate.
By Congress or a constitutional convention. A constitutional convention can be called by two-thirds of state legislators to propose amendments. This method has never been used. So you either got to have congressional proposal or the constitutional convention.
and you said that only takes 2/3 of the state, right?
2/3 of the state legislatures. All right. Now, ratification. Once an amendment is proposed, it must be ratified by 3/4, 38 out of 50 of the state legislators, or by conventions in 3/4 of the states.
That's what I'm saying, by the votes. And you don't have the votes, you can't pass the bill.
But what if you got dirt on somebody and you can make them vote a certain type of way?
They do that. Yeah, then that happens a lot.
But we seeing something in real time right now that's happening. I'm not trying to get all conspiracy. You feel me? I'm just letting y'all know where my mind going with it. You feel me? What the information I'm
I'm not
receiving.
the FBI, so I can't go.
Hold on. I need everybody to hit the like button, man. We're 15 likes away from 200 likes. We got to get the 200 likes right quick. You can double tap your screen or go to the top of the screen, hit the like button, man. If y'all having a good time here tonight, press 1. Go ahead though. Who else we got in here?
Hey fam, this is where I had to clear it up because for some reason, all of us still keep thinking that we are playing by the rules. When are we going to open our eyes and realize in this day and time, they ain't playing by the rules? We still trying to put rules on this shit, but when we going to wake up and realize ain't no rules on this shit, ain't no guardrails. There are no guardrails. We have not been playing by the rules for a very, very intermediate time. There are no rules. We know the rules. We know what you shouldn't supposed to be able to do. We know the shit that ain't supposed to be going on by the rules. But plug, when the last time we played by the rules? And as you say, Jess, we watching it in real time. In real time, when have we been playing by the rules?
My thing is though, when you saying playing by the rules, I say they haven't been playing by the rules for a long time. So that's what I'm saying. Like, what's been stopping someone, like in a time where it was accepted, like by the majority of society, that hey, we don't rock with this group of people. You feel me? We gonna treat them and do this, that, and the third and stuff. You feel me? What stops somebody in that time from like doing what possibly can be done now? What y'all saying? Because that's where I'm at with it. You feel me?
Decency, trying to uphold the Constitution. You know, I mean, we seen people go against it. I mean, like shit, if people, we wouldn't have got.
Because again, I'm not trying to go conspiracy theory route. I'm not trying to go that route. You feel me? I'm starting to try to stay rooted in facts, but the facts keep taking me to like, okay, look, I start looking at it like at the turning point where with JFK, you feel me? And the way they told us about how it went down or stuff with JFK, and then how the documents are still sealed. Like even it's been 70 years or something like that. I don't even know. It's been a while. Don't put the number on it right now. But I'm just saying though, it's been that long because some of the people that's evolved and know the truth about it are still like here. You feel me? So if it's still sealed and all that, and I'm looking at it like that, and then you fast forward to today. And again, I'm not trying to keep going in conspiracy, but you look at the thing with Jeffrey Epstein and stuff, and it's like this dude wasn't no officer of the law. He wasn't no agent. It shouldn't be no reason why we shouldn't have the information, you feel me, through the act that we voted on. You feel me? Like the press act where you can go request documents and stuff. You feel me?
But you have
It's
to
nothing that's
yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Sharon, you have to leave and come back if you can't hear. Chat, we're still 10 likes away from 200 likes. We got to get the 200 likes so we can get on the 300. Double tap the screen or hit the like button at the top. And just talking, pose that question again because I said it is. What was the question?
now. All right.
Talking?
So my thing is like, all right. So what I was talking about with the JFK and everything, we fast forward to the Epstein files and how it's nothing that's like.
Oh yes, it is. They're putting it under a matter of national security. So that's always gonna be that final guardrail that we have to that's gonna gatekeep information. It's a matter of national security. Why is it a matter of national security? I really can't tell you because I would be putting national security at risk. So we kind of get caught in that loop. We got caught in that loop with MLK. We got caught in that loop with JFK. We're going to get caught in that loop with Charlie Kirk. We've been caught in that loop with 9/11. It's a reoccurring pattern. UFOs.
All right, so you can tell me. My bad. Go ahead.
I'm saying I just kept naming shit. UFOs, everything. It's always gonna come back to the final guard, the final line of defense for them. Gatekeeping the information is always gonna be the same thing. It's a matter of national security. End of
All right, so if you gonna sit here and give me the explicit details of Robert Kelly and Sean Combs and all these people, right?
Yeah, what them niggas got to do with national security?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because we seen Diddy rubbing shoulders with politicians and presidents and been out the country and doing business or whatnot and stuff.
Diddy was the fun guy. Diddy was just the nigga. At the end of the day, you rich, but you still a nigga. When we're talking about Epstein, he was rubbing shoulders with foreign government, heads of states, intelligence agencies. He was inside of the healthcare industries. That's a big matter of national security. He was friends with multiple presidents, multiple foreign leaders. He was basically what Jared Kushner is now, negotiating shit. Jeffrey Epstein was in a sense doing that. So that's why it's a matter of national security when it comes to a lot of the Epstein stuff. Same thing with JFK. Same thing with the alien files because that's when you get into technology and national security. It's always going to be the last line of defense. But when it comes to Diddy and R. Kelly, let's just be honest, them was just some niggas, bro.
I understand that aspect of it. You feel me? But it's like if y'all tell me about this, and it's basically y'all kicking it to me like he was the same type of dude, but he was just doing it to more important people. And essentially, like he was doing this to
No, this is the thing. No, hold on, Jared, because we in a combo.
Go ahead.
This is not. Diddy was more of like music industry. We can say he was a puppet and he pushed some shit. But when we're talking about Epstein here, we're talking about hacks. We're talking about he was at what was it, DEFCON. He was at DEFCON getting with the hackers. He was selling 0-point hacks that had never been seen. He was blackmailing people, but he was also having hacks going on. So he knew everything about you, everything about your life. He's selling information to this country, to that country. He's getting favor with this country. He's getting favor with that country. Everybody's caught up on just the Freaka League shit, but the Freaka League shit was going on as a rite of passage, ritualistic, whether it was energy harvesting, all of that. Put all of that to the side and look at what was actually going on. This man was maneuvering through a lot of different countries, the leaders of the countries, and had a lot of influence. He was a chief negotiator on a lot of things that were going on globally. Diddy just didn't do that. He just didn't.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So he sat down and was in the rooms where they was doing like peace treaties and discussions and whatnot,
He
and
said in the Epstein files, if Trump is cornered, he's gonna go to war with Iran. That's in the Epstein files. That's how deep he was in. He predicted Trump getting cornered with some shit and starting a war with Iran.
Wait a minute, that's in the files.
That's in the files.
And we go and fast forward after they release that, we at war with them now.
Mm-hmm.
So what is he cornered? Wow.
The Epstein files.
Damn. That's crazy.
Correct. Then we have a lot of shit going on, man. Bitcoin. Even with Bitcoin, when the Bitcoin Foundation was going bankrupt, Epstein and I guess the people around him put the influx of money into it to keep the Bitcoin Foundation. So now he has how much pool do we know in the Bitcoin ecosystem? Also, the 5 core developers. If you go back to the Department of I don't know if it's the Homeland Security, I think they said back in 2019 they met with the 4 Satoshis. You go into the Epstein files, they're saying that there were actually 5 Satoshis, and Epstein had 3 of them on payroll. So now you have 3 of the core developers of Bitcoin, billion-dollar industry, hundreds of trillion-dollar industry now at some points. Epstein has 3 of the core developers on top of having putting the influx of money into the Bitcoin Foundation. This is when in 2014, when Bitcoin is hundreds of dollars, maybe a couple $100. So now do you see how it's way deeper than anything Diddy or R. Kelly had going? On the sexual level, okay, they were all sexual deviants. But when it comes to influence over how the world operates today, it's completely different. Epstein predicted microtransactions. The way you buy shit on NBA 2K and Fortnite and Call of Duty and shit, he predicted microtransactions and was pushing that. It's all in the files.
Man, I ain't even gonna hold you, bro. And then it's like, again, not trying to put on the conspiracy hat, but then you talk about what happened in that industry with people coming up and demise and stuff like in a short amount of times and stuff. You feel me? And then laws and stuff being.
They were communicating through these video games. Allegedly, they were moving a lot of money through these video games. They got ties to allegedly Steve Bannon, a few of these other people where they were loading up. Have you ever, sometimes you just when you in these games, you will hear about just a whale. Like somebody just loaded up $600,000 to the game. And you like,
yeah.
What? And you like, damn, these motherfuckers just having it. Whole time it was a whole different layer. They were moving money through the game and the virtual currency for whatever it may be, whether it was weapons, whether it was trafficking, whether it was whatever it may be. They were using the in-game currency to move money and liquidate cash and have conversations.
This is wild, bro. And now again, with all this going on, and the dude that was predicting all this, I asked y'all, Do y'all think he really gone?
No, of course
Or he
not.
done had facial construction
I don't. I'm gonna say this. I wouldn't say that. I'm not gonna say. I don't think he died that day. I don't think he died that day in the way we were told. Whether he's alive now or not, it's up in the air. But I do not believe for one bit that he died that day that way we were told. The woman,
Exactly.
the guard, had got $5,000 and $10,000 payments into her account leading up to her, him quote unquote, unaliving
His
himself.
demise.
She searched
Yeah.
his name hours before he quote unquote unalived himself. She just did a random Google search on him. The doctor that did the autopsy said he had, I believe, a swollen gallbladder, and he's on record saying he had his gallbladder removed. What else? What else? He moved all of his assets 2 or 3 days before he was quote unquote unalived. In the files, it came out that there was a previous attempt on that he made a previous attempt on his own life the night before. One of the guards said that a mysterious van pulled up with quote unquote somebody in some kind of gear, tactical gear, and they said it was on a Saturday. They never did transport on Saturday. What else? They got the missing minutes of footage. It's been confirmed in the Epstein files they had a body double because they didn't want the press to try to follow Epstein's body to the hospital or whatever. So they used a body double to trick the media and the press. So yeah, I don't think he died in the way that they told us. Now, whether he's alive today or not, that's up in the air. But for sure, he didn't die the way they told us that day, in my opinion. It's just too much. It's too much surrounding.
Too much. Thank you, bro. I've been saying that for the longest, bro. And people be like, you've been watching too many action movies, spy movies, and stuff. I'm like, nah, bro. Nah. They do this they do this all the time with witness protection. You feel
Now
me?
he has a verified TT account. How does Epstein have a verified TT account? People been creators for 10 years and can't get a verified TT account. Epstein got one after death, a posthumous verified TT account. They said the Fortnite account, his Fortnite account came active. Fortnite tried to debunk that, saying, "Oh, somebody just changed their name to that." But it's, you know what I'm saying? I don't believe it, bro.
Yo, this is wild, bro. This is really wild, bro. It ain't what you know, it's who you know, bro. Ladies and gentlemen.
Correct.
Dang.
But a lot of this, guys, and a lot of these things, he really helped shape. Like a lot of these ideologies, he had influence with a lot of people. He had a lot of these conversations, and a lot of the things that he's talked about in the Epstein files have come to fruition today.
All I can say is, fellas, welcome to America.
He said, "What,
I don't know. Fellas, welcome to America."
Yeah, so we have to realize too that we go into these different things and we're talking about, oh, all of these horrible things. Well, the horrible things were rituals, they were blackmail, they were a sign of how far will you go to keep these secrets. And according to the Epstein files, we might be in a full-blown war to keep some secrets. And
That's why I
I'm gonna
keep
pull
saying
it
it's
up.
all
I'm gonna pull
connected."
it up. Let's see. Epstein. Hold on. Let me pull up a new tab. Epstein. If Trump is cornered. Here you go. Boom. Here you go. It says the message warning. If he were cornered like a rat, he would lash out militarily at Iran. You guys need to understand that he is psychotic mindset. If I go down, I'm taking everyone with me. So those are Epstein's words. If cornered like a rat, he would lash out militarily at Iran. You need to understand he's psychotic, and if I go down, I'm taking everyone with him. That's what Epstein said, man. If cornered like a rat, could trigger a larger conflict, including bombing Iran to create a crisis and attempt to rally public support.
Hold up, question. When did he officially? What they told us he passed when? What year?
2019.
2019, right?
Yeah, I believe Epstein passed 2019.
All right. Okay, so he was
August 10th, 2019.
So if that was then, and we doing this, what, 6 years later?
That's crazy. 9/10. What's that? No, that's September. That's 18. August.
We did that in 2019. In 2026, we at these people. Yeah, bro. I see the national security stuff now, bro.
Look at Samuel talking about BB. Who is he? Your boyfriend? Wink. Ain't nobody even talking about BB. Samuel, hold my nuts, bro. We've been talked about that shit way earlier. You just come in here wanting to talk, bro. Listen to the convo. Chat, we 15 likes away from the next like goal. Be sure to double tap the screen or go to the top and hit the like button, man. We're 15 likes away from the next like goal, and we're 15 subscribers away from the next subscriber goal. You said I have a deal for you, Ron. If you can have, oh yeah, we seen you say that earlier. Unlimited. Trump told everybody that flat out, emailed to Hillary years ago. Damn, my gimbal died, chat. Oh, well, we'll rock out like this for a while. Let me change it.
So he became like politically like toxic around 2012, or was it 2008? Epstein.
What do you mean, like politically toxic? Like people didn't want to be around him?
Like after his first trial, when he caught his first case, and it was like his neighbor was like, "Yo, after that, you feel me? Like we wasn't rocking with him after I went over there and stuff. You feel me?"
Hell no, you got to think before then, because the Epstein files start before then. We're talking about shit that's, when we're talking about the Epstein files, it's like all of the shit between 2000 and around 9/11 is missing. So Epstein already was shaking and moving way since like the 80s, I think, 90s maybe. Because
that's what's being redacted?
Yeah, it's a whole, if you look up all of the files we got from the Epstein files, the year between like early 2000, late 99, all the way to like 2003, I believe there's like a missing gap. We haven't got anything from that time period. It was before and after.
Wow, bro. Yo, you ever seen that junk Homeland?
Nah, I don't really watch movies.
Nah, that's a series, bro. I promise you, bro, this is just like in that series Homeland, bro. Like they talk about the same stuff they talk about in the Middle East. They got missing windows for unaccounted events and all types of junk, bro. Bro, I promise you, I'm surprised they was able to even let that show go on for 8 seasons, bro.
Mm-hmm.
This is wild, man.
Yeah, they say his crimes go back to that late 80s and 90s. Let's see.
It makes you think, man, what's really in them files? If they're releasing this, what's really in them files that they don't want to release?
They saying it's 9/11. Let's see.
Damn. That's the national security shit. Okay.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Because there's so many question marks around that event, boy. And if you take him and what he got to say from it in that time frame, on top of the stuff like you said that it came to fruition, oh man, he a credible source. And you know he was talking. He been talking reckless like this. You know he been talking about that, man. Why, man? That's crazy, man. Hey, like
All
Unc
right, here we
said,
go. A large section of missing documents from the time period 99 to 2001. And Ghislaine Maxwell was on the 9/11 Shadow Commission. It says interesting being on the. Hold on, here you go, right here. I'm finna play the clip.
Julian, that was a ice cold, scalding ice cold, if you will, take.
Play the clip.
And this is just one of these things. Like, it is what it is. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. This is a data dump. I'm going to simplify.
Hold on, Chad. I want to play the clip.
Yeah. Two.
Yep.
Not just the 2.5 or 3 million. No. I mean, they're in there. But did you see the chart of the years that they're really missing from?
Mm-hmm.
Can we pull up that tweet, Thief? Just so people can see this. I have to rethink everything. I have to rethink things that in the past I would have said were, I feel okay about this take, and now I have to look at it and say, Julian, that was a ice cold, scalding ice cold, if you will, take. And this is just one of these things. Like, it is what it is. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. This is a data dump. I'm going to simplify this.
All right, have y'all heard about this data dump? Have y'all heard about the Shadow 9/11 Commission? Press 1 if you have. Chat, we got to get 30 more likes. We have to get the 250 likes, man. We're finna break this down with dude. The missing years of the Epstein files are 1999 to 2001. I'm telling Just Talking that this is why we will never get it, because they're going to say it's a matter of national security. What was going on between 99 and 2001, leading up to 9/11 and 9/11 and immediately thereafter. We're seeing that Ghislaine Maxwell was getting invitations to be on a 9/11 Shadow Commission for fucking what? Why? Why is Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell, what the hell do they have to do with the 9/11 Shadow Commission? Like, what are we talking about here? Isn't this guy supposed to be like a wealth management dude?
There's some more specific details here, but it is showing basically, like, if you will, a percentage of data sets from the Epstein files that are presented over the years. And we can see that there is a massive gap and basically like you in the chart, if you will, between the years of 1999.
So look, those are all the Epstein file dump. Just Talking, can you see the screen?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
So you see the years. It started off really small. Then right before 99, you get a spike in the documents, the spike in the files. Then between 99 and 2001, we have nothing. That 3-year period, they don't release a single file from that 3-year period. And then they start dropping again in 2002 and beyond. They just start letting them fly again. But from 99 to 2001, we have not gotten a single document from that time period.
To 2001, when, among other things,
right after that,
you had
the information looked like it done doubled.
You
some
had,
years tripled.
I believe that's 99 is when the Lewinsky impeachment trial.
I mean, I guess after an attack, then you got
the election.
That's the years we was currently in war, but yeah, that's crazy.
But it's like,
man.
how are they not releasing the documents? And it's like, we know that they have documents on them because Ghislaine was being invited to a 9/11 Shadow Commission. So there's for sure some documentation there. Some emails there. Where are the emails? Even if it's nothing like, oh, we were investigating and shit, where are the emails? Damn, Chad.
It's making it. it's kind of hard to trust your government when they know they got that information, and it's like we can't let it be known because, yeah, I really question when you pick and choose what you let us know.
No, most definitely. I'm gonna play the rest of this clip. I just got to charge my damn gimbal. Put that bad boy in the charger. I hope my camera don't die.
Of 2,000, the highly
chat, hit the like button, man. We're also 11 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Let's get 11 quick subscribers and let's get another 25 likes, man. Double tap your screen or go to the top and hit the like button for me.
Contested election of 2000, John Kiriakou.
Oh, yeah.
Where I don't know, someone Google this for me, but I think there was a big point of contention in Palm Beach County as it pertains to that election, and that's where one Jeffrey Epstein did happen to reside. Just looking at some things here.
Yep.
And then in 2001, you have the worst terrorist attack in United States history in New York and D.C. and in the skies over that fell over Pennsylvania with United 93. And suddenly all these files are missing. But, John, we did get an email from 2003 that slipped through the cracks.
Really?
Oh, you haven't seen this one?
No, I haven't seen it.
So there's an email thief. Boom. He's got it. He's all over it. So this is from 2003. Someone named Ed Epstein sends an email to one Ghislaine Maxwell saying any interest in being on the Shadow Commission on 9/11, the membership list is secret. She responds, thanks for the invite. Unfortunately, I cannot be on the Shadow Commission.
A Shadow Commission. It takes my breath away. Oh my God. This should be the banner headline.
What do you make of that?
I don't even know what to say. I mean, nobody believes what the 9/11 Commission concluded anyway.
That's right.
But the fact that there was a shadow commission with a secret membership list? And Ghislaine Maxwell
What's up,
talked about
Anonymous?
it in 2003.
Appreciate you.
Why? That's what I want to know.
Good question.
And it's like, this goes back to a compartmentalization thing too, John, because what we do have on the record that we know happened is somewhere, I think it was like July 6th, 2001, and maybe like August 11th. The dates might be slightly off. There are two meetings that occur at the White House, one of them with Condoleezza Rice, where CIA sent literally Tenet, Cofer Black, and some dudes who were still, like Rich Blee, who's still, I think, undercover. I think that's a fake name if I remember correctly, where they tell them an attack's coming. So like when you look at...
They tell them an attack's coming. Condoleezza Rice and all of them, chat. I remember people really didn't mess with Condoleezza Rice, chat. Put yes in the chat if you liked Condoleezza Rice. Put no in the chat if you did not like Condoleezza Rice, chat. We need to get to 250 likes, chat. We're 15 likes away. Double tap the screen for me, share the live out, man, or go to the top and hit the like button, chat. We're also 6 subscribers away from the next sub goal, man. Did y'all like Condoleezza Rice? Yes or no? Hit that like button.
The whole like, well, CIA definitely...
I was kind of young around Condoleezza Rice's turn.
Did the CIA had a lot of incompetence because they didn't share information with FBI, and there's a lot of issues there, and they deserve a ton of blame. But that was the one thing in this that was always like the canary in the coal mine for me, where I'm like, well, it couldn't have been that. Like they had the leadership warning about it, so
yeah, they did.
You know, maybe it's the White House. I don't know. But there's also advanced knowledge that we know about from the Saudis who have always been covered up, and we know about with the 5 guys from Mossad in fucking Fort Lee who were videotaping the thing, who were sent back to Israel on November 6, 2001.
That's exactly right.
And I know a guy from the office that arrested them, and to this day he wonders why the fuck they didn't get why the fuck.
Why they didn't get what? The same reason that people get caught in stings with KIDS and get to go back home over there and not get held accountable. What are we talking about here, man? That's a running thing, man. Motherfucker get to go home. You do some shit, you get in trouble, you go to the penitentiary. Select individuals do some shit, they get caught, they ass go home.
So when I see stuff like this, I'm like, how many countries are involved in this thing?
God, this is bad.
And is it even countries versus is it this trilateral elite just in general? Like everyone wants to just immediately say, it's Israel, it's Saudi Arabia, it's the CIA. How about all the above who are working for all the above?
Mm-hmm.
Possible?
Possible, yes. Yes. Incredible. Sickening, I think, is how what I first said when we sat down to start talking. This just makes me sick.
I don't even know what to do with them.
G-Max.
Redacted.
She must have BCC'd him, Jeffrey. Why would it be in the Epstein files? Why would it be on his computer?
I don't know.
Chad, that's crazy y'all can't hit the like button, man. That's crazy, Chad. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of crazy that we still at 237 likes, man. Can we not get to 250 likes? Like, are we sleeping? Did y'all just stumble off in here sleep or something, Chad? Damn.
The membership list
strange.
is secret. She's not even... Was she an American at the time?
Did she ever become an American officially?
I don't know.
Hey, and whoever just unsubscribed, I hope you stub your toe, man. I hope you wake up in the morning on your way to work and just kick the coffee table hard as hell. Damn near crack that toenail, bro.
I wonder.
Like, we talk about this small group. You know, you got the Commerce Secretary and Transition Chair who just, Ghislaine Maxwell is a naturalized American citizen. Born in France to British and French parents and raised in England, she moved to the United States in 91 following her father's death. She holds triple citizenship, being a citizen of the U.S., UK, and France.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
You can say that again.
Yeah. So...
But not Israel. How
not
interesting.
Israel. Yeah.
Man.
You have a guy like Letnick who runs the transition team, is the Commerce Secretary, always in Trump's ear advising him, shares a wall with Jeffrey Epstein for technically 21 years, but he claims it was 14 because he didn't move in until 2005. Who knows if even that's true. Openly lies on camera, just with this dramatic story about the first and last time I ever spent time with that man. And then he said, so I never dealt with him in business, socially, or even for philanthropy. And what he was really doing was remembering all the things he did deal with him on, because now we saw it on the emails of what it was. But the guy has, as of the time of this recording on Friday afternoon, he has not resigned yet. Still doing his job. And also we find out his sister was one of the founding members of the Terramar Project, which was like Ghislaine's post-Jeffrey conviction, post-Jeffrey's never going to fucking marry me project that she did, pet project that has something to do with the oceans that she did a fucking TED Talk on.
Oh my God.
It's like, what? Do these people just all like fuck each other?
They must. They must. I'm glad I don't know people like this.
You don't?
I don't. No. No. I would feel dirty all the time.
Dirty.
Well, there's a guy.
Chad, do y'all know anybody in your life that could potentially have some Epstein vibes, man, that you just not sure about, Chad? Put yes in the chat if you know somebody that could potentially turn out to be like, you know, a little freaky deaky, man. Press 2 if you don't know anybody like that, man. A little iffy, man. I know y'all know a couple motherfuckers that's a little iffy, man.
Back in 2019, suicide, end of story, case closed. Move along, nothing to see here. But we've been reporting for years that he's still alive, that investigators in Israel have tracked him down, that he's Mossad, that he was exfiltrated from his cell in Manhattan in a military operation and expatriated to Israel, like thousands of other pedophiles seeking safe haven. The officials have denied our reports. Media and fact-checkers have attacked us relentlessly. But today, February the 26th, 2026, everything changes. The latest tranche of Epstein files straight...
Oh damn, my bad. I forgot. That was just talking and just left, man. Good night, just talk. Appreciate you for rocking with me. Y'all got anything before I play this video? Y'all can tell me when to pause it. But this is Epstein. We was talking about is Epstein dead? So I was gonna play this video.
I got something real quick, plug.
He breaking down why Epstein is not dead. Go ahead though.
So, all right. So I've been hearing about like allegedly in these files. I heard about Clinton. I heard about Obama. I'm hearing about Trump. You feel me? I'm even hearing about candidates that's associated. I even heard rumblings of Biden. You feel me? I haven't really heard too many rumblings about Bush. Now it's because of the time frame where the information go missing, but then at the same time too, Bush did 2 terms. He wasn't out of there until 2008. No, 2009, because we voted for Obama. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. So, like, am I mistaken? I'm not like remembering hearing about George W. Bush in these
Right. So
files.
we got the missing years. Also, we have to remember that how much did Bush win that election by? What state did Bush win that election in? What state was the deciding
When he
state?
said that plug, I was like, bro, that's Jeb Bush. That's that nigga. That's brother.
Come on now. Now, what was going on? What was it? They were supposed to count the ballots, then they ended up stop counting it, right? Didn't they close it early?
What it was something with the votes where they got a miscount or something like that. And when they was recounting, you right, they was recounting and then Al Gore conceded. You feel me? And then it ended up coming out that he actually might have had more votes, but it was some funny stuff going on with the numbers and stuff.
Correct. So they're saying that shit, you know, that could be all inside of the files.
But what's been released, we haven't heard anything about George W. Bush in there. That have been released to the public.
Why would you? Why would you? At that time, he was, you know, coming in the presidency. So if we was gonna see George Bush in there, everybody that we've seen in the Epstein files, whether they were president or not president, it was all from a time before they were in office. Like when we see the even with the Clinton and shit, it was like shit that was they were friends before Clinton was in office. During it, the friendship happened prior. Now when it comes to what we're talking about now, when and how can I put it? I'm trying to say it without having them take down the live. Basically, it was the claim to fame, man. You had to go through some shit, man. Epstein was like pretty much a gatekeeper in so many words, saying it a friendly way. Shakers and movers.
I get what you're putting down.
He understood the whole playing field because he wasn't not only dealing in America, he was dealing in Israel. He was dealing in the African countries. He was dealing in the medical fields. He was dealing with the colleges. So he knew who was susceptible, who he could pull in to help his initiative. Now, the Professor Chang broke down the initiative better than anybody I've heard break it down. When we're talking about all of these religions, right? We're talking about Christianity, right? We'll say America's a Christian nation. We'll say Europe are Christian nations, you know, throughout the, you know, all of the different sections of Christianity. You go to Islam, you know, you have Iraq, you have Iran. Those are Shia Muslim countries, but you have several Sunni Muslim countries, right? But when we're talking about the Jews or the Jewish people, they only have one country. Right? So even though they have a diaspora that's throughout the world, their whole diaspora is directed towards the same initiative, which is the country. That's where the other religions don't have that. They don't have a centralized place. Like we can talk about historical places and relics. Even then, even when we're talking about Jerusalem and the Holy Lands, it's still there, over there in the Middle East. So when they're the only group of people that have a single country that they're pushing an initiative forward for. When we're talking about Christians, you have to split it up between America and, you know, the other countries, European nations. When we're talking about Muslims, like I said, you have the Middle East and all of that. When we're talking about this group of people, it's Israel. It's only Israel. No matter where they're at in the world, the initiative is for Israel. So that's where you get the Jewish diaspora. And when we look at Epstein, we can't look at it like Epstein was, it was for the greater good of his diaspora. And he didn't have loyalty to any country, but he had loyalty to the diaspora. You get what I'm saying?
I ain't getting it, bro. I'm over here like, hey, bro.
You said
I'm getting it. I'm getting what you put down.
So it's kind of it's like what's good for the goose is good for the gander, in that sense. But when we look at other groups of people and religions, it's like what's good for the goose maybe isn't good for the gander. Maybe you're you know, a Shia Muslim, maybe you're a Sunni, maybe you're a Christian Zionist, maybe you're a Southern Baptist, maybe you're a Catholic, you know. But when we're looking at it in reverse, it's kind of like they have a different way of looking at it. And that's why we see these events playing out the way that they are.
And look, I'm not even about to really touch because like my thoughts on it are raw. So I gotta filter a little bit because like I said, I ain't trying to get nothing taken down or nothing. But damn.
But yeah, I'm gonna get back to this clip though. If y'all got a question, y'all can ask me to pause it. Chat, double tap the screen. We coming up on 275 likes, man. We need about 20 more likes to get to 275. Be sure to double tap the screen or go to the top and hit the like button. We're also 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal, man. Let's get this 20 subscribers, man. I appreciate y'all for rocking with me, man.
Straight from the DOJ just dropped a bombshell that the mainstream media is under orders to cover up. We're talking hard documented medical contradictions that make the official narrative crumble like a house of cards. Before we dive in, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and join the People's Voice to unmask the poster the very next day. Turns out he was exactly who.
So I see that you said Christ is King. So Castillo, how do you feel about Ted Cruz saying that Christ is King is anti-Semitic? How do you feel about that? Just talking. Ted Cruz saying that now they've usurped the Christ is King narrative and turned it into something anti-Semitic. So basically, he's saying that when you say Christ is King, you're saying I hate Jews. That's what Ted Cruz said.
Something that's been a part of the religion for like it hasn't been an issue. Look, man. Don't get me started on Ted Cruz. You feel me? Like with the whole flood and how he went down and stuff. Like I don't look at like politics. I look at actions and how you move when stuff go down. You feel me? And you was moving that way. I don't put nothing past you and stuff. So I mean, again, it's kind of like it's all connected because it goes back to the allegations with Charlie Kirk. You feel me? Like he had issues about what they was talking about, whoop de whoop. And he was in their pockets for, M's. I wouldn't put past Ted Cruz like, hey, bro, we need you to go up here and say this, push this talking point. You feel me? And he in their pockets.
You said
you just seen what happened to your boy.
Unlimited. You're talking about play the Ted Cruz interview. We watched it yesterday. I've been shadow banned, so a lot of you haven't been seeing me live. So I need you to go hit the notification bell and put all notifications on, because when I'm shadow banned, y'all don't see me and y'all not in the Discord, so you're not gonna get the notification any other way. Chat, we're right at 275 likes. We're almost at 275 likes. Let's get the likes to 275, man, and we're gonna get into this clip right here. What did you say just talking before I cut you off?
No, I was just saying like it's like a lot of the same key players and situations keep connecting to each other and stuff. You feel me? Because when you talk about with Turning Point and everything, you feel me? You talk about with like these groups and everything. Then when you break it down with that whole like central diaspora and stuff, like it really like
Correct.
yeah.
I
I'm
didn't
just
know
gonna go
Trump
ahead and listen
said
to the clip.
I didn't know Trump said that I'm not Christian at the turning point event. I didn't know there was a turning point event. He said that at.
A verified MC.
I just found that out today. That's what I'm saying. When I pay attention to it, so when I start hearing like about certain groups and everything, because they break it down, they don't tell you give you the whole picture. They break it down and stuff. So when you start hearing about these certain places like Turning Point, you feel me, the Manhattan Project or Project, you start hearing all these stuff, and then you start seeing who it's tied to and everything and stuff, and then it's like the one string that connects everything together now. You feel me?
So
And I'm
that's
not
what
saying
I
that I
was thinking.
fully.
That's what I was thinking too when it came to the Charlie Kirk situation, because like studying this over the last, coming up on a year now, I didn't realize that Charlie Kirk, how much influence he really had with the youth. With starting all of those chapters now that it's mandated or not mandated, but Sarah Huckabee just got up there and was like, she's asking every high school or in Arkansas to start a Turning Point chapter. It's like, that's crazy. Oklahoma did it as well.
Yeah.
Like, that is crazy, bro. Like on the strength of one person, Charlie Kirk. He
Hey,
was
you know what's
already,
crazy about it, Plug?
Go ahead.
Just like you said, you ain't know about the influence on this stuff. You feel me? And you pretty versed in this shit. You feel me? Think about the average person that we know. You feel me? Our cousin. You feel me? The person who votes blue no matter who that don't have this information and junk. You feel me? Because a lot of people didn't know who Charlie Kirk was until the incident went down from our community, to be honest. You feel me?
I didn't know
Like
really
I
who
was
he was
aware of
until
him and his
South Park.
talking points.
To South
Huh?
Park. The South Park episode really put me on Charlie Kirk.
You know what's crazy? I still haven't even seen that episode.
The little clips and shit. I think Corey World had was showing the clips and shit, or had put me onto the clips. But yeah, I'm gonna play this right here. Y'all double tap the screen chat. We still almost at 275 likes. We're about 6 likes away, man. Double tap that screen or hit the like button at the top, man. We're finna get into, is Epstein actually dead?
And join the People's Voice local and whisked away. We were told it was fake news, a 4chan LARP. But now, thanks to the Epstein files, we know that the Feds subpoenaed everything. 4chan, Apple, AT&T, Citibank, to unmask the poster the very next day. Turns out, he was exactly who he claimed. On-duty staffer Roberto Grijalva. The official Epstein suicide narrative is finished, destroyed by the 2026 files. And when you see the medical record mismatches we've got coming up, you'll understand why nobody in the prison ever bought the suicide story.
You were in the same prison as Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes.
What do you think happened?
Jeffrey Epstein would have to be a magician to try to hang himself in that cell. I was in that cell. There's no way there's nothing on the ceiling. The bedpost is this high. I couldn't even go to a restroom without them walking back and forth and having me on camera. There's no way he committed suicide.
So you reckon he was killed?
Yeah,
Why?
I believe that. I mean, look, there's no doubt there was powerful people involved with him, 100%.
Here's the core of what these files expose. The official autopsy report from the New York City Chief Medical Examiner describes the body they examined as having a slightly and diffusely enlarged prostate. A detail noted in the post-mortem findings, consistent with a man in his late 60s but very much present and intact. Yet, buried in Epstein's own private medical records, emails, notes from consultations with his urologists, and lab results referenced in the newly unsealed documents, the evidence points to something radically different. Proof that Jeffrey Epstein had undergone prostate removal, a radical prostatectomy. We're seeing references.
You see that? Just talking, that's what I was saying. He's on record saying that he had his prostate removed, but I said gallbladder earlier. I meant to say prostate. He's on record saying he had his prostate removed, but the autopsy is saying that he had an enlarged prostate.
To post-surgical
This nigga's
exploitation.
Lance
PSA levels.
Armstrong out here. Just out here, just willing countries and nations.
The same body, or it wasn't the same body. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, if he had his prostate removed and they seen an enlarged prostate on the autopsy, either the doctor was lying or he did an autopsy on a different body.
Too much funny stuff going on around it, bro.
Context of having no prostate left, and direct confirmation from his communications that the gland was gone. Think about that for a second. The autopsy of the suicide corpse says he had an enlarged prostate. Epstein files say his prostate was surgically removed years earlier. This
is the reason I don't believe the Epstein spottings. The only Epstein spotting that I truly think would be legit was the one where he was on the island, where they flew the drone over the island and he looked up like that, and then they got in the golf cart and left. I believe that footage might be real, but the other spottings of Epstein in Rome and in Israel and driving down South Beach in Miami in the drop top, I don't think that those are true, because Epstein would have undergone a lot of surgery. And let's just be honest, if in 2026, if Epstein was still alive, he would have his whole face reconstructed. He would look like somebody completely different. I don't think he's going to keep his same damn face as one of the most notorious figures to ever walk the face of this earth. I don't think he'd just keep that same face. Fair. No, I just don't see a billionaire at that. No, with that kind of access. No.
Two cannot coexist in the same body. This isn't some minor clerical error. This is a glaring mismatch in the physical evidence of the corpse. If the prostate was removed, as Epstein's medical history strongly suggests, the autopsy should show surgical absence, scarring, or nothing at all. Instead, they found one that was enlarged and fully intact. What does that mean? It means the body they pulled out of that cell and autopsied on August the 11th, 2019 was not Jeffrey Epstein. He didn't hang himself. He didn't die in federal custody. Jeffrey Epstein is alive. And the powers that be, the same ones who protected him for decades while he ran his trafficking network for the global elites, have been covering up this medical impossibility ever since. This isn't conspiracy theory. This is conspiracy fact. These are official DOJ releases. Autopsy summaries, medical correspondence, lab notes. The raw documents they try to bury under redactions and delays. Why hide this? Why the frantic redaction fixes, the missing pages, the technical errors, and the selective releases? Because the truth threatens everything. The official story, the suicide ruling, the idea that justice was served. But the cat is out of the bag now. Epstein didn't kill himself because the man in that morgue wasn't him. He's out there. Hiding, watching, laughing, playing video games, shipping containers, blackmailing major politicians. And the question...
Yeah, I just don't think, if he's doing all of that, I don't think he looks the same, chat. I just don't. You said he's in a bunker. Chat, double tap the screen, man. Let's get to 300 likes right quick. We're about 20 likes away from 300 likes. Double tap the screen or go to the top and hit the like button. Chat, yes or no, and alive or unalive in the chat, man. Is Epstein alive or unalive, man? Let me know what you think in the chat. Epstein alive or unalive?
Questions are only beginning. Who was the body double? How deep does this go? What else are they still hiding in those unreleased files? And where is Ghislaine Maxwell? Because she sure as hell isn't serving time in the federal prison system. Stay with us, because beyond the autopsy photos are overlooked medical files, inconsistencies in height, injury patterns, and timelines that don't add up. Today's sponsor is pillsforever.com. The mystery doesn't stop with the prostate contradiction. Oh no. The autopsy photos from those 2026 Epstein file drops reveal an even more glaring red flag that screams this wasn't Jeffrey Epstein on that slab. Let's break it down point by point, because these aren't tiny details, they're screaming mismatches that the official story can't explain away. First, the ears. We're not talking about some minor marking or lobe difference. The entire shape and structure of the ears on the corpse are completely off compared to the real Epstein. The cartilage folds, the outer rim, the way they sit against the head. It's a different design altogether. These ears belong to two different men. Then there's the nose. The corpse shows a noticeable curvature veering to the left, almost like a hook or break. But Epstein's real nose in every verified photo from his life curves distinctly to the right. Not subtle, not angle trickery. A clear reversal in direction that no amount of swelling or post-mortem changes can fake.
That's crazy. I didn't know people nose curve naturally, Chad. Did y'all know that people nose have natural curves? Does my nose curve naturally or not, Chad?
Well, I just grabbed my shit, bro. I ain't gonna
Man, does my nose curve naturally? I mean, Chad, if your nose has a curve, tell us which way your nose curves, man. Left or right, man. Or straight, man. Is your nose curve left, right, or is it straight, Chad?
Zoom in further. The distance between the...
Hit the like button, Chad. We 18 likes away from 300, man. Does your nose curve left or right, man?
The eyes on the body is wider, measurably more spread out, giving the face a broader, less pinched look than Epstein's signature close-set eyes. And the eyebrows? The corpse has thicker, angrier, more arched brows that sit lower and heavier on the forehead.
Angrier.
Epstein's were thinner, more arched upwards in a different pattern. Calmer, more refined. Again, not the same person. The elite want you to believe it's all coincidence, aging, lighting, or conspiracy nonsense. But when you line them up, ears, nose, eyes, brows, the impossible healing, the math doesn't lie. The body was not Jeffrey Epstein, he played dead. They staged the whole thing. So, who did they swap him out for? Just weeks earlier, on June the 7th, 2019, Hillary Clinton's brother Tony Rodham died at 64. The family announced it quietly. No detailed cause released publicly. No big media autopsy dive. Just gone. Now line up the photos from the files and
man, who is that? Man, hell no. Who is that, Chad? I know they're not trying to... Who is that? I know they're not trying to say this Epstein, man. Who the fuck is that?
Suicide corpse on the gurney. The ears match Rodham's identically. The nose, same prominent bridge, length and subtle profile curve. The eyebrows seal it. Thicker, heavier, more arched and lowered. Exactly Rodham's look. Not Epstein's thinner, refined style. Lauren the mortician agrees the official narrative has been completely obliterated. She's here to explain more.
I will weigh in from a mortuary science perspective, if I can. And, well, I was sent something that I had not seen, and I was glad it was sent. I recently watched an interview on Megyn Kelly's...
Man, I hate when they put that little music back there, Chad. Like, TikTokers, man, whoever the hell y'all are, stop doing that shit. Just stop putting a little music behind the shit. It's annoying. Nobody likes it, even when, no matter what platform you're on, we're trying to get to the information, to the meat and potatoes of this shit, man. That little TikTok elevator music, the little shit, man, we can do without it, man. PSA to all the creators, just stop doing that shit, man.
Podcast where Jeffrey Epstein's brother appeared as a guest. And during that interview, he shared autopsy photos of Jeffrey Epstein, including one of his neck area. I had never seen it before. I can't believe I've never seen it before. Why aren't we talking about this? Because when I saw it, I paused. I actually questioned if it was real, but his brother provided the photos, so they have to be real. They're real. Because I've been on real death scenes, just like Epstein's alleged cause of death. I understand what gravity does to a body. I understand what compression does to skin. And the markings on Jeffrey Epstein's body do not look textbook to me. Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein, is his legal next of kin. And he didn't find out from prison officials, from the medical examiner, from anybody official, really, that his brother had died. He found out from watching CNN, which is wild to me. Notifying the next of kin after a death is like death investigation 101. There's proper protocol, but it wasn't done here. So Mark, feeling something is amiss, something is off, he hires Dr. Michael Baden to observe the autopsy. Dr. Baden, if you don't know who he isn't just some internet doctor with a hot take. This was really interesting to read about. He's a forensic pathologist who has been involved in some of the most high-profile cases in modern American history. He's worked on cases connected to JFK, O.J. Simpson, George Floyd, Aaron Hernandez. He's served as chief medical examiner of New York City. He has decades of experience examining bodies and testifying in court. And what Dr. Baden publicly said afterward is what made this story explode, because it wasn't just about the fractures. He also stated he believed the time of death for Jeffrey Epstein to be about 4:30 in the morning, roughly 2 hours before he was reportedly found. And then there were the fractures. fractures. He noted 3 fractures in Epstein's neck. Not 1, 3. The left thyroid cartilage, the right thyroid cartilage, and the hyoid bone. And he stated that in his decades of reviewing jail suspension, catch my drift, he had never seen 3 fractures like that in what was ruled a self-unaliving. And there is one thing that is incredibly common in suspension cases like this. People almost always leave themselves a way to adjust the pressure. They kneel on their knees, they lean forward, they shift their weight into it. And that lean of the person is everything. You have to picture the gravity of the situation, literally, okay? When someone leans forward into that position, gravity pulls downward on the body and then upward on the material. You following me? The mark or the wound, right? It doesn't just sit straight across the middle of the neck. It tracks upward, it climbs, and it moves towards the point of suspension. Often you'll see it like angling up behind the ear, up toward the jawline, because the body is pulling against it. That upward movement is extremely common. That is what I've seen. That's what we see. I almost wish I could take my hands and like, I don't even know. Like, you would see it. When I look at that image that Jeffrey Epstein's brother provided in that interview, what stands out to me is that the marking appears more mid-neck and pretty much horizontal, right? It doesn't present with that strong upward tracking that I am used to seeing in cases where someone has leaned forward into a suspension point. There even appears to be what looks like a secondary pattern behind it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it looks that way. Almost like a layered compression. Jeffrey Epstein's buttocks was suspended from the ground when the guards walked in that morning. His feet were out in front of him and he had to be cut down. Again, I would expect to see more upward angulation from the photos, and I just don't see that here. And that's the part that makes me pause the most, because the body doesn't lie. People do. So now we need to talk about the CPR, circling back, because this part bothers me too. If someone has been without circulation for hours, and again, Dr. Baden is suggesting a possible earlier time of death, the body does not feel freshly collapsed. It cools.
You've been told for
the
years
skin
that
changes, blood starts settling. The body starts doing what bodies do when they've been gone for a bit. And I'm sorry, but if you've ever been around a person who has clearly been deceased for a while, you know. But when you add that to everything else, the earlier incident, the removal from watch protocol, the cellmate being gone, the missing checks on the inmates, the camera malfunction, it doesn't calm the narrative, it makes it louder. I'm not saying I know exactly what happened in that cell, but I am saying that when I look at the totality of this medically, mechanically, procedurally, is that a word? Anyways, it does not feel clean. And then on top of everything, you're going to tell the public that a high-profile federal inmate died alone in his cell and there's no camera footage? We're talking about a federal facility, not a motel, not a storage unit, a locked, monitored housing unit. And yet the camera that would have captured direct activity directly outside of his cell, the one that would have shown who came and who went, who approached the door and who didn't, it wasn't functioning properly that night.
No wonder those who knew Jeffrey Epstein best, his own family, have always rejected the official suicide story as laughable nonsense. His brother Mark Epstein didn't just doubt it, he straight up laughed out loud when he heard FBI Director Kash Patel doubled down on the narrative.
Who do you think did it?
Well, it becomes, you get Bill Barr, who was the Attorney General of the United States, obviously, covering something up. And then also in the recent congressional testimony, you have Kash Patel, when he was questioned about it, he said, it's suicide when you see one. I actually laughed out loud when I heard that jackass say that, because how many suicides has he seen? And what makes him an expert? He's not a forensic pathologist. He's not a doctor. He's a joker. It's suicide when you see one. So he's like perpetuated his bullshit.
And that, folks, is where the real story begins. Israeli investigators are reporting that they're digging into the case. And they have proof that Epstein is alive and blackmailing US politicians. They say the reason his corpse was released to an unnamed source was because it wasn't really a corpse. It was a body. It was alive. And it was expatriated to Israel. Check out our report from earlier this month for the full details. They say the real reason the elite couldn't just kill him off. Epstein didn't keep compromise on hard drives or hidden safes. He kept the dirty secrets locked in his head. Dead, he's worthless. A loose end tied up. alive.
All right, Chad, we finna get into this video right quick, and then probably get up out of here, man. Chat, double tap the screen. We 13 likes away from 300 likes, man. Let's get to 300 likes right quick, man. Double tap the screen. Hit the like button at the top. Say what's up, plug, man. I'm going to say what's up back to you. If this is your first time in my live stream, press 5 and I'll give you a shout out, man. But we got to get to 300 likes, man. Let's see what Alex Jones talking about.
The old political order is collapsing. A new system is forming. When I talk about World War IV, that is the term the CIA uses. They call the Cold War World War III. World War IV, they predicted, would be more kinetic, not so much cold. I want to get rid of the mullahs. But 14 days ago, I quoted the reports that had come out that the Joint Chiefs of Staff had told Trump this had a very low probability of succeeding at rid of the mullahs. Now, the mullahs a week ago said they're not going to surrender and they're going to close the Strait of Hormuz, and they've done it. So we see these headlines.
Keiko, Brian, and Mark, man, welcome in, first timers. I hope you all subscribe and join the family, man. We go live every single day over here, man. We're still 3 likes away, man, and 25 subscribers away, man. Appreciate everybody, first timers in here, man. Big shouts out to Mark, Brian, and Keiko, man.
Lines with Trump saying, oh, I'm not going to negotiate. They're not trying to negotiate. Now Trump has called for this international fleet, the EU, the UK, the Chinese, our enemy, to come there and take over the strait so that Iran will attack their ships. Easy? It doesn't matter. All Iran has to do is attack ships that aren't flagged to China or India, and nobody will come through there. It's checkmate, ladies and gentlemen. Now,
correct. What's up, Canelli? So what they're saying is Iran saying that the Strait of Hormuz is only closed to America and Israel. They're saying that the other vessels can come through. So what this is going to do is going to allow it to be traded outside of U.S. currency. So this situation could escalate rather quickly, with Iran putting those sanctions saying the Strait of Hormuz is not closed. It is only closed to the United States and Israel.
The good news is I supported regime change in Venezuela. I said it was very dangerous, but it was in our hemisphere. Gunboat diplomacy, Monroe Doctrine, Barbary War precedent, and Thomas Jefferson. I understood that China, through Cuba, through Venezuela, was controlling Mexico and the cartel.
What's up, Asher?
And I said it's very dangerous, but if Trump can pull it off, then I support it. And they've gotten rid of Maduro. They haven't quite pulled it off, but it's going pretty well right now. They just hoisted the U.S. flag to Marine base there in Caracas for the first time in 20-something years. And they've torched, and I'll post the video here, the Communist Party HQ in Cuba. This has happened in Havana and the other major cities. And Cuba, for the first time in 60 years, is trying to...
Look, chat, we just hit 300 likes. I want to thank everybody for 300 likes. Drop some plug emojis in the chat, man. Power to the plugs, man. Power to the plugs in the chat. Plug emojis in the chat. We back, man. I do want to hear what Alex Jones is saying, why he wanted regime change in Venezuela specifically, man. But let's see some plugs in the chat, man. Power to the plugs.
I understood that China, through Cuba, through Venezuela, was controlling Mexico and the cartels. And I said it's very dangerous, but if Trump can pull it off, then I support it. And they've gotten rid of Maduro. They haven't quite pulled it off, but it's going pretty well right now. They just hoisted the U.S. flag to Marine base there in Caracas for the first time in 20-something years. And they've torched, and I'll post the video here, the Communist Party HQ in Cuba. This has happened in Havana and the other major cities. And Cuba, for the first time in 60 years, is trying to negotiate with the U.S. So I understand why Trump is doing all this. He believes it's right. But letting Israel manipulate us into this Iran war, when we should have just dealt with our own hemisphere first, was a terrible decision. And whether the war was right or wrong, we shouldn't have a foreign power and AIPAC manipulating our Congress. And they brag they do it. And now the ADL head is out saying they want to censor anybody that says Israel pushed this war. What are you talking about? Israel's bragging about it. Everybody knows I don't have some hard on for Israel. I don't want to blow up Israel, but my God, Israel, you're out of control with Netanyahu. This is crazy.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, that this thing is probably gonna go nuclear. It's escalating. They're putting the sanctions directly on the US and Israel. We know how that shit gets to going on, chat. We have lost 13 soldiers. We don't know exactly how many have been injured, but we have lost 13 soldiers. Prayers to those soldiers, and prayers to the families, man. May they rest in peace. But I don't know, Chad, how many accidents is gonna happen? Like they say, we accidentally, it was an accident when the refueling plane went down. Accidentally, planes getting shot out the air by Kuwait. Like, when is this shit gonna, when is
It's a lot of accidents happening.
It's a lot of accidents happening, accidentally school gets blown up with the kids, like it's crazy, man. How many accidents are gonna happen?
And all that, and now this. So I'm seeing posts everywhere by right-wing influencers that, Iran wants to give up, but Trump won't let them. Notice there's no source there. It's made up. Iran's willing to die. The mullahs are crazy. They said they blocked the strait. They passed.
So when they say Iran is ready to die, he means that literally. So we know that one of the Council of 12 over there in Iran, the Ayatollah is dead. The Ayatollah's bloodline is dead. They're calling martyrdom. We've seen the Iranian foreign minister say that there's already 2,300 martyrs. That was way over last week. So now these people, one of the Council of 12 has called for jihad. He's called for jihad. So it's kill or be killed about the religion at this point. So these people are willing to die, a lot of them. Now you have some that are more, progressive, probably in the cities, but the cities are the things that are getting attacked. The cities are getting bombed. We just watched the lecture. The cities are getting bombed. So the rural areas where the people are really Shia and they are really gonna go jihad and fight to the death, those cities are largely unaffected. We have to remember that this is a place of 90 million people. 90 million people, man. We hear about Tehran and we hear about the other places there, but we don't think about these rural areas, man. They're on jihad too. They're on timing.
Passed a law 9 months ago during Midnight Hammer after it's saying they blocked it again. They're going to attack anybody's ships that come in. You can't stop them with artillery and missiles and drones sinking ships in the Strait, where 27% of world energy goes through every day. And so, yeah, it puts pressure on China and India, but pressure on them to come against the United States. And now Trump's hit the panic button asking them all to come to our aid. This is not a good position for our country. Trump ignored the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. He ignored Eric Prince. He ignored me. He ignored people that are not done.
That's crazy how they got Tucker Carlson involved in that CIA stuff. We'll talk about that in a second. But you said push the button and get it over already. See, timing is very important with these things as well too. So we have to realize that yes, we have the Strait of Hormuz being closed, and America was really going towards a more nationalist approach anyway before we even got there. So honestly, I don't think America gives a damn about Japan and their oil crises. No, they don't care about China, man. I honestly don't think that this administration gives a fuck. Remember, they just told Zelensky he can fight his little heart out. So I think it's timing is about it's all about timing, but the timing is for prophecy. I think the timing is for the Armageddon, the end times. I don't think they really care about how many people get unalived. I don't think they care about in what ways people get unalived. It's if it takes 100
collateral
years to
damage.
rebuild, if it takes 100 years to rebuild, if it takes 40 or 50 years to rebuild, I don't think they care. I don't think they care.
Who are American patriots, but who also want us to win. And he listened to Lindsey Graham, who's a lawyer from the Pentagon, who can't find his ass with both hands. He listened to Netanyahu, who was only thinking about Israeli interest. Now they've got a criminal investigation with Tucker Carlson, trying to get him arrested for interviewing and talking to the Iranians. This is so un-American. This is so dangerous. Claiming he's a foreign agent with no evidence. When look at Israel, the foreign agents openly bragging they run our foreign policy. And now want to censor the American people. This is just crazy. So when I call this World War IV, that's the term the CIA uses. This is World War IV. It's economic, it's military, it's obviously kinetic component, and it's out of control. And now, unfortunately, Trump can't declare victory like he's been doing for a week and saying it's over. we've already obliterated Iran, because they aren't obliterated. Yeah, their offensive military is, but not their ability to close the Strait of Hormuz. So that's why this is so dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. And this is going to go from bad to worse very, very quickly. And Netanyahu is not.
So we have to understand too that if they go ahead and let's just say that they do some wild shit and nuke Iran, nuke Iraq, all of the people are displaced, the land is not viable or anything like that, I don't think that they care. I don't think that this group of people have been, displaced for however long, went to this country, that country, been displaced, right? So displacement's not really, as long as it's secured, it's kind of like you own some shit, you can go back to it as long as it's not occupied, right? So if it takes 100 years, I don't think they care, because they're saying it's supposed to be 1,000 years of peace anyway, right? So do you not think that they could rebuild or do whatever they need to do within the 1,000 years? They can turn that motherfucker to a sandbox, have the GPS coordinates of where the mosque is, to where the second temple was built, and go rebuild on top of that. Wait on the 1,000 years of peace is supposed to come according to their prophecy, right? That's a lot of damn time to rebuild and do a whole lot of other shit, man. I don't think they give a fuck if they turn it, excuse my language, if they turn it to a sandbox, man. I don't, honestly. That's my honest feelings on it.
Yeah, you ain't alone on that, bro. You are not alone on that, bro. Like, I really do think they on the same type of timing, bro, and a lot less been done in the name of God.
Incapable of staging a false flag as well and claiming it's Iranian sleeper cells. But Iran has said they're going to activate their asymmetrical operations in a press release put out by the Ayatollah, who we don't know if he's alive or not, but by their government 4 days ago. So, and imagine if all these international ships from the U.S. and France are going around the strait and one gets sunk by these Chinese anti-ship missiles that are hypersonic we can't stop. Then Americans are going to go crazy and want full war. And the Marines, the Army are ready to go in. Full invasion of Iran. And just as the general that got fired, back under Obama, who said, don't go in. If you thought Iran, or if you thought Iraq and Afghanistan were bad, you're going to love Iran.
That general said it. So this clip is a after clip to a little bit longer clip that Alex Jones has. He's calling it World War IV. I'm really trying to catch where he's going with this World War IV drift. Like, I mean, not drift, but like where he's drifting off to with this World War IV shit. Like, as of right now, I'm understanding what he's saying, but I don't get where it's time to World War IV. I don't get the difference. Like that's where I'm lost. So we're gonna go to the other clip after this. Who is that just joined? Oh, that's Top Cat. What it do, Top Cat? I had a few questions for you earlier, Top Cat. About the red heifer being sacrificed and all of that, man. But we kind of moved on. Right now, we're talking about the 1,000-year peace period. So I propose that this war that's going on, they're calling it Armageddon the end times. I propose that I've been steadfast on it, that I think this thing is going nuclear. And I say that I don't think that they care about eradicating 90 million people or however many people that they have to, as long as they can rebuild on, as long as they have the GPS coordinates to go rebuild on top of that mosque where the second temple was. As long as they rebuild that third temple, they'll bring their Messiah. What is it supposed to be? 1,000 years of peace. So within that 1,000 years of peace, they got 1,000 years to let that shit do what it's gonna do, the environment to get back right and shit, man. It's supposed to be 1,000 years of peace anyway, man. And who's keeping the peace from being over there? The opposition, which would be probably the Shia Muslims, the ones that they're at war with right now. So if they're eradicated, 1,000 years of peace, I don't think they care. Honest.
Damn. That's a whole bunch. But
Go ahead, you got the floor.
What I would say, you live?
Yeah, we live.
All right, so I'll make sure I keep my decorum in aspect. But on another point, that's what I say when it goes to that, we're going by prophecy. And then you have to go to the point of when it says the people that are there, are any of them who they say they're supposed to be. So as we talk about 1,000 years under their understanding of it, and then if you go under a more Christian understanding of it, you would be like, okay, we're talking about two different complete entities, because both of them have their own understanding of both entities. This Messiah that they're talking about isn't what the Christians would call their same Messiah.
So
So we're
this
not
is what
talking
they're
about
saying. So we watched a video earlier, and they're saying that in the way that Netanyahu and them believe is that there shall be two messiahs for them. The one is one is Ben David, and the other one is something I forgot the first one. But they're saying that the first one is supposed to be Trump because he's not Jewish, and he's not first one is not supposed to be a Jew. And the second one, Messiah, is supposed to be a Jew, and that's the one that's supposed to usher in the 1,000 years of peace. So that's what our, research earlier in the live brought us.
That first Messiah would be the one that would be battling the Antichrist. Now, the second Messiah, which we would be calling Yeshua, would be the one coming with blood on his cape and rolling in the fiery chariot. You get what I'm saying? He's the one that's going to usher in the 1,000 years of peace, and he's supposed to be the one that comes for the war and knocking everything out. So the first one would be the one that would be ushering it in. That's what they would say, the human, or that the one
Now,
that would be the
1
Gentile
second,
side.
Top. You said Trump is Jewish. See, Trump is not Jewish by birth. They said that the second one would be Jewish by blood. So Trump is not Jewish by blood. See, Trump said he's not a Christian, and he did say that he's the first Jewish president when the guy asked him, but Trump is not Jewish by blood. And so what they're saying is that their Messiah, the second one, according to our research, would be Jewish by blood. So that's why they're
And
saying
how would
Trump may be the first one.
Yeah, the first non-Jewish Messiah. Now this would be not
And I'll
even.
go back to Trump getting the silver crown of the Torah back in 2023. All of this was in line from the first administration when he put the embassy in Jerusalem, but it was even
Yes, I
more
remember.
cemented. It was even more cemented when he got the silver crown of the Torah. There are three crowns: the crown of kingship, the crown of what's the other one? The silver crown of the Torah, and was it prophecy? Hold on, priesthood. It was priesthood, kingship, and the silver crown of the Torah. And the silver crown is the only one that anybody can get. The other two, you have to be born a Jew, I believe.
So those are wild. And where did y'all get this information from?
So I got the
These three
information
things.
from when I was doing my research last year into Trump not being a Christian. So remember when Trump was running, not last year, but when he was running 2024, I had a live. You might not have been around yet, but I had a live, and I was arguing with people saying, they were saying Trump is a Christian. I was saying he used to be Presbyterian and he was Jesuit studied, but he's not a Christian anymore. He said it, and they was like, what? So I pulled up the clip to where he said, Christian, don't worry about it, it'll be all fixed, you won't have to vote anymore. I'm not Christian. He said it then. That was 2024. That was after 2023, where he was presented the silver crown of the Torah.
Now this is the same thing that I'm saying. So would this be Talmudic preaching? Is this straight out the
Yes,
book? Where?
yes, it's Talmud. I mean, of course, the Talmud speaks of it. Let me see. Let's see. Three crowns of Torah.
And when we get into Talmudic preaching or Talmudic prophecy, these are prophecies of
Here you
other
go.
rabbis. And
Here you go. The crown of the Torah. Crown symbolizes the pursuit of knowledge and wisdom found in the Torah. It is unique because it is available to anyone who desires to study and embrace its teachings. The Talmud states that the crown of the Torah is set aside, waiting and ready for each Jew, indicating that it is accessible to all who seek it. This then you have the crown of priesthood. This crown was conferred upon Aaron and his descendants, establishing hereditary priesthood. So that's through the blood. The priest is associated with the spiritual leadership and performance of sacred rituals in the temple. So it's ritualistic as well. Then you have the crown of kingship. This crown is granted to King David and his lineage, also through the blood, symbolizing authority and governance. It represents the leadership role within the Jewish community and the responsibility of kings to uphold justice and righteousness. So the only one that speaks of the Talmud in this overview is the crown of the Torah, from what I'm reading right here. And
Be
then
the
they said
only
the
one
crown
that
of the
has
good
nothing to
name
do
is
with
they said so it's 3 crowns, and then the crown of the good name is being the highest of them all. So I don't know if that's an actual symbolic. It says the crown of the good name is considered superior to the other 3 crowns. It emphasizes the importance of one's reputation and character, suggesting true honor comes from how one is perceived by others and the moral integrity one upholds. The concept of these
Yeah,
crowns is rooted in Jewish texts, particularly the Talmud and the Mishnah, where they are
exactly.
discussed in context of leadership and spiritual authority. The crown serves as metaphors for the qualities and responsibilities associated with each role. The crown of the Torah is particularly significant because it is not limited to a specific lineage or group, rather open to all who are willing to engage and learn from the Torah.
Exactly. Bullshit. That's what I'm telling you. It comes down to a point that this is a priesthood. That's the Talmudic Institute. That's the Mishnah. That is not straight Torah. That so when you come to the other points, I'm gonna bust your heads with this so you can kind of understand what it. So you seen where the lineages go when you talked about David, you talked about Aaron, and you talked about other. You're talking about specific tribes when it comes to those different crowns, and then all the extra added in by the Talmudic aspect is the extra ones added in. So when you come straight from it, you say, okay, well, we go by the kingdom of Judah. Well, those were 3 tribes that were basically there. You got the Benjamites, you got the Judites, and you have you got the Benjamites, the Judites, and the Levites. Okay, so those crowns that you're speaking of are 3 different crowns that they hold that they were put on them. So you have the Kohen, the priestly. So you're talking about Benjamites and Judites, and then you have the Levites, are which in control of the law. All these are different crowns that those things are specifically talking about out the Torah. Now you deal with the different people that have spoke on it. Now you go to the Talmud. This is their interpretation. So this is where the point of religion comes into it and not culture. So that's why you have these different things being spoke on and expressed that way, but they're only by people that believe in those aspects past what the Most High said, which the Most High has put his designation on it. This is their interpretations through the time. So they say, oh, these are the significance of you being a man or you handling your business and or whatever, but that's not exactly what the Torah said. It said these people are those people for this situation. Those are the ones that are supposed to preach this. These are the ones that are supposed to give the law. These are the ones that are supposed to do this. And then in those times, all those people handled those certain things that were those crowns. So the Levites came in; they were the ones that would put people to death. They were the ones that did the sacrament. They were the ones that did all these different things. The Benjamites were the priests. You had Judites that were both of those, and they had their own point of priesthood and being a kingship. So that's where you get those crowns from. And now you see how it can be misinterpreted or put into a different point by the Talmud. Now, the Talmud would go to a point of almost like how you speak on the New Testament when you talk about John and you talk about Matthew and these different people that speak on different aspects and tell you how you should act. Oh, you go Paul or Peter. Those are the different points. That's why I say the New Testament, you go with the Talmud, and then you can even go with what's the Muslim book? You just mentioned it. I'm
The
sorry.
Quran.
The Quran. Now you're getting an interpretation, a Mohammed interpretation. Now you're getting a Talmudic interpretation. Once you go back to the Torah, the difference is these stories or whatever interpretation it is supposed to be directly from the Most High, not inspired. So even all those teachings we just heard were inspired things of interpretation from rabbis. They weren't exactly what the Torah said. So we know that the Benjamites and the Judites and the Levites, we know exactly where they sit in those things. See how they made their interpretation of it. But then all of a sudden, here came these other crowns that aren't mentioned in the Torah. And now you're talking about Talmudic things. Now you're talking about these different praises and these different things that go on that they do because they interpreted it that way. But the Most High said exactly what he wanted you to do. He said exactly what we're supposed to do. And he never goes back. He says, I never change. So how could they change that?
Okay.
Period.
That's a good take. We finna get into some more of this clip. Chat, if you agree with Top Cat, drop a 1. If you disagree with your Top Cat, drop a 2. We need to get the likes up, chat. We chasing 350 likes, man. I'm glad y'all in here rocking with me. We on late night. I'm still feeling pretty good, man. But we need to get the 350 likes. So double tap the screen or go to the top and hit the like button. We're also 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal. If you are a first timer only, press the number 4 and I give you a shout out. First timers only.
That's where we are, folks. This is really dangerous stuff. And puffing up and then just saying we're invincible and saying Iran's trying to capitulate when it's not true doesn't cut it. This is not the time for bullshit.
What's up, Tony?
This is the time for reality.
Oh, shit. Who left? Oh, yeah. Well, we finna watch some of this. If y'all need me to stop anywhere in the clip, y'all just let me know if y'all got something to speak on. Tony, you are not a first timer. But all the first timers, welcome in. I appreciate y'all. Unlimited, Chris, Whitehorse, Solar, 54 Sleep, Carp, Jimmy, David Thompson, and Space Cowboys, man. Welcome in, man. Welcome in, RS as well. I hope
you see all these posts about Iran.
I hope all of you subscribe. We go live every single day. Make sure to hit the like button. We're chasing 350 likes. I am very much appreciative that y'all chose to spend y'all evening with me, man. I appreciate all the first timers. Appreciate everybody saying they're having a good time. Tony, I seen your ass line.
Iran's trying to surrender. Notice there's no source there. The Iranians are saying the opposite and doing the opposite. They're emboldened. You're like, but they're getting destroyed. They don't care.
Yeah, I would like to hear anybody's opinion on any of these things. I mean, I'm just speaking them off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure if I said it, there's plenty of scripture to back up what I'm talking about, and prove me wrong.
In this context, I will have to be a little more research to debate you like on that aspect of it. But what I will say is that this is what's going on. We're seeing these events play out real time on a world stage. We seen Trump been anointed as this. We seen the silver crown of the Torah come right prior to Trump saying he's not a Christian, coming right after the lady getting on and the man getting on stage saying he's the first Jewish president ever, and he said I am, shit like that. Now we see all of this going on as far as they're calling for the end times. Also, this is what I spoke about too, Top Cat, that they're trying to rebuild the third temple, right?
Yep.
So what has to happen prior to them rebuilding the third temple? The sacrifice of the red heifer, right? And they said last year that sacrifice of the red heifer was a trial run. It was fake. It wasn't real. Well, that one guy said it was fucking real and nobody believed him. I said, y'all, he's on to something, chat. They're not finna have these kids sitting in the house for 20 years to come perform this sacrifice on a perfect red heifer and it's not real. He's walking around with the hibiscus or whatever he had and the red heifer ashes, talking about this is the third time in history it's been done. The first time it was Moses, the second time it was Ezra, and now they just done it this year. Now we see them talking about what Netanyahu's doing interviews and shit before he whatever happened. Now he's saying that we getting ready to rebuild the third temple. The third temple is going to be rebuilt. We see these rabbis talking about the third temple. Why is nobody talking about sacrificing the red heifer anymore? Because it's done. It's already done. Have y'all noticed that? Nobody's talking about, they got to sacrifice the red heifer. That shit just went away, right? Now it's on to the third temple.
Now, see, most people think about it as a couple more prophecies that have to go on before that. And I'm going to say that they have been completed. So we saw the Euphrates dry up, and then we saw President Trump declare the 400 years. He declared it himself. President Trump did it his first time, declared the 400 years up. There's a couple of things. So with him doing those things, you actually have to put the point of view that he recognized another people on this earth other than what he claims to be um, being under captivity for 400 years. He did that straight for the United States. He said this is the 400 year. So it's to a point like all the prophecies are coming to that aspect, but you don't fit that prophecy line. And that's what goes down. Like, even if he says he's Jewish, okay, well, I don't see no Shemite blood in none of these people that are talking. So if
Yeah,
we
but
look at the book, it says that
he
the
was
same people will
they're
be there.
saying he was anointed. So they're saying that, I guess, in their teachings that the ear has to be pierced, and they said if a rabbi was to pierce his ear, everybody would know what was going on. So they staged it to where he got shot in the ear, and that's why they held him up and he showed everybody that ear had been pierced. So that's
Yeah, this
what
is
quote unquote anointed him or gave him the role of the first quote unquote Messiah that they needed.
they said the same thing about these different people that are supposed to make these miracles, and they're supposed to be these people that they're not. They
Oh,
say
that's
when
what
you
it
truly
said.
see them,
He also said that when you sprinkle the ashes of the red heifer on people, it's making the blind see, making the cripple walk. And I asked the chat, I said, what does that sound like, chat? This man sitting here telling y'all he got these red heifer ashes in a little Coke bag, a dime bag, talking about if he sprinkles it on somebody, the blind will see and the cripple will walk.
it sounds like witchcraft. It sounds like alchemy. It sounds like a point of somebody distorting something that we could see. Like you don't have to look at a leaf to see the life in it. The life is the magic that we see. But when you see something that is alchemy, you see something you know that has been distorted. When you see a nuclear bomb blow up, you know that that's alchemy. You know that they're doing something that is not natural. It's certain points that we are manipulating from the gifts that the Most High have given us. So when we look at these certain points of what's happening with him and the different situations going on, there's never a malevolence point. We're still trying to prove what happened because we know there was an intervention in that. It is nothing miraculous about it. When we deal with the second coming of either Messiah, that I'm going by what they were speaking about, it's going to be a miraculous thing. So right now, it's kind of to the point: are you going to be fooled or not? I mean, we could say the same Messiah that they're talking about that's coming back, that won't be of the blood, because they all came from Noah. So there is a point where we're all still from the blood. So are they talking about AI?
What do you mean we all came from Noah?
So when the world was supposed to be flooded, everything was supposed to be ended, and all people were still coming from Noah. They came from Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Those were the progenitors that were supposed to populate the earth.
Okay.
So the only way that you don't become the people is by turning your back to the Most High. That's what people don't understand. We were all from the same stock. You all supposed to come from Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So what made the Most High turn his back from you? It was abominations. You killed everything. You did everything he told you not to do. So those is where you start even having a separation of the people and the Gentiles, because the Gentiles turned their back on him. And there's a whole bunch of movies that show it in Greek mythology and stuff, where you see the gods saying that they're not praising us no more. They turned their back from us. You'll see that representation in Greek mythology and Roman mythology a lot more than you'll see it in the Abrahamic religions. But it's still the same principle. It's to the point where they need, in their mythologies, you needed people to praise you for you to have power. But in this situation, no, you need that for your savior. You need that to bring you into enlightenment. So that's where you're seeing the difference in how it goes. And you're actually seeing the story when they say it's nothing new under the sun, coming over and over. These are different interpretations of different people of these same entities and the same points of Elohim. So you're just seeing a different point of it. If you were an enemy, you would be looking at it completely different from trying to understand it to battling the situation. And we do have that situation on this earth. So you're going to be used for things that you don't even know you're being used for. That's why I say I'm not a fan of Trump, but I don't hate him because I believe that the Most High is using him for what he's supposed to be used for, just like Paul.
Okay.
I mean, think of what Paul did for over half of his life. You know, think of what he was doing for him to be put in that situation. Or they called him a drunk. There's certain points of things where we don't know. We can't put the Most High in the box and say that he's not meant to use the people that we might not expect to be used. He uses who he wants. Are you going to accept him or are you going to accept yourself? So it's pretty deep. I'll be trying not to go this deep with y'all, but it's pretty deep when you get into this. But this is all prophecy in the aspect. Well, are you going to listen to what the Most High said? Or are you going to listen to what the Talmud said? Are you going to listen to what Matthew said? Or are you going to listen to what the Most High said? What is going to be your choice? It's right now there's a choice between reading the red letter and understanding it or trying to decipher the black letters.
All right, man. I like your breakdown, Top Cat. I like your breakdown, man. I think you're the only one in here rocking right now. I think everybody else chill out, kick back.
I've been waiting on Yosemite.
Yosemite probably kick back right now. I ain't gonna lie. It's about what, 3 in the morning.
Yeah, it's about 121. But what's your aspect?
Like I said,
I'm
my
here with y'all,
aspect of it
brothers. I hear
is
you. I hear
going
you.
on. Like I say, I'm looking at it from, how it's playing out in events. The timeline is accelerated. These people are trying to bring on the end times. They are trying to bring on the end times, no matter which way you look at it. In my opinion. And we see it playing out.
14 days ago, President Trump and Israel launched attacks on Iran. And I said then, Iran will close the Strait of Hormuz, that's 27% of the world's energy. And then when Trump tries to stop them, they will just double down. I predicted the regime would not fall. That was the assessments of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to Trump. But Israel drug us into it. Now Trump is deploying a Marine Expeditionary Force, amphibious ships, 5,000 Marines, the 82nd Airborne, you name it, already being deployed, as I said a week ago, to retake or take the Iranian side of the Strait of Hormuz. People said, oh, you're conspiracy theorists. No, now it's official as of Friday, yesterday. And so now Trump has called on the nations of the earth, the EU, the UK, China, India, to send their navies to the Persian Gulf and to the Strait of Hormuz so that Iran won't attack their ships, using them as human shields, so that Iran will be in checkmate and won't close the Strait of Hormuz, which they've already basically closed. Iran doesn't care. Iran's already being obliterated, but you can't get rid of their ground troops, so you get rid of their offensive military to a great extent. They're still firing missiles at Israel and others, but you can mitigate that, but you can't get them to stop. And it doesn't matter if they sink the Iranian Navy. It doesn't matter if all these other aircraft carriers show up from India and China and everywhere else, which China's allied with them, they're not going to do. Because the Iranians have a giant army.
Chat, hit the like button, man. We got to get to 350 likes, man. Be sure to double tap that screen with 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal, man. We got to get to 350 likes. What's going on?
That the CIA tried to take down in the 80s using Iraq, and 2 million people died, and the Iranians didn't give up. And the Pentagon told Trump there was a 90% probability that they wouldn't fall for years. So a week ago, Trump's like, fine, we'll fight for 20 years, or we'll obliterate your whole country, on and on. But then he figured out that that's not actually going to happen. So now he's like, okay, you need to give up. He announced today the war is over. Well, no, it's not. Because the Iran...
Bro, I will be honest with you, bro. This is like the 4th time Trump has announced that the war is over. It's over. It's done, man. Yosemite said he gave him, 10 days, 11 days, he was going to announce it's over, man. Hell, he done that shit 4 times since Yosemite said it. Steve gave him like 14 days too, man. He done that shit 4 times already, man. And we still got troops on the way over there. It's crazy, man. How the hell we don't won, man, and shit still going on.
Iranians didn't give up. So that's where we are. And to all my critics, man, aren't you proven wrong again? All the pro-war neocons that thought you were going to take over the Trump administration, which you have to a great extent on foreign policy, and Netanyahu and everybody else. Even the Israeli newspapers admit, wow, Iran was harder to beat than we thought. Well, they just keep having more missiles.
Karen, you say Wisconsin is beautiful, chat. Where are y'all? What's the most beautiful state you've been to, chat? Let me know in the comments what y'all think the most beautiful state you've been to is. Karen says Wisconsin is beautiful. Never been to Wisconsin. Never really thought about going to Wisconsin.
So this is total insanity. And it took 90,000 Marines to take Iwo Jima. That's in the island hopping towards Japan in the Pacific War and World War II. 90,000 one island. You think 5,000 Marines and 7,000 82nd Airborne, that's the combat contingent? It's like 18,000, but only 7,000 are actual fighters. Do you think 12,000 troops and Marines? Have you looked at Strait of Hormuz on the Iranian side? It's like it was designed by God to be a trap. Multi-thousand foot cliffs and then mountains. A perfect bowl where their main military stationed, thousands of pieces of artillery, hidden missiles, spider holes, you name it. They can fly their drones out all day long. They can hit Israel thousands of miles away or 800 miles away with a drone. Can they hit the ships? Yeah. So if France sticks a ship out there, if anybody does, it doesn't matter. The Iranians are up against a wall. They are belligerent. They are emboldened. It doesn't mean in the end of this, they won't be defeated, but it's called a Pyrrhic victory for the United States. Because if you look at all the economics and what the economists are saying, Trump's recovery plan was a great plan. That's why I supported it. But it's all based on inflation being curtailed. And the base of inflation is energy. And if oil gets up to $90 to $100 a barrel for just a few months, as I warned 6 months ago with economists on the show, it will derail the plan. It'll be way worse than the Federal Reserve not cutting interest rates early, way worse than that. Because beyond even interest rate on mortgages and things, or on car loans, is...
So what he's saying is the Strait of Hormuz is going to be an economic disaster, man. Everything about clearing the debt, doing all that shit was bullshit. It was a hoax. Doge stole our Social Security data and everything else. Australia came out today and said that they're tapping into their strategic reserves. They have about 34 to 36 days left in their strategic reserves. So they're either going to have to get totally messed over or they're going to have to find another source. They're going to have to outsource. They're going to have to find another source a different way. Maybe America gives them that option. I don't know. But right now, they're tapping into their strategic reserves and they want to have 50 days on standby. Right now, they have 36. They want to have 50. Right now, they have about 36. Man, it's crazy.
The price of energy. That's the most baseline of everything. And poor people get destroyed with inflation. Rich people just get hurt. So this is a big deal, folks. So the globalists wanted to derail Trump's plan. COVID was their way to derail his recovery the first time. Totally set him up. We know that. This time they've done it again. And he now knows he was set up. He's trying to stomp the brakes. Went from, unconditional surrender, because the Iranians actually said, we're not going to surrender. So Trump was, okay, unconditional surrender. That was a week ago. Now it's like, you need to give up. The war's over. We've won. We've taken out your military. See, first it was just get rid of their nukes or nuke capacity. Then it was get rid of their missiles. Then it was like, no, regime change. That didn't happen.
I thought it was unconditional
So now it's like, well, we're done.
I thought it was unconditional surrender. Didn't Trump say he wanted unconditional surrender? So how the hell did we win? Right? I thought
It's over, but it's not
unconditional surrender, man.
Not over. So you have to think second, third, fourth, fifth order. You have to think multi-steps ahead. That's what strategy is. And I've studied this for a long time. I predicted it all, but I don't need to just think I'm right. Eric Prince is not just the founder of Blackwater and super successful strategist, international business, but he's done so many other things. And of course, he was going off the reports of the CIA, of the Office of Financial Intelligence, and of the Pentagon, and of Kane, the chairman, who said, we'll do this, obviously, Mr. President, we order it, but we don't really see any scenario where this makes things better.
All right, chat. Look, man, we're 14 likes away from 350 likes. Double tap the screen, share the live out, man. We're 20 subs away from the next sub goal. Who was the best president in your lifetime? Only your lifetime. Not George Washington. Nah, hell no. Y'all not that damn old. Who was the best president during your lifetime? Let me know in the chat.
But Israel and their unpopular president, Netanyahu, or prime minister, drug us into this. And here we are. And Israel only thinks about things one-dimensionally, what's good for Israel. But really, if you pull back, it's not even good for Israel down the road. This is an unmitigated disaster. It's made the mullahs the underdog when they're detestable people. But they are hard fighters. They're not going to give up. And it has put our entire economic recovery in jeopardy. And of course, I don't want to hear we got to fight them over there, so we'll fight them over here. How did all those wars, 25 years of wars, turn out? 20 trillion of debt from the wars, basically our whole debt, most of it. And we brought 15 times what were here 25 years ago, Muslims, into the U.S. and Europe. The globalists are playing us against each other, folks. It's that simple. And now, if things go bankrupt and we can't have a recovery, now if the Trump recovery doesn't work, where he's unilaterally pulled out of the UN, out of the World Trade Organization, which was good, now that repudiates all of that if it fails. And Ludwig with his family and their company betting against the tariffs and buying the insurance if the Supreme Court overturned the tariffs, buying up the billions of dollars of insurance so they make tens of billions of dollars on the $178 billion that's been overturned. I mean, Trump is being set up at every level. And I don't say they give him a pass. I know the inside baseball. It's the same story over and over again. He's smart in many ways, but not sophisticated in others. He admitted, I didn't know how Washington ran 8 years ago. I was naive. Well, you're really naive right now, Trump. And I told you that just because you're going to say, finally, let's pull out, let's declare victory, as I said 14 days ago, I said you have to declare it early so the Iranians don't double down. I said if you kill their leaders, they're going to double down, and then it's a game of chicken. They're not going to give up. So they decide now when it's over. And if you think they care, the French military, I mean, our military is 50, 100 times more lethal than the French. The Israelis.
This is the thing, Alex Jones. This is where you're miscalculating it. Now, Alex Jones has been right about a lot in this clip, in my opinion, but this is where he's miscalculating the French. Yes, our military is a lot stronger than the French, but the French are nuclear. That's the great equalizer right now, chat. France, nuclear. Weapons. France and weapons of mass destruction. France is one of the 5 nuclear weapon states recognized by the Non-Proliferation Treaty, but is not known to possess or develop any chemical or biological weapons. So France got, you know what I'm saying? Hold on. France was the 4th country to test a nuclear weapon. So France is nuclear. So when Alex Jones is saying that, yeah, France's military is nothing, it's the great equalizer, man. That's why Macron just came out and said what? He's rebuilding their nuclear arsenal. He's not going to disclose how many he has to anybody. France is checked out of the program. They're not going to disclose. So when Alex Jones is saying like, oh, it's just France, they're man, France fuck around and go nuclear. Man, if we end up nuking Iran or Israel nukes Iran, Putin gets to going off and letting nukes off in Ukraine or shit like that, man, France is going to have to get on one, man. France going to have to get on that with them. And Macron is right there, so I don't know, man. France can really start some shit. Being nuclear, hey, man, France could start some shit. It's already looking like the Trump admin turned their back on everything across the pond. So what's it to France to pop some shit off? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be honest here.
The Israeli military is more powerful than the French military, other than their nukes. The Israeli has formidable military. So they're already being hit by Israel and the United States. They don't care. So now Trump thinks if he gets a bunch of international ships out there, Iran will go, ooh, we better not attack. They're cornered. Think through the strategy. They've already said we'll attack all those ships. So it's all empty threats, folks, because you've cornered these people. And they didn't fall like your political advisors told you. Your military advisors told you, almost all of them, except the head of CENTCOM, who's basically an Israeli operative, that this was going to fail. But you didn't listen to them because you were emboldened by Venezuela, a totally different case, totally different animal, which I tacitly approved of, in my own view, for gunboat diplomacy, Monroe Doctrine, Thomas Jefferson's precedent with the Barbary Pirates, the fact that they were involved with Cuba, destabilizing us. That's all true. That is a real group attacking us, controlling Mexican drug cartels. Still, I said, though, you'll probably be set up in that. So I said, I academically understand what you're doing and don't say it's unconstitutional. I still wouldn't do it. And we're still going to see how that turns out. As I said 14 days ago, I hope this turns out okay. I hope magically the mullahs get overthrown and some great thing happens. But then, will we put somebody good in, or will we put somebody like the head of Al-Qaeda in Syria? You see, we've seen this story before. They don't want stable governments. Israel doesn't want stable governments. The West doesn't want that. That's why
I want to know how Trump got all of these countries to give us investments and investments and up their security detail. But when it comes to securing the Strait of Hormuz, like, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. Not one country.
Israel created Hamas. So they shut down on October 7th. No. So this is really upsetting. And for all the kind of people that woke up and became Trump supporters lately, a lot of the neocons have finally got on board. I mean, neocon constituents. They just think this is just another Afghanistan, another Iraq that cost us $20 trillion and got 10,000 troops killed. No, this is hundreds of times worse potentially. And I just wish you understood that when Trump has bad advice and has bad forces telling him what to do, we've been able to get him off of that in many cases. So by you attacking those of us that told the truth and were right, that were actually informed, and saying we're Qatari agents, we're traitors, and by saying do whatever the neocons say, you've sold all of us down the river. And I hope it's not too late.
Yes, they've all sold us out, Chad. We've been sold out to the old guard. The old guard, who was the old guard, plug? The bankers, the Wall Street, BlackRock, these investment groups, $1 trillion and in assets under management type shit, these companies, right? Now we're being sold out to the technocrats, the oligarchy, as Bernie Sanders used to say. These big corporations that are going to use everything in their power to mass surveil us and make our lives a living hell. Let's just be honest. I can't sugarcoat it, man. 2027, every car is supposed to have a safety feature to where they'll look at your eyes, and if you're sleepy, they'll just shut the car off on you, man. It's like, wow, then we have Anthropic, the CEO, just got into it with Trump and Hegseth because they didn't want to let, these people mass surveil us or have fully autonomous weapons. It's kind of, it's a little insane, Chad. Do we realize what's going on here?
When the Democrats win the midterms, if we're literally eating dog food in a few years because of what you did. Trump ran on not having a full war with Iran. He understood it. His advisors understood it. The Office of National Intelligence, 16 intelligence agencies in the Pentagon, Defense Intelligence, gave Trump a report 1 week before he struck. That's 21 days ago. And laid out all the scenarios that are happening now. Now, that wasn't released, that report, parts of it, until last week. But if you look what's in that report, I said the exact same thing a week before because it's already been war games so many times. This is known, people.
Chad, we got to get to 400 likes, man. We like 50 likes away from 400 likes. Everybody double tap the screen one time. Even if you've already liked the video, just tap twice on your screen. or go to the like button at the top of the screen. We got to get the 400 likes, man. I appreciate y'all for rocking with me, man.
People like this type of tire, when you get up to this many miles, 50,000 miles on it, it has a 90% chance it's going to blow out. You know what I mean? Or great film based on the court transcripts, the Deepwater Horizon. And they had these executives at BP in London and in Houston. Because when you watch that movie, there's actually documentaries about it where they have the audio of it. The executives recorded all this stuff. They recorded their calls. They were proud of it. And they're talking to the head engineers on the deepest well ever driven at that time. It was costing like $30 million a day to do. And they're like, yeah, don't dump concrete into the hole. And they go, with the pressure, sir, it'll explode. And they said, nah, we'll save 30, 40 million a day not putting concrete in. Salt water will just pressurize it. And they're like, you're not an engineer. You don't know that. It's going to blow up. They said, do the pressure test. They did it. It didn't blow up right away. They said, stop dumping the mud. That's what it's called, mud. And they said, okay. And you know what it did? It blew up a few hours later. This is math, folks. War is math. It's probabilities. This isn't rolling dice at a casino, okay? And I have spent decades studying this. Decades. And for those of you that this is a joke, this isn't funny, okay? This isn't funny. We were supposed to already collapse under Kamala. Trump's economic plan is excellent. The no tax on tips, the $20 trillion investment coming back in the U.S. that just so happens to be our military debt. All of that is great. It works. Reagan did it. You cut taxes, income increases. You just can't increase spending massively. Doge came and was doing a great job. It got run off because it was too good.
Doge did not come in and do a good job, bro. Doge was overshooting the numbers by millions, tens of millions. Let's be honest. I reviewed Doge. They were overshooting the numbers. Let's be honest here, Alex Jones. Doge, a lot of those numbers Doge were reporting, they came back and, readjusted it and never told anybody that they readjusted. Guess you didn't look, come on, let's be honest. They stole our Social Security data and they were turning down grants. The one guy did an interview, he turned down a grant and couldn't even explain what the hell DEI was. They said, why were you turning down these grants? Oh, because they were DEI. What is DEI? How do you explain DEI? He didn't know how to fucking explain it, man. It's crazy.
That's what
Doge sold us the fuck out. Doge was good in theory. Doge might have got the ball rolling and had some people, getting their shit together. But as far as being successful, no, man. A lot of that waste, fraud, and abuse that they said was going on was not found, man. They overshot the numbers and came back, readjusted, didn't tell anybody. They came in, stole all our Social Security data, was caught trying to sell it to a third party. They came in, cut out all kind of initiatives, not initiatives, but grants and shit under the guise of DEI. Didn't even know what DEI was. Now let's be all the way honest when it comes to this Doge shit, man. Chat, it was good in theory, but they didn't. Like, if they cared about waste, fraud, and abuse, wouldn't we hear about the fucking BMW fleet that Cash Patel got? Wouldn't we hear about the damn private jet and securities and shit? Wouldn't we hear about the 2 jets Christy Nome got, one with the private room? Wouldn't we hear about the brand new fleets of SUVs and shit, man? If we're talking about the $10 million to go to the Olympics and shit, man, 50 million, I think. Like, if we're gonna talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, it's kind of like, bruh. Let's be real.
Was be in the end running Elon off. But everybody made it like a high school popularity contest. Oh, who are you for, Trump or Elon? I said, I'm against this whole thing. I'm for both of them, but I said, Trump's wrong here. And now you see it. Trump needs pressure from the public, the constituents. Not, oh, he's some Chinese emperor in the Forbidden City and we're not supposed to be involved. Just listen to the neocons, listen to Susie Wiles, listen to what they have to say. They're gonna get us all killed.
Oh, I didn't even, not to mention the 200 million on Homeland Security ads, the riding the horses down galloping with the cowboy hat and shit, talking about your homeland is secure, baby. Yeah, 200 million on a fucking ad campaign. Some palm grease and shit going on, but that's not, it's a little waste, fraud, and abuse. I mean, what? Forget the kids, man. Like, kids don't need free lunch. We need a $200 million ad campaign with me riding horses down a motherfucking mountain, man. Talking about how safe our homeland is, man. Secure. The border secure. Now there's not 20 million people coming across, so we can shoot a $200 million ad campaign, bro. While the kids still don't have free lunch. Crazy.
Now I learned they spun what J.D. Vance said. His full statement was, I don't think we should go to war with Iran, but if we do, hit them hard, hit them fast, and get out. Which, yeah, get out quickly. Blow up their missiles. Blow up their main military. You can do that in a couple days.
You said, yeah, but there is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse going on. Yes, but this is the point. What I just showed forth and proved is they don't care about waste, fraud, and abuse. They care about who's doing the waste, fraud, and abuse, right? Because what about all the municipal fraud that goes on? We seen all of these people get pardoned. They were doing all kind of freaking municipal fraud, buying ranches, championship horses, rings, watches, big cars and shit, all through municipal fraud. Pardon, got off scot-free, 50 million here, 75 million there, right? They care about fraud when it's who's doing it. They don't care about the fraud. They care about who's doing the fraud. You get what I'm saying? Fraud is all cool as long as you're not the one doing it. That's why they get to do all of these $200 million ad campaigns, fucking brand new 747 jets with bedrooms in it, 50 million on the Olympic trips and shit. Like, that's why they don't give a fuck about waste, fraud, and abuse. They just care when you wasting and doing fraud and abusing shit.
It was already gone, like Trump said. But now it's about regime change. We're in 2 weeks. We're told it's going to go on for 6 months. But Trump didn't think about the Strait of Hormuz.
You said 50K or a couple acres of land, your choice. Depending on where that land is at, man, give me the 50K. Oh God, right now, where I'm at, give me 50K, because with that 50K, I can go buy me a few acres of land and still have a 30 ball. I can probably go buy me 4 or 5 acres of land with that 50K and still have a 30 in my pocket, man. Let's be honest here, man. Let's be honest here. I can go buy me 4 or 5 acres of land, maybe 6 or 7, and still have a 30 ball in my pocket. It all depends on where you want that land. Depending on where that land is, man. If the land is in prime location, worth a lot, well, damn, give me the land. It all depends. That's subjective.
They now admit he didn't. Iran voted 9 months ago in the last attack, Midnight Hammer, to close the Strait of Hormuz. This is we did this. And they've only done it by shooting some missiles and drones and blow up a few tankers. They can mine that whole sucker right now. They already have. They just got to activate them now. They can sit there from those hills. It's only a few miles across the strait. And we can send in attack helicopters and wipe them out. They'll just send more fighters in. And we put the Marines in, we can capture it, but then they'll be pinned down in a bowl with mountains above them. 5,000-foot mountains. 2,000-foot bowl. Have you looked at the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranian side? Which, by the way, they've always known would be the main invasion point. They got underground tunnels everywhere. It'll make the VC look like choir boys. And I'm talking to Army Special Operations.
Oh, chat, we 23 likes away from 400. Let's hit 400 likes right quick, man. Double tap the screen, even if you've already double tapped the screen. If this is your first time in my live stream, press the number 7. The number 7, and I give you a shout out, man. Press the number 7. If this is your first time in here, you get a shout out, but only after you double tap the screen, man. We got to get 400 likes.
I already know this, but I call and I double check. You're absolutely right. It's a fucking nightmare. But don't listen to the Delta Force. Don't listen to Navy SEALs, SEAL Team 6, SEAL Team, you name it. Don't listen to the actual battle plans. Don't listen to war games.
What's up, Fatty and
Just shoot your mouths off.
What's up, Thug?
And then we now learn Tucker Carlson's had a criminal complaint opened on him.
What's up, Machiavellian Salmon?
Interview the Iranians. And people are calling.
I hope y'all all subscribe to the channel, man. We go live every single night over here. We pipe up. We have a good time. I have been shadow banned, but we getting back out of here, man. Double tap that screen for me. Let's hit 400 likes, man. Keep pressing 7 if this your first time in here, man. What time is it where y'all at, man? It's almost 4 in the morning where I'm at.
For his arrest. That's why I've got on my X account, picture of me and Tucker, because I respect his courage. Tucker is an American patriot who admits he was conned by neocons until he woke up 14 years ago. He came to me in Austin and apologized to me and said, I'm never going to do it again. That's what a journalist does, is interviews foreign leaders. And remember when it first came out, he was spotted by the NSA illegally. They said, oh, you're conspiracy theorists. Then it came out they were. And that they blocked his interviews with foreign leaders. And now they've done it again. And they're like, yeah, we're going to arrest you. Arrest him for being right? Arrest him saying he works for the foreign power when Israel brags they're basically running our foreign policy?
What's up, Jen?
And the ADL's called for my arrest? I mean, I know the Justice Department and CIA targeted me and my...
Now you coming here saying, find Christ, man. Listen, man, we all fall short of the glory, man. I know Jesus, man. What are we talking about here? Double tap the screen, man. Shut a live out, man. What's up, senor?
Family and my operation, the last 8 years, it all came out declassified. And Todd Blanche, the Democrat lawyer that Trump has in there as the deputy AG, the real AG, he killed Ed Martin's investigation into that was open and shut. They bragged on the stand, the FBI and CIA did it. The DOJ funded it illegally. And Ed was hired by Trump to have the government weaponization committee, and he got killed. And of course, they killed the auto pen investigation 2 weeks ago, about a week and a half ago. They had Biden's chief of staff came in.
You said, I don't know, man. How am I supposed to know you like Jesus? You just pass judgment on me? I mean, is that what you're doing? You're just passing judgment on me? I just look like a kind of person that doesn't mess with Jesus or something. Like, I'm trying to get your logic here, man.
And
like, I mean,
turned state evidence to the DOJ, how it was all illegal and how a committee ran everything, and Biden was not even cognizant. And that's all killed now too. And the DOJ's covered up.
You said, why did you get so offended? I didn't get offended. It's just that I realized that you're new here and you kind of pass judgment on me. It's like I sit on these panels right here, and most of the time I'm the only Christian on the panel. I'll be on the panel with, whatever, all kind of different religions, all kind, man. You name it, they're on the panel. Most of the time I'm the only Christian on the panel. So it's just it was just different, just something different. Like, wow, you said that.
Epstein, even though it's all Democrats. 99%. Other than Howard Lutnick. So that's where we are, folks. And it's very upsetting. But I'm going to say this. I am all for not being under the UN, the World Trade Organization, the IMF, the globalist system that's in all the WikiLeaks and all the Epstein stuff with David Rockefeller running a shadow world government and their plan. It's all right there. I told you decades ago. Epstein on the Trial Commission. I'm all about the U.S. making its own decisions, but we're working with other countries as partners, unilaterally, but not giving over our sovereignty. But you notice how Trump's hit the panic button, begging an international coalition, including our arch enemy China, who gets half the oil out of the Strait of Hormuz, to come there and put their ships there so that hoping Iran won't shoot at them. Iran already gives the Chinese ships passage out. 5-6 oil tankers a day leave.
But yes, Iran came out and said that there is no blockade. Iran said there's all ships can pass through unless you are American or Israeli, man. If the ships are not from Israel or America, if it's not trading, going to there, then you're good, man. You're good, man. I believe that was the foreign minister. Where is the foreign minister at? Because throughout all of this war and shit, it's like, where is he at? Like, I'm just trying to wonder, because it looks like every time he comes on camera, it look like he chilling. He ain't worried about a damn thing. Like, is he in a different country, Chad? where is the Iranian foreign minister at? Like, where is he at?
Trump
Like, located. Where does he do these interviews from?
knows he can't put our ships there because there's all those missiles. And if he does, our ships are going to get sunk.
Yeah, I have a Discord. Miles, drop the Discord, Miles.
And then we're going to be in full war when the American people blow their tops. But, you know, Israel or others can do a false flag on the Abraham Lincoln or the Gerald R. Ford. You ever think about that? Just like the USS Liberty was meant to get us into war with Egypt and then Russia in 67. Do you know about the Gulf of Tonkin?
You said, where am I? I'm in the deep south, chat. Where are y'all located at, chat? Shout out your city, your state, your region, man. Where are y'all located? Or your country? I know we got a global audience over here, man. Where are y'all located at? I'm in the deep south, chat. The deep south.
The Levant affair. Operation Ajax. Do you know about?
Oh, we're 8 likes away from 400, man. We got to get the 400 likes right quick, chat. Double tap that screen for me or go to the top and hit the like button, man. We're 8 likes away from 400.
Operation Northwoods.
Okay, you say Dublin, shout out Denmark, shout out Florida, Jersey, Bama, Chicago, French red wine. You say you're going to join through the PC, join through the PC, join through the phone. Just come on home, man. Welcome to Plug Nation, man. Power to the plugs.
Do you know about this stuff? I know it's work. I know it's hard. And to the left out there, in all the wars you started, you want nuclear war with Russia. Sean Penn, why don't we use nukes? You're way worse than Trump. So let's be clear. Don't be up there on your high horse, always editing clips of me. Like, oh, Jones admits he was wrong all the time. Oh, yeah, Trump's... I'm proud we got Trump in, despite all you did. Voted for him 3 times. We changed the world. We killed the carbon taxes that would kill 2 billion people, it's estimated, major actuaries. They cut half the carbon. We have secured the border. We've done so much. That's why it's so sad to see Trump getting hijacked by this and deviating so much. I'm going to end this live stream now. Saturday evening. We'll be back live tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central at the M4 studios. We're being shut down finally. They've tried so many times, but it's the state receiver. They're just not paying the bills for the internet, the electricity. They're just shutting it all off. Infowars.com.
You just like join the VC
April 2nd.
spot, joining it. Oh, that's cool.
All right, what's up with a change by Christ Jesus?
Yo, what's up, man?
Not much, man.
I'm just a fool, man. I don't even know. I like try to suffocate myself a lot before.
Yeah, you what are you talking about?
I don't know. Just been trying to talk to Jesus lately and stuff. You know.
Okay. Yeah, I ain't know what you said. You kind of got low, man. I ain't know what you said. You kind of got some background noise, man. Yeah. I don't know. We're gonna have to get out the Discord. I don't know what he came in there saying, man. Did he just say he was trying to do something, man? Yeah, bless him, man. We just gotta get out the Discord for a minute. We can't risk the live. I don't know what he said, but I hope he tripping, man. Yeah. Sorry, man, caller. Yeah, I don't know what he got going on, man. You said what? Hold on, all right, Shay. Yeah, I can't sacrifice the live, man. We have to figure that out later, man. We have to figure that out later, Chad. I ain't gonna lie. Chad, double tap the screen, man. It's a clip that I'm looking for right quick. Hold on. There it goes. Damn, that's not the right damn clip. Sorry, Chad, bear with me, man. I ain't gonna lie. He came in there and kind of threw me off when he said that, man. I don't know what the hell he had going on, man. I don't know what he had going on, man. Yeah, I don't know what he had going on, Chad. Yeah, I don't know what he had going on. Hold on, Chad. I don't know why people get on here tripping, man. We gotta start screening Discord, man. We might have to get him up out of there. I don't know what he was on, man. Yeah, I don't get him up out of there. All right, Chad. Y'all hit the like button, man. Let's get back in the algorithm, man. We don't know what the hell he had going on.
As the father of 4 daughters and hearing a missile hit a school, if it's true, everyone should apologize. Like, look, we can figure out who did it later. This is a result of our conflict.
Are you confident that you'll be proven right, that Iran ultimately will prevail in this war?
Once the United States sends in ground forces, there's no turning back. It's all in. It'll be another Vietnam.
We're going to kill all the bad guys and we're going to replace them with the good guys. It's like a foreign policy, made up by elementary school students. It's embarrassing.
Is Israel a more secure place? Is the United States stronger today than 2 weeks ago? Is the world a better place today than 2 weeks ago, for God's sake?
I feel good about where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes.
I haven't held the excitement that Senator Graham has. He's never met a war that he doesn't love, and he just gets giddy, excited like a guy who's going to make a bunch of money when we bomb a bunch of people, because, well, that's what he does.
President Bush famously landed on the USS Abraham Lincoln to declare mission accomplished in the Iraq War just weeks after the invasion began. As we all now know, that war lasted another 8 years.
Yeah, we had to get on about the Discord, man. I'm sorry, man, if you was had something going on, but yeah, you got to doing too much, man. I don't know, bro. We had to get you up out of there, man. I'm sorry, man. It just is what it is. Your ass had to go. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. Chat, we just hit 400 likes, man. We just hit 400 likes. If you just now coming in, be sure to double tap the screen, man. Let me know, chat. Do y'all think Netanyahu is alive? Yes or no? Is Netanyahu alive? Yes or no? Man, y'all let me know.
Bush had won a second term and eventually retired by the time the last troops returned to the US. Few believed the mission was ever accomplished, and the whole war on terror became a cautionary tale about Middle Eastern quagmires and a cornerstone of the MAGA revulsion to war. Supporters of this war think it's time to move on from the ghosts of Iraq and that it has no lessons for the current conflict, a position summed up emphatically last night by President Trump.
And as we take decisive action to stop the threat posed by the terrorist regime in Iran with Operation Epic Fury. Is that a great name? Well, it's only good if you win. You can only do. And we've won. Let me tell you, we've won. You never like to say too early you won. We won.
Yeah, that video at the coffee shop was definitely fake. Toy piano keys. That video of Netanyahu at the coffee shop was fake. We already went through that earlier in the live. That was clearly an AI video. The pocket moved over his hand. He didn't even put his hand in the pocket. The pocket moved over his hand. Like, Done deal, man. That's a fake video. Yeah, that coffee shop shit is fake.
Well, if the war was won in the first hour, the substance of the victory is yet to become clear. The IDF says Israel is under Iranian fire as we speak. Cargo ships and oil containers are under attack across the region, sending oil prices into orbit again. The new Ayatollah has doubled down with a message of vengeance in his first public statement, albeit nobody's actually seen him yet, and there are claims he's incapacitated. Amid all of this, the fact is that victory for Iran is quite simple. If the regime survives with its autonomy, Iran will claim victory. Victory for the United States and Israel is a lot more complicated. Many roads do seem to lead to a new Iran, which is a lot like the old Iran, but even more aggressive. It could be subdued, possibly for months or even years, but with a greater incentive than ever to arm itself and attack. That's why people are legitimately worried about a long and deadly conflict. And that's why people like Senator Lindsey Graham, who has threatened everywhere from Lebanon to Spain in the last week, are working overtime to sell the benefits of war.
We're going to blow the hell out of these people. This regime is in a death row now. It is going to be on its knees. It's going to fall. And when it falls, we're going to have peace like no other time. We're going to have prosperity unlike anyone could ever imagine.
Well, the problem with this kind of gleeful rhetoric about blowing the hell out of these people is that many of these people are innocent civilians. US media is reporting today that US military investigators believe American forces were responsible for the deadly strike on an Iranian primary school that's believed to have killed over 100 children. It looks a lot like a tragic accident on an enormous scale. If President Trump and his administration want to build public support for this war, they should very quickly face up to it and apologize. And they should very quickly tell Lindsey Graham to respectively keep his mouth shut. Well, to debate this, I'm joined by Rob O'Neill, the former US Navy SEAL, by Gideon Levy, the Israeli author, journalist and commentator at Haaretz, Republican Corey Mills, the Florida congressman and US Army veteran, and Ryan Grimm, Breaking Point's co-host and investigative journalist with the Drop site.
Remember the buildup. I was excited at the time because it's just right after 9/11, and as a young Navy SEAL, especially at SEAL Team 6, I want to invade anywhere. I haven't held the excitement that Senator Graham has. He's never met a war that he doesn't love, and he just gets giddy, excited like a guy who's going to make a bunch of money when we bomb a bunch of people because, well, that's what he does. And they get amped about that. But for me, it's like, yes, we can beat him, but what do we do next? I know Donald Trump doesn't want to go in there and try to do a regime change, but eventually something has to happen. If boots on the ground means taking inspectors in with guys with guns, so be it. We do have guys at the tier 1 level with the designation to take out military sites and inspect them, maybe. But again, like your previous guest was saying, you get boots on the ground. That's what I hate the word quagmire, but I mean, if the shoe fits, right? We don't want to get back in that. The Iranian people, yeah, they wanted us, but so did parts of the Iraqi people. So does everybody. But eventually, regardless of your intentions, if you spend time there, you're an occupier. And people, even if they're on their side, the longer you bomb them, the less they're going to like you. And I think I've never been hit with an American bomb, but I think the most terrifying thing possible is being in a building that's hit. The best thing that could happen is you die right away, but you'll probably just be under rubble, burning for a long, long time, suffocating, maybe. Horrible stuff. This is not something to cheer. War should be the very end of a political means. I've been to war a lot. I'm not pro-war. I think there should be other ways to do it. I'm watching cautiously, and I'm hoping, I don't ever consider myself the smartest man in the room. I'm hoping the smartest man in the room, more men and women, do show up. I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to learn. And what we've done in the past has worked and it hasn't worked. So it doesn't matter why we're here. We just are. So hopefully level heads can prevail, right?
And Rob, how do you feel, given all your experience, how do you feel about some of the more inflammatory rhetoric that we're hearing from people like Pete Hegseth in particular, coupled with the way that the official White House social media accounts are pumping out kind of movie-style promos about this war, almost like this is not real. This is like a movie we're watching. I got to say, as someone who's had a lot of family myself who've gone to combat in war, I don't like it. It's like it's not how most military people talk about it.
I don't like it.
You say I must be watching propaganda. I mean, at a certain level, it's all propaganda. But when it comes to me saying that video was fake, no. I watched the video that was posted on Netanyahu's channel and page on X, and I slowed it down. I slowed the video down. We watched the whole video and I slowed it down myself to 0.5, and we seen that hand jacket move over that damn hand. Real talk.
War is a lot different than what a lot of the public sees in video games and TV shows. You do not respawn, excuse me. And when bullets fly this way, there's a moment of pause because they only need to be right once. And when something blows up, if you die, you're just dead. I mean, you do need propaganda to build up morale, but movie stuff like that, I don't like it. However, now with Pete Hegseth, I was advocating for a mid-grade officer with combat experience to take the Pentagon, and he did. And I'm all in with Pete Hegseth. This is what we needed. I like the way he does it. I like the way he works out with the troops and has a morale high. The media doesn't like him. I mean, most of the media, because that says he's doing a good job generally, because let's be honest, they don't want him to succeed. I like what he's doing. I don't like a lot of the rhetoric, but some of it has to happen. Some of it doesn't have to happen. But, you got to stay the course, mission, front side focus, and after you hit him, if possible, get out.
Okay, let's go to Congressman Mills. First of all, I want to talk about this attack on the girls' school, which now looks increasingly likely, according to the New York Times and other reports, that this was an American missile strike that had gone wrong. Some suggestion that there was intelligence from the Israelis, which turned out to be false. It was, of course, next to a revolution.
Accidentally bombed, the school. Aircraft accidentally shot down by what? Who was it? Kuwait. Refueling plane accidentally crashes, allegedly. It's just crazy.
Revolutionary Guard base and used to be part of the base and then was moved, and it may be this was just a horrific accident, but it had enormous consequences. Would it not be the right thing, the morally right thing, if it was the United States, and they must know by now if it was one of their planes or one of their missiles, that if it was the United States, they just hold their hands up and say, we made a terrible mistake and we're terribly sorry?
Well, I think the biggest thing, and thanks for having me on, Pierce. It's great to be on this panel. Rob, I've got a tremendous amount of respect for. He's a true decorated hero, and I'm grateful to be on this panel. But, I want to say that one of the things that you don't do, whether it's in politics or the military, is get out ahead of intel. We want to make sure that we get the actual post-blast analysis. We want to look at what the actual trajectory of whatever that Tomahawk or whatever that missile was to ensure that we know what the actual impact radius was, where it actually was intended to hit, what that target actually was or was not. And then if we do determine that it is something that is a U.S. Strike or a U.S. missile or whatever the case may be, then we look at what was the actual cautionary reasons of why it occurred. So, until I get into the actual skiff and get an intel brief on this, I sit on an Armed Services Committee. I sit on a subcommittee of military personnel on military readiness and the Intelligence Special Operations. I'm the subcommittee chair of the Oversight and Intelligence for a Foreign Affairs Committee. So until I can actually get in there, I'm not going to get over my skis and start making comments, but I can tell you that if and when this is determined, if the United States is responsible anyway, it'll take its accountability. It'll do its after action review. We did this in Iraq. We did this in Afghanistan, in every conflict. And as Rob and others will tell you, in any operation, no matter how great it is, you always do an AAR to determine how we can get better.
And in terms of the mission itself, we've heard now myriad different explanations for what the mission is and what victory looks like. What is your understanding of what victory looks like? Because, as I said to Rob, there's no doubt that in terms of military firepower, the United States and Israeli combined firepower is clearly causing enormous damage to Iran's military. But it's also true that the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, pretty well completely closed, if that goes on for much longer, the enormous damage that is causing to the global economy, coupled with the attacks they've been making on all the neighboring Gulf states, trying to clearly intimidate tourists from going there, which is the new business model for many of those states. This could be incredibly damaging and makes the word victory look a little bit more complex.
Well, war is always complex, especially when you talk about geopolitical analytics. I mean, look at the fact that China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, this axis of evil, have been geopolitically aligned for a while. Their goal from the very beginning, whether you talk about the Belt and Road Initiative, whether you talk about the funding of Iranian proxy militias, was always to eliminate the US dollar as global currency. Not to mention the fact that China had a lot at stake on this. What they wanted to do with the Belt and Road Initiative was have Russia start the war in Ukraine to expand the Eurasian border, take over Oceania, take the 15 of 16 rare earth mineral mines of Africa, which now cuts off the Horn of Africa, Persian Gulf, Red Sea, Black Sea. This is now an actual isolation move, while in the Western Hemisphere utilizing economic coercion on Panama and Honduras to control tax, tariffs, and transit to guarantee that while they're buying up our farmlands, while they're buying up insular installations, as people in the Navy will tell you, how long can a nuclear submarine stay underwater? Until it runs out of food. That was the intent from the beginning, was always economic warfare by China. We've been in war with China and Russia for 20 plus years. It's just that we kept calling them a great superpower resurgence. When it comes to the designation of this conflict or this hostility, let's go back to the 2011 Obama days, where Libya was actually utilizing the Department of Justice's UN regulations to quantify it as being able to go in and do these things if it was in the needs of saving innocent civilians. Well, I can tell you, 40,000 plus innocent Iranians were dying in the streets. There was human rights atrocities like never before. We also had imminent threat with regards to knowing that the Esfahan, the Fordham, and the Natanz facilities, they were destroyed. But at what levels are we guaranteeing this? We knew they had the Shahed 136s, which are a very effective drone that's being utilized today, that we now have our own Lucas system, which is about a $35,000 program for Operation Scorpion Strike. But it was all about eliminating the IRGC's capabilities of imminent strike with the ICBMs. And guess what else we found out? We found out they had working hypersonic ballistic missiles. These are ballistic missiles that travel at over 15,000 plus miles per hour and have the ability to hit Mach levels that we can't actually be 100% effective on. So there's a lot of things that came into this. One, it was guaranteeing that innocent civilians weren't continuing to be killed. Two, stopping imminent threat of actual nuclear capabilities, because we know that under the JCPOA, under Resolution 2231, that both Ban Ki-moon and Gutierrez, who are the General Secretary of the UN, said that that Iran was in direct violation, sending mid-range, long-range ballistic missiles to the Houthis and others, and enriching well past the 70% mark. Now, I want to be clear. 70% is over the threshold, but to get from 70 to nuclear grade, it's a flip of the switch. That's how easy it actually is. So denigrate the IRGC, eliminate the head of the snake, which is the Ayatollah, which we know there's multiple heads. Rob and I can tell you that you eliminate one terrorist organization. Let's say it's Qasem Soleimani. You get Ismail Ghani. You eliminate, one terrorist leader if they get another. But my point is that we are moving in the right direction of military coordinated strikes, guaranteeing that imminent threats are gone, guaranteeing that regional securities are provided, then usher in someone like Reza Pahlavi, who can actually be a transitional governor who doesn't want to stay in power. He wants to be voted at the ballot box. And now we actually have a transitional plan. This is not Iraq. This is not Afghanistan.
Okay, I want to bring in the other panelists. I don't want to cut you off, Congressman. I do want to bring in the others.
It's very complex. I guess
Ryan, I saw you. Sorry?
I said it's just very complex, Pierce, to get into a 30-second segment.
No, I totally respect that, but we have obviously got four panelists. I want to bring in Ryan Grimm, because I could see you reacting to some of the things you were hearing there. I mean, the Congressman makes it sound relatively straightforward. The mission's going very well. The stuff that they wanted to achieve is being achieved, and it won't be long before Reza Pahlavi is in the middle of Tehran leading the brave new world. What do you think of that?
It's just completely absurd. It's like we're going to kill all the bad guys and we're going to replace them with the good guys. It's like a foreign policy, made up by elementary school students, when in fact it is a foreign policy student that is targeting and killing elementary school students. That's what it's doing in the real world. In this like fantasy land, you're like, oh, get this bad guy, get this bad guy, get this bad guy, and oh, Reza over here who lives in Potomac, Maryland, we're going to like ship him over to Iran and he's going to be the new king of Iran. Like, it's embarrassing.
And what about the mission itself in terms of the changing positions? And I thought, and I'll come to Gideon about this in a moment, but it was very telling to me that it looked like the mask slightly slipped when Marco Rubio said, well, the need to attack preemptively from the United States was because they had been told somebody else, clearly Israel, was about to attack Iran, and that Iran would then respond likely against American bases, and that because of that, America had to get in first. And then, of course, they tried to wind that back. But I don't think Marco Rubio misspoke. I just think they didn't appreciate quite how that was going to play out.
Right, and because we haven't gotten a rationale that they have stuck to. Initially, it was the nuclear program, then it was regime change. We've now been told that neither of those are actually objectives of the war anymore. Dropsite put out a poll into the field over the last weekend asking the American public, why do you think the U.S. went into this war? 50% of the country believes now that Donald Trump, at least in part, went to war against Iran in order to distract from the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. So by a 50-41 margin, that's what...
I mean, it's crazy to say that, Chad. It's like really crazy to say that, but it's like Epstein had it in the files. Cornered like a rat, he will lash out militarily at Iran. That is wild, the prediction Epstein had, and I'm not gonna lie, Chad. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, Chad. We are about 25, we're 25 likes away from the next like goal. We gotta get the 450 likes right quick. We're a little shy of we need a little more than 25. We need 29. But it's cool, man. We'll take 25. We need 25 likes, man, to hit the next like goal. Double tap the screen, go to the top, hit the like button, man. This is crazy work.
What the American public believes, likely voters. We also asked about the influence of Israel. Nearly 50%, I think 46% of likely voters said that they believed that Trump was more responsive when it came to the war in Iran to Benjamin Netanyahu than he was to the American public. I think 47% said he was more responsive to the American people than to Benjamin Netanyahu. So he's as almost 50% of that. He ran as America first. Not even 50% of the country believes that he went to war for the United States. We have never had a president in the history of the United States who went to a war of any sort, let alone a war of this scale, and had nearly half the country believing, whether it's true or not, believing that he did it for a different country.
Or actually, Gideon Levy, there hasn't been a war that I could...
It's not like that we're pulling this shit out of our ass. It's people around him, people like Ted Cruz and these guys like, yeah, we should, Lindsey Graham, these guys like, yeah, we should go fight for him. Like, of course, it's our duty. Like, it's our duty. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? It's not like people are just pulling this shit out of their ass, bro.
Can remember in modern times where there hasn't been a majority support from the American people once it started, and there isn't for this. It's an unpopular war. The majority of Americans do not want America to be waging this war. They're particularly concerned because they've already still got inflation, still got rising costs.
Toy Piano Key said he promised to bomb Iran when he campaigned 2 years ago. Stop being so gullible. Yeah, what happened 3 years ago? That's when he got that silver Torah of the silver crown of the Torah, right? Didn't he get his silver crown of the Torah in 2023? You saying he campaigned in 2024 on bombing Iran? I mean, it kind of goes hand in hand, right?
They've seen prices at the gas pump now rocketing in the last 2 weeks. This is the biggest turmoil for oil prices in history that has already happened in the first 2 weeks and could get a hell of a lot worse. So purely from that perspective, I think Donald Trump politically has taken an enormous gamble here. But in relation to the role of Israel, there is a theory.
You said you're out. Bye, Toy Piano Keys. Have a blessed day. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Keep them haters out your face. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you eat breakfast, drink you some water, go to bed early so you're well rested. See you next time.
That Trump has been sort of barreled into doing this by Benjamin Netanyahu, sort of wearing him down and saying, look, we've got a window. The Ayatollah is with all his top people right now. We can take them all out, and it'll be a bit like Venezuela, where you take out the head and the rest follows. And that having committed to that and talked about quick regime change, clearly that hasn't happened. In fact, the Ayatollah's own son is reported to be the new supreme leader, although we haven't seen him. And coupled with that, there's a sense that Israel has a different objective here. that Israel will be quite happy if this all plunges Iran into total anarchic chaos, a bit like happened in Syria, and that would suit Israel's longer-term needs and wants, which it kind of just reduces it to anarchy. Whereas that would not suit the United States. So there could be two different sort of missions here, where Israel's quite happy if this just drags on and on and on and is a bit of a disaster. But the United States would find that very, very difficult to manage. What are your thoughts on that?
So first of all, we are witnessing now the backlashes of the 7th of October 23. Ever since then, Israel turned into the notion that everything can be solved and everything is legitimate to be solved by force and by a lot of force, by unlimited force. We will
timeline, Chad.
Change the leadership of the Middle East. First, we tried in Gaza. I must remind you, 2.5 years, no regime change in Gaza, even though it was a very clear goal, never achieved. Hamas is life and kicking, and don't compare Gaza to Iran, obviously. And now we went to this war again as the first option, while totally ignoring, in this discussion, Piers, and thank you for having me again, in this discussion, we hardly spoke about other prices. We all spoke about the prices of oil and the economical price. There are millions of people who were displaced in the last 2 years by Israel and now by the United States. Most of them have no place to go back. What about them? They are totally not in this formula of comparing utility and price. No, they must be remembered. Now, coming back to your question, Piers, Israel went to this war without having a very clear end game. They saw an opportunity. There was the stars showed that Trump and Netanyahu get along and would agree about such an adventure, such a dangerous adventure, and they went for it. I don't know who convinced whom. It sounds more logical that Netanyahu convinced the American president, even though he's not someone to be so easily convinced. But in any case, look at the outcome. Is the world a better place today than 2 weeks ago, for God's sake? Is Israel a more secure place than 2 weeks ago?
Hell nah, man. I ain't gonna lie. It's not, chat. All right, chat, man. We finna get up out of here, man. We just hit 6 hours, man. Be sure to double tap the screen. We are still trying to hit 450 likes. I'm gonna get some rest, man, and I'll see y'all on the next one, chat. Make sure you hit all notifications on so y'all get notified when I go live, man. Make sure y'all have all notifications on, not just subscribe. Have all notifications on so you get notified when I go live, man. And I'll see y'all on the next one, chat. I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. Good night.